respected senior dignitaries and guests today, participants in the workshop, including those who have joined us online, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Central Vigilance Commission, I warmly welcome you all to today's workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. May I now request the respected Central Vigilance Commissioner, Shri P.K. Srivastava ji, Vigilance Commissioner, Shri A.S. Rajiv ji, Vigilance Commissioner, Shri Praveen Vashisht ji, Secretary CVC, Srimati Trishaljit Sethi, and MD and CEO, Punjab National Bank, Shri Ashok Chandra ji, to kindly take their seats on the dais.
देवियों और सज्जनों, वर्ष 1964 में पहली बार भारत सरकार के एक संकल्प के माध्यम से केंद्रीय सतर्कता आयोग की स्थापना एक शीर्ष निकाय के रूप में की गई। आज आयोग का 63वां स्थापना दिवस है। इस शुभ संयोग पर सभागार में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। आज के इस कार्यशाला का प्रारंभ दीप प्रज्वलन की पवित्र परंपरा से करने के लिए मंचासीन महानुभावों से निवेदन है कि आज के इस विशेष कार्यक्रम का अपने कर कमलों द्वारा मंगलमयी शुभारंभ करें।
Thank you, sirs and madam. Now I would like to request MD and CEO, Punjab National Bank, Shri Ashok Chandra ji, to kindly give the welcome address on this occasion.
Good morning to all of you. Respected the P.K. Srivastava ji, Central Vigilance Commissioner, Sri A.S. Rajiv ji, Sri P. Vashisht ji, Vigilance Commissioners, Mrs. Trishaljit Sethi, Secretary CBC, present on the dais, and other dignitaries of the dais and the participants of this workshop. I welcome you all to this CVC's workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance, organized on the 63rd establishment day of Central Vigilance Commission. Over a decade, India's governance framework has undergone a steep digital transformation. The emergence of digital platforms has not just automated the processes, but they have also democratized the access, reduced discretion, and embedded transparency into the architecture of public administration. Transparency in governance has shifted from paper-based opacity to real-time, verifiable, and citizen-accessible service delivery through initiatives such as direct benefit transfer to the last person of the society without any manual intervention. With more than 65 crores DigiLocker users and nearly 700 crore of digital transactions on Umang, public services are now traceable, portable, and accountable. The digital initiatives ensures that entitlements and services reach citizens without any intermediaries and delays. At its core, digital governance is building trust through traceability, reducing risk through data intelligence, and replacing discretion with systems. Transparency is no longer dependent solely on post facto audits. It is being built into the workflows through digital records, dashboards, and real-time monitoring. The access to information is essential for transparency and allows citizens to participate meaningfully in democracy. When government agencies are held accountable, public trust is strengthened. Citizen involvement helps shape policies with service accountability, ensures efficient, fair delivery, and enables feedback, ultimately improving governance and societal well-being. A series of insightful sessions have been planned in today's workshop, covering key areas such as digital initiative in project management, banking fraud prevention and risk management, asset management and predictive maintenance, and effective public service delivery through digital initiatives aimed at strengthening government mechanisms. Let us participate in these sessions with enthusiasm, draw meaningful actions, and collectively strive to translate our learning into effective practices that will further strengthen governance, transparency, and accountability in our institutions. Once again, I welcome all of you to this important event, important workshop today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Central Vigilance Commission, as the apex anti-corruption institution in the country, has over the years played a key role in promoting probity and ethics in the governance system. The Commission, in accordance with its statutory mandate, exercises superintendence over the vigilance administrations of over 1,200 central government organizations. I now request the respected Central Vigilance Commissioner, Shri P.K. Srivastava, to kindly deliver the keynote address for today's workshop.
Good morning, everyone. Vigilance Commissioner Shri A.S. Rajiv, Vigilance Commissioner Shri Praveen Vashisht, Secretary CVC Srimati Trishaljit Sethi, MD and CEO Punjab National Bank Shri Ashok Chandra, CVOs, IT officials, senior officers of the ministries, departments, organizations, and the Commission, esteemed speakers today, and all those who are connected through web link. It gives me great pleasure to be present here today and also to welcome all of you to this workshop being organized by the Commission in coordination with the Punjab National Bank, focusing on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. In the past, the Commission sought to fight corruption through coercive punitive actions. Subsequently, preventive vigilance has been added to the strategy for fighting corruption in addition to punitive vigilance. Preventive vigilance involves moving from a reactive catch the thief mindset to a proactive better build a gate approach. It involves systemic improvements, strengthening systems and procedures, automation through migrating manual processes to digital platforms to reduce human interface, early warning mechanisms to spot red flags, reducing discretion, and promoting transparency and accountability. One of the preventive vigilance initiatives relates to leveraging of technology. The Commission has been encouraging adoption of modern tools that reduce discretion and enhance transparency and accountability, and has organized workshops on leveraging of technology for ethical governance in recent past. In 2024, the Commission organized two important workshops, one on leveraging technology for increasing transparency in governance on 2nd August 2024, another workshop on digital initiatives to prevent frauds in banking, financial institutions, and insurance sector was organized on 22nd, 23rd August 2024. Again, in October 2025, a workshop on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies for ethical governance was held. In continuation of the same line of thought, it was proposed to have another workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. It was felt that the same could be organized on the foundation day of the Commission, that is the 11th of February 2026, and hence we are here today at this workshop. As we can see, the journey of vigilance has progressed from primarily punitive approach to preventive participative framework, and now we are poised to evolve to being predictive too. Today, with the adoption of digital platforms, analytics, and automation, governance processes are becoming more transparent and risk resilient, marking a shift from reacting to designing systems that prevent risks. The purpose of today's workshop is to understand how digital initiatives are being leveraged across sectors and to familiarize vigilance and operational functionaries with emerging tools. It will explore how technology can enhance transparency, achieve cost cutting, improve efficiency, and strengthen governance at scale. Today, we will see how in project management, digital dashboards and workflow systems enable real-time monitoring. In banking and finance, analytics-driven platforms help detect fraud and strengthen risk management. In asset management, predictive maintenance tools reduce failures and optimize resources. In citizen services, single window platforms and automated interfaces enhance transparency and responsiveness. If you would note that this is the topics which are being covered today are different from the ones which we had taken up in the month of August 2024. Then we had taken up online vigilance clearance portal, online vigilance complaint management portal, disciplinary workflow portal, online monitoring of public projects, and internal grievance redressal portal. So basically, today the bouquet is slightly different from the earlier one. And today we want to address the question, can we institutionalize similar digital capabilities to further strengthen vigilance systems and public trust? The Central Vigilance Commission is keen to encourage the adoption of digital solutions to strengthen governance and enhance preventive vigilance mechanisms. This collaborative approach can lead to more comprehensive and coordinated efforts in combating corruption and strengthening vigilance administration. With this perspective, the Commission initiated a structured process to identify initiatives for today's program. Various ministries, departments, and public sector enterprises, banking and financial institutions were invited to submit details about digital initiatives, solutions, and IT use cases adopted in their organizations for governance and technology-driven reforms. These proposals were evaluated objectively on parameters such as features of the initiative, its impact, the benefits accrued to organizational processes, and IT infrastructure, architecture, and its replicability. On the basis of this assessment, some selected initiatives will be presented today across multiple thematic sessions. The speakers from selected private organizations who are invited separately will also share their digital initiatives. Friends, as we deliberate today, let us remember that digital systems must always be aligned with principles of fairness, transparency, and integrity. While digitalization offers enormous promise, it must be accompanied by robust safeguards, strong oversight, and continuous capacity building so that systems inspire confidence and uphold public trust. I look forward to insightful discussions and experiences that our eminent speakers will share. Together, let us explore how digital initiatives can become more instruments of efficiency and strategic enablers in our collective endeavor to build a more transparent, accountable, and efficient governance ecosystem. My colleague in the Commission will touch briefly on the adoption of initiatives which were discussed in the earlier workshops in one of the later sessions. It is the expectation of the Commission that, like before, the initiatives and subject matters discussed during the instant workshop will receive your full attention and their implementation in your organizations will be sincerely explored. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
धन्यवाद महोदय। अब प्रस्तुत है आयोग के अब तक की यात्रा का संक्षिप्त वर्णन करती हुई एक लघु फिल्म।
The idea of integrity has shaped the Indian ethos since ancient times. Kautilya wrote about it in Arthashastra. Thiruvallu's timeless teachings inspire us to focus on virtue and integrity. Our freedom struggle demanded it, and our constitution enshrined it. Vigilance is the price we pay for freedom, fairness, and public trust. When India became independent, the new nation inherited many challenges, and corruption was one of them. Several anti-corruption measures existed around the time. In August 1955, Administrative Vigilance Division was created under the leadership of the then Home Minister, Shri Govind Ballabh Pant. But the country progressed, so did the complexity of public administration. In 1962, Parliament held an intensive debate on corruption. This led to the constitution of the Santhanam Committee, chaired by Shri K. Santhanam, entrusted with recommending structural reforms to combat corruption more effectively. Acting on the committee's recommendations, the Government of India established the Central Vigilance Commission on 11th February 1964 through a historic resolution. The Chief Technical Examiners Organization, which was set up in May 1957, was placed under the administrative control of Central Vigilance Commission. This gave birth to a unique institution, independent, impartial, and tasked with ensuring integrity in public administration. For decades, the CVC functioned through executive mandate. New era began in 1997. In the landmark Vineet Narayan judgment, the Supreme Court emphasized the need for conferring statutory status to the Central Vigilance Commission. Government promulgated an ordinance in 1998 conferring statutory status to CVC. Parliament enacted the CVC Act, which came into effect on 11th September 2003. The CVC comprises of a Central Vigilance Commissioner and 2 Vigilance Commissioners. CVC has been conferred with powers and functions such as to exercise superintendence over the CBI, including review of pending applications for sanction of prosecution under the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, to inquire or cause an inquiry or investigation to be made into complaints, to exercise superintendence over the vigilance administration of the various ministries, departments, and organizations of the central government and tender advice on matters referred to, and to exercise powers of a civil court while conducting any inquiry. The CVC logo, inspired by the vigilant human eye, symbolizes constant watchfulness. In 2004, the government mandated the CVC as designated agency to handle whistleblower complaints under the Public Interest Disclosure and Protection of Informers Resolution, known as PIDP. This mechanism ensures that identities of individuals who report wrongdoings are protected and their voices heard safely. In 2013, under the Lokpal and Lokayukta Act, the CVC shall conduct inquiries for Lokpal-referred complaints. Over the years, CVC has handled lakhs of complaints, including PIDP and modernized complaint management system by leveraging technology to provide end-to-end solutions, brought out the Vigilance Manual and facilitated similar advisory guidelines shaping vigilance administration in other organizations, advised systemic improvement measures, and advocated leveraging technology to reduce incidents of corruption. Organizations are persuaded to adopt e-governance measures like e-procurement and e-payment systems and computerize all activities that are vulnerable to manipulation. Conducted exhaustive CTE inspections across India to ensure better economy and efficiency in procurement processes and thereby achieve financially and qualitatively better output in fair, equitable, and transparent manner. Represented India at global anti-corruption platforms. Report of the work done by CVC is presented annually to the President of India. Besides this, CVC has also promoted the use of Integrity Pact, monitored by independent external monitors who oversee high-value tenders in about 350 organizations. Combating corruption and fostering integrity require active participation of all stakeholders. Since 2000, every year, the CVC has been observing Vigilance Awareness Week, during the week in which the birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel falls, who was an icon of Indian administration. This is a nationwide campaign involving ministries, public sector organizations, schools, colleges, citizens, and civil society. A key feature of Vigilance Awareness Week is the Integrity Pledge to uphold honesty, follow ethical practices, and report wrongdoing where they see it. School is an important institution where values are shaped. On CVC's advice, central government launched Value Education Curriculum in 2012. Value education continues to form an important element in school education. CVC organizes sectoral review meetings, regional conferences, and knowledge-sharing sessions for public sector enterprises, banks, and government departments. From time to time, CVC also brings out publications like Preventive Vigilance Booklets and Vijay Vani. These initiatives collectively strengthen the vigilance ecosystems. CVC gives immense importance to capacity building of the officials at various levels to bridge the competency gaps. Extensive training programs such as induction, mid-career, and thematic training programs on public procurement, preventive forensics, preparation of charge sheet, and IOPO training for CVOs, as well as other vigilance functionaries are conducted. A uniform induction training program with a strong preventive vigilance component has been introduced for probationary officers of banks on CVC's advice. CVC is also onboarded on iGOT platform of the Mission Karma Yogi. CVC actively observes Swachhata Pakhwada, Hindi Pakhwada, Rashtriya Ekata Divas, Samvidhan Divas, Yog Divas, and other national programs. strengthening the culture of ethics, dignity, and public service. In its functioning, CBC has adopted a multi-pronged strategy which encompasses punitive vigilance, punishing wrongdoing, preventive vigilance, strengthening systems and procedures, participative vigilance, involving all stakeholders. Today, the CBC is exploring predictive vigilance in an attempt to use technology, data analytics, and emerging tools to identify risks before they occur. As India progresses, CBC envisions a future where emerging technologies and predictive tools work hand in hand with human judgment, making vigilance more proactive, efficient, and just. Together, we strengthen governance, uphold trust, and build corruption-free India. Central Vigilance Commission, integrity, vigilance, trust for the nation, for the future.
This also marks the end of the inaugural session of the workshop today. Thank you, everyone. We will now break for the tea. I would request everyone to kindly assemble at 11 a.m. for the technical sessions. Thank you.
Power
इसको थोड़ा सा एंगल को घुमा सकते हैं। हाँ थोड़ा आइडिया लग जाएगा। और थोड़ा बहुत ठीक है फर्स्ट वाली
Yes, we have a hand remote clicker, and we are looking at the screen. So we are not using this laptop.
ऊपर वाला पूरा नहीं और थोड़ा डाउन करो और थोड़ा डाउन करो
Because हमें वो remote मिल रहा है. We have that.
लोगों में आना
नहीं वो चेक कर लिया सर चल रहा है. जी.
चाहिए अपना अगर है ना मतलब अब दिख रहा है
सर दिख रहा अच्छे से. Let us not complicate anything now at this stage, sir. Pointer से change हो जाएगा.
नहीं मल्टीपल नहीं करना संदेश का जो है
सर आप देख सकते हैं.
ठीक है तो अभी सर नहीं हो पाता
इसका ऑन ऑफ क्या है? ऑन बोथ, तो तुम लोग क्या दोनों ऑन रखो? बिकॉज तुम लोग को तो दोनों में बोलना है इसलिए। थैंक यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your phone on the silent mode and settle down fast so that we can start with the sessions. Please settle down fast. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to please settle down fast. Good morning to one and all present here. A warm welcome to our esteemed guests and all the delegates from various organizations. I am Mitali Jain.
And I am Preeti Sharma.
And it's our absolute pleasure to host technical sessions of today's workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. We have gathered here to strengthen our commitment to ethics, transparency, and integrity, the very pillars of a robust organization and economy. Today, this workshop has been organized with the joint efforts of Central Vigilance Commission and Punjab National Bank. This workshop will comprise of 4 focus sessions, each highlighting how digital initiatives are transforming governance, finance, infrastructure, and public service delivery. First of all, I would like to call on stage Ms. Rishaljit Sethi, Secretary, Central Vigilance Commission, to give the overview of the day.
Respected Central Vigilance Commissioner, Shri P.K. Srivastava, Vigilance Commissioner, Shri A.S. Rajiv, Vigilance Commissioner, Shri Praveen Vashisht, CEO and MD of Punjab National Bank, Shri Ashok Chandra, CVOs and technical officers from various organizations gathered here today, and CVOs and other functionaries of various organizations who have joined us digitally, and my colleagues from the Commission. On behalf of the Central Vigilance Commission, I again extend a warm welcome to you all for today's workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. Today, as you know, is a momentous occasion, as it also marks the 63rd Foundation Day of the CVC. The Commission was set up on 11th February 1964 on the recommendations of the Santhanam Committee on Prevention of Corruption. Over the years, as the apex anti-corruption body in the country, the Commission has made consistent efforts to uphold and reinforce transparency and accountability in public administration. This upholds public trust, credibility of institutions, and ensures that scarce resources are equitably distributed. The Central Vigilance Commission has been focusing on preventive vigilance through system improvement and process reform to reduce the possibility of corrupt practices. It is in this context that technology plays the role of a very powerful tool by reducing dependence on manual efforts, eliminating discretion, and enhancing transparent service delivery. As you know, we had conducted 2 workshops on the theme in 2024, another one on AI and emerging technologies for ethical governance in 2025. Now, in order to understand and collate the various digital initiatives taken up by different organizations, various ministries, departments, banks, financial institutions were invited by the Commission to submit details of the digital initiatives undertaken by them, which were aimed at improving governance and transparency of the processes and functions in their respective organizations. I'm pleased to share that we received a very encouraging response to this initiative. Around 125 entries were received from a wide cross-section of organizations. These entries were evaluated on various parameters, like in initiatives demonstrating innovation, possibility of replication, effectiveness, and scalability. So today's sessions, we have shortlisted some of them, and some of these best practices promising digital solutions being implemented in public sector organizations would be presented. In addition, some of the sessions, we've also invited the private sector organizations to share their innovative solutions to help further cross-learning in this area. We have 4 thematic technical sessions today. In the first session in the forenoon of today, we have digital initiatives in project management. We'll have a presentation by Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change on their portal called Parivesh 2, which is on green clearances. This will be followed by a presentation on application of digitization in business and projects by L&T. Subsequently, we'll have presentations on CSR dashboard, digital project management solutions, and integrated AI-based cost estimation systems by IOCL, SAIL, and EIL, respectively. In the second session, we are focusing on the banking sector. This session called Banking Fraud Prevention and Risk Management We'll have presentations on enterprise-wide risk management and fraud prevention by SBI, and then by SBFC, again a private sector bank. This will be followed by a presentation by Punjab National Bank on collaborative strategy in combating mobile-induced cyber fraud. The first session is on asset management and predictive maintenance. We have representatives from the coal sector, power sector, and the manufacturing sector talking on integrated risk information systems and AI-based image processing platforms. The final session today is on effective public service delivery through digital initiatives. A presentation by DDA on single window clearance system will be followed by a presentation by IRCTC on their e-pantry service. Then NHPC would be giving a presentation on early warning systems called e-Abhas. And finally, the DOT, Department of Telecommunications, would be talking about their Sanchar Sathi, which is a financial fraud risk indicator. Each thematic session will be followed by audience engagement, where questions can be posed to the presenters. I'm sure that today's workshop will be an important platform for all of you to learn, engage, and take home insights on how digitization can transform governance systems in your organizations. We expect you to try and implement these concepts by customizing them for your organizations, and we will also be requesting you to give us feedback on how you have implemented them in your organizations after about 3 months. With these words, I once again welcome all the guests and participants to today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request our Honorable Vigilance Commissioner, Mr. A.S. Rajiv ji, to address the participants.
A very good morning to all. Respected Chief Vigilance Commissioner Sri Srivastava ji, our Vigilance Commissioner Sri Vasishth ji, Secretary Madam Tushar Seth ji, other additional secretaries, officials from Vigilance Commission, CVOs, senior officials from PSUs and PSBs and other government departments, distinguished experts and domain area and esteemed participants. I am honored to be here to welcome you all to this important technical session on digital initiative in project management and banking for prevention and risk management with a special focus on preventive and predictive vigilance. I would also like to congratulate and appreciate the continuous efforts taken by our technical wing of Vigilance Commission and the Chief Vigilance Officers of the organizations where they are taking the efforts with support of the management who are giving the support. In recent years, Vigilance Administration has undergone a significant transformation. The emphasis has progressively shifted from isolated post-event examinations to more holistic approach centered on systemic improvement, risk-based vigilance, and use of technology. The shift is particularly relevant in the context of PSUs, where large and complex projects and financial systems involve substantial public resources. As you know, our Vigilance CVC wish to maximize leverage technology and digitization to reduce manual interventions and thereby minimize the chances of vulnerability. As you are aware, the Commission has conducted 2 workshops in these areas in 2024, and the results were very encouraging. Out of 53 organizations where data is available, the organizations could replicate and adopt number of areas where 26 organizations implemented online vigilant clearance systems. 25 organizations implemented online vigilance complaint management portal. 19 organizations could do online monitoring of public projects. 17 organizations could do disciplinary workflow. 24 organizations could do internal grievance redressal portal. And 9 organizations could do fraud prevention regulatory framework with specific focus on prevention of cyber fraud. A number of organizations also implemented different kind of digitalizations, vendor invoice and management systems, online system of monitoring the bills, host-to-host e-banking integration, e-invoicing solutions, asset management via QR codes, ERP integration with the GEM and AI chatbots. As everybody knows that this systemic improvement, it will take little more time because there are processes and procedures for tendering all these things. In spite of this, 56 organizations could do. Once again, I congratulate all of you. And those who are in the process, please speed up the process and complete the digitization at the earliest. Traditional vigilance mechanisms, while often essential, often focus on detecting after the occurrence of irregularities. However, today's environment of rapid digitization, increasing complexity and heightened public security, such an approach no longer sufficient. The need of the hour is early identification of the risks, continuous monitoring, and timely preventive interventions, which can only be achieved through effective digital initiatives. Digital initiatives on project management play a critical role in strengthening preventive vigilance. End-to-end digital project management systems provide real-time visibility into planning, procurements, execution, and financial progress. Automated workflows, standardized documentation, and digital audit help reduce discretions and enhance transparency. More importantly, the use of data analytics and dashboards enables predictive vigilance, allowing organizations to identify early warning signals related to cost overruns, time delays, contractual deviations, and procedural non-compliances. Such insights facilitates timely corrective actions and help prevent issues from escalating into vigilance cases. This approach aligns closely with the principle that vigilance should focus on process corrections rather than fault finding. Similarly, the banking and financial sector, particularly in the public domains, is witnessing digital transformations. While digital banking has improved efficiency, reach, and financial inclusion, it has also increased exposure to sophisticated and technology-driven fraud risks. Digital fraud prevention and risk management frameworks leverage advanced analytics, artificial intelligence, and customers' transactions monitoring in real-time basis to identify suspicious patterns and vulnerable processes at an early stage. Predictive models help anticipate emerging risks, enabling targeted preventive measures rather than broad reactive controls. Such systems strengthens internal checks, enhance regulatory compliance, and support corrective actions among operational risk management, audit, vigilance, and compliance functions. The digital frameworks are fully aligned with contemporary vigilance projects that emphasize risk-based supervision, simplification of procedures, minimization of manual interventions, and strengthening of internal controls. By embedding vigilance into systems and procedures or processes, organizations can move forward a culture of integrity and accountability rather than depends on individual actions. It is important that technology by itself, it is not a solution. Its effectiveness depends on proper governance, capacity building, robust data integrity and security, and organizational commitment. Digital initiatives must be supported by clear policies, procedures, defined accountability, periodic reviews, and continuous improvement. The technical sessions provide a valuable platform to exchange experience, share best practices, and deliberate on how digital tools can be effectively leveraged for preventive and predictive vigilance. The insights generated here will contribute to strengthen the institutional mechanisms and safeguarding the public interest. I am confident that The discussion during the session will reinforce our collective commitment to systemic vigilance, ethical governance, and efficient utilization of public resources. I wish the session fruitful deliberations and every success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your deliberation and setting the perfect tone for the rest of the event. Vigilance is not just about catching wrongdoings, it is about prevention, awareness, and building a culture where nation thrives. Let us begin with our first session that relates to digital initiatives in project management, where leading organizations will present approval platforms, CSR dashboards, and digital project systems. I invite Shri Amandeep Garg, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Shri Lakshmi Narayanan, Deputy General Manager, Corporate Center, B and FIC L&T, Ms. Shruti Bajaj, Senior Manager CSR, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Ms. Vinita Singh, General Manager Projects, Steel Authority of India Limited, and Shri Saket Bhowal, Group General Manager, Digital Technology Solutions, Engineers India Limited, to the dais. The delegates who desire to interact with the speakers during question and answer sessions are requested to write their questions on the slip pad provided in their folder along with their name, designation, and organization's name and give to the ushers available in the auditorium. The delegates are also requested to fill in the feedback forms provided in the folder and deposit in the feedback box placed outside the auditorium. Each speaker has been allotted a fixed time. To our left, we have officials from Central Vigilance Commission who will be monitoring the clock for the respective speakers. You will hear the first warning buzzer 1 minute before your time expires and a final buzzer once your time is up. We kindly request all the speakers to adhere to their time limits. Now, I request Shri Amandeep Garg, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest, for his presentation on Parivesh 2.0. Please, sir.
Respected CVC sir, Vigilance Commissioners, all the esteemed participants of today's workshop. It is my extreme privilege to present before you the initiative of our ministry on green clearances, which is called Parivesh. Just to give a brief background on this initiative and why this initiative was needed, we need to understand various kind of green clearances which are necessary for undertaking any project in our country. We are all working towards our aspiration for Viksit Bharat. And when we go for the development activities, simultaneously, we also have to preserve and conserve our environment for our future generations. So taking that into consideration, there are various kind of environmental clearances which every project has to undertake. For example, there are environment clearances which are specified under the Environment Protection Act and the EIA notification. Then whenever we undertake activities in a forest area, we need to divert forest land for that permission under Forest Conservation Act is required. Likewise, any project activity, when it passes through any wildlife corridor or nearby a wildlife area or a eco-sensitive zone, clearances for wildlife are needed. Projects in the coastal areas, they need CRZ clearances. So all these multiple clearances are required for undertaking a project. One project may require many clearances at the same time. For example, a coastal road may need clearance of CRZ, it may need environment clearance, it may, if it is passing through forest area, it may need forest clearances. So all these clearances were going in different silos, different regulatory entities within the ministry or the states were regulating that. So a need was felt to bring all of them together in one portal, which is Parivesh. So just to give a background to the environment clearance, very quickly I'll apprise that there are a set of about 38 activities which have a huge impact on the environment. For example, mining projects, ports, airports, big road projects. So all of these projects, they need environment clearance, and the environment clearance is based on the pollution potential of the projects. They are either granted in the Ministry of Environment or by the State Environment Impact Assessment Authority. So there are different regulatory authorities which are granting these approvals. So this is just a glimpse of those activities. Likewise, for forest clearance, whenever any project or activity needs forest land, the forest land has to be diverted for the non-forestry purpose. So again, the Forest Conservation Act clearance is needed. The appraisal authorities, they look at the environmental impact of diverting the forest, and they prescribe condition for suitably compensating the loss of the forest by compensatory afforestation. So these kind of things are taken into consideration while granting the clearances. So forest clearance, again, there are various stages to it. For example, stage 1 is an in principle approval, where in principle the regulatory authorities, they agree to grant clearance subject to provision of compensatory afforestation, and thereafter the final approval of stage 2 happens, and then the land is finally diverted. Similar is the case with the other clearances like wildlife clearance and the coastal regulation zone clearance. Parivesh portal is one solution which we have initiated, wherein all these clearances, they have been brought into a single portal with the aim of minimum government, maximum governance. So it's not just a IT system, it's a governance reform wherein different regulatory approvals are brought under the single portal. Just to give a journey of how we have gone about in the Parivesh. So pre-2014, all these clearances which I'm just mentioning, they were done in an offline mode. So there were a bulky set of documents which would be appraised by the technical expert committees, and then the regulators would give clearances for these projects. Then in 2014, initiative was taken wherein these applications were invited online through application format, but that was only the receipt of applications. There was no system of processing these. The Parivesh was conceived for the first time in 2018. That was Parivesh 1.0. Subsequently, the system has been significantly expanded. Now we are in the version 2 of Parivesh, which has started in 2023. And I'll explain in detail what are the key features of this portal. So here I have tried to capture some of the important features of this portal. The first very important feature is know your approval and know your approving authority. In the next slide, I'll explain in detail how this works. Then this whole system is complete end-to-end automated, right from the stage of application to uploading various documents which are required for environmental approval, different stages of regulatory clearances, finally up to the regulatory authority, maybe the Ministry of Environment or SIA. Everything is done through this portal. Another important feature of this portal is it's a GIS-based system, which I'll explain in more detail. The entire workflow of this portal is based on the rules. Different rules are there, so it's automated and based on those rules only. There is a very effective communication management system in the portal. So at every stage, the project proponents or the regulatory authorities are notified about the stage of progress of the proposal. The final clearance is having a unique ID with QR code, so it can be authenticated using the portal. Then there are all these clearances, they are backed with lot of conditionalities. So certain conditions have to be fulfilled. So the compliance monitoring of those conditions, that has also been built into the system. And the system has a very centralized dashboard for data analytics, taking out different type of information to understand if there is any delays in the project approval, etc. This is the very unique feature of Parivesh, wherein we are using about 70 odd spatial layers of Parivesh GIS layers for the project proponent. So what happens is, typically a project proponent will not know that if he wants to undertake any project, what kind of approvals are necessary. I have mentioned about 4 approvals of Ministry of Environment. So he doesn't know what approvals he needs and which all approving authorities are there. So this feature supports that. What a project proponent needs to do is to input the details of his project, what is the capacity of the project, and upload his KML file, the key markup language file, which has the geo coordinates. So automatically the system tells that, okay, you need this clearance, these two are not necessary. And it also tells the approving authority. So it's a very unique enabling feature for the project proponents and enhances the transparency. The other unique feature is the decision support system. As I have mentioned, that this Parivesh is backed with multiple GIS layers. So invariably what used to happen was that when a proposal comes before the expert committees, they look at the proposal and they see that there are various sensitive environmental receptors nearby the project. And sometimes it's necessary to do the site visit. Now with the help of this GIS layers, the appreciation of environmental sensitivity of a project can be done on the desktop by the decision makers. They can analyze in granular detail the various environmental factors which can be taken into consideration while granting the approvals. So it has reduced the time, it has reduced the cost of travel, etc. As I mentioned, there is a continuous engagement with the project proponent, right from the stage of planning to his application submission and post-submission tracking of the proposal and compliance monitoring. Everything is automated. The project proponents, the regulators, they continuously get the inputs through this portal. Just to give a glimpse of the overall canvas and reach of this portal. So the consumers, the users of this portal are very varied. So different clearances, they have different kind of regulatory authorities. Project proponents are there, state governments are there, central government is there, expert appraisal committees are there. So roughly, if you can see, about 2.6 lakh users, they are using the system. And on an average, for example, last year, close to 50,000 proposals were processed through this portal. Another important feature of this portal is the grievance redressal mechanism. So there is a full-fledged help desk which has been set up. All the queries of the project proponents, be it the technical queries related to the portal, or be it queries related to the regulatory clearances which are required. All of these are handled through the help desk. There is a complaint monitoring module within the portal, as well as support is provided through the video conference. And usually the turn-in time for this is within 3 working days. Just to indicate the impact of the initiative. So first and foremost is the speed with which the clearances have happened. So the regulatory approvals, which used to take a long time, now they are done in a very expeditious manner. At the same time, safeguarding the environmental concerns, looking at all the environmental safeguards. It has enhanced the transparency because the paperwork has reduced, it has reduced the carbon footprint on account of the paper. There is a uniform system of handling proposals at the central and state level. So it has brought in uniformity, timely decision making, and multiple clearances have been brought on a single portal. This portal is also well integrated with other portals of Government of India, National Single Window Portal, Gati Shakti Portal, various ministries like Ministry of Coal, Road Transport, Mines, they are in the process of integrating through API their portals so that there is a two-way communication of data between our portal and their portal. Just one glimpse, if you can see, on an average, environment clearance used to take about 600 days in the 2014, pre-2014 time. It has been brought down to about 62 days now with the advent of this system. So that is the power of this system. Just a few case studies. I'll not dwell too much into it, but various projects just to illustrate how expeditious clearances have helped in nation building, at the same time safeguarding the environment. A 900 crore project of coal mine over an area of 1500 hectare getting approved in 50 days, maintaining all environmental safeguards. A 3500 crore highway project in Andhra getting approved in 35 days. 5,500 crore hydro project in Maharashtra getting approved in 50 days and taking into consideration all environmental aspects. That is the beauty of this system. This is a experiment portal which can be replicated by other regulatory agencies as well. Its architecture is modular, configurable, scalable. The GIS system is really puts a lot of power into this system, and various regulatory authorities can look at use of GIS and space-based data to enhance the functionalities of their portals. We are in the process of integrating this portal with AI and machine learning systems. We are planning to put in place a 24/7 chatbot support, and various environmental baseline data are generally needed by the project proponent. We are trying to integrate those also into this thing. And lastly, we are also planning to set up an app for the regulatory agencies as well as the PPs to provide notifications under this portal. So these are some of the things that we plan to do in future. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri S. Lakshmi Narayanan, Deputy General Manager, Corporate Center, B and FIC L&T, for his presentation on application of digitization in business and projects. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And I feel privileged and elated to address such a great group of people who have been developing the nation and become born or we have been the backbone for the country. So from Larsen to Brew, I would like to represent how the digital journey have been taken place so far and what are the key things we have been doing in our organization. I have plethora of data to show you, plethora of applications to show you, but I have selected very few so that can address the right context of the day. So with this said, I would like to show some few information about what is L&D. Many of you know that. I would like to show some of them to give you a feel about. So L&D started in 1938 as an organization which works on dairy equipment, wherein in 2025 you could see we are into anyone you name it, including launching satellites, including missile systems, including any industry you can talk about. So our expansion predominantly in 50 countries, our annual revenue have grown more than $30 billion with 5.75 lakh workforce, 87 years of Imagineering. Imagineering basically is adapting imagination as well as creating engineering parallelly. That's how we have grown all the way. So the IC, what I pertaining to buildings and factories, is one of the vertical in Larsen & Toubro Limited, which takes care of all the airports, the iconic structures like the Statue of Unity. We have office spaces, we have institutional spaces, and many more. So with this scale, depth, and the operation capability, so we have delivered all. We are bringing you some features what we have been using, which enabled our project or enabled our project to get completed on time, safer, and in a better quality. Why do we get into a construction industry with a lot of digital ecosystem? predominantly there are a huge requirement. Since last 10 years, the requirement have been growing up faster and much higher. If you could see 94 billion infrastructure investment is needed in the next 20 years. That is going to be the huge task which we haven't done in last 1 or 2 decades. Then the estimated global construction output gonna be 14.4 trillion. So the numbers talks a lot about the need for the construction industry to adopt the digital technologies all around. So with this context, I'm trying to bring in the problem statement. What are the problems we have? What are the challenges we have, and how that transform into opportunities? The primary thing which talks about the carbon footprint reduction, that is one of the important goal. We have net zero target of 2040 within our organization, aligned with the national interest. We have a huge shortage of skilled workforce. Any industry in India, if you can talk, apparently there is a huge shortage of skilled workforce. Then we have a low productivity and the quality. That's because again we are not having skills, though we are having our own features like CSTI to train the workforce. But most of them are they are not into the same sector. They keep moving across, and that impacts the industry as well. Then we have a construction material wastage. That is one other factor we are trying to improve. How we can bring it down, and apparently the time and cost overrun, which is one of the perennial problem. With these informations, we could see there are 4 opportunities. Every challenges are coming up with the new opportunities. Those are the digital adoptions, your robotics, the technological advancement apparently, and the artificial intelligence. So our digital journey, transformation of L&T's digital journey started in 2008. With the fundamental transformation happens through the digitization of all the processes. We call it the ERP system, where we have completely digitized whatever the manual documents we have. From there on, we moved to the process automation, where in 2010 it has started, where the key processes were automated. We brought in the robotics process automation. We have auto stocks. We have brought in the auto P&L systems, which reduced a lot of manual intervention. Then we moved forward for the digital visualization. This stage we reached in 2013, where we started using building information modeling, where Power BI dashboards for understanding how my project is performing, organization is performing, and how am I getting the productivity, comparing with what we have been doing so far. From 2015 onwards, we had a great push for adapting to the latest technologies like the IoTs, the gateways, the mobile apps, which enabled us to have connected system across all the projects, which flows back the information into a dashboard, which gives a better feel of what is happening on my project, where am I giving my, where my productivity is getting improved, am I efficient in achieving things, am I utilizing things appropriately, or am I wasting the resources? From there on, now the journey towards further is more into the predictive analysis. It is more into a data analytics, where the predictive and prescriptive analytics are being taken place with all the data, whatever we have collected. End of the day, this era is driven by the data, because the data is going to be the new gold. With the data, whatever been accumulated so far, this will be the game changer in prescriptive and predictive analysis. So with that, I'll just give you a quick heads up on how it used to be, the pile up of the complete documents, the drawings, the way we have been doing survey. That has got completely changed now in the digital era, where we started using drone system. We have a cloud server, and we have much enriched office spaces where people work on with advanced features. So I would like to show some of the features, some of the solutions we have adopted, considering the problems and constraints we have seen, how these features have been used in our organization. Like the one which talk about safety going to be the prime focus of any organization, apparently. So the safety app is an app which is being adopted invariably, not been mentioned as an optional. That's a mandatory requirement for every project to adapt, and the report, everything will come through that. In fact, all the stakeholders in every project what we are operating, they have been given access so that they can really see what is going on safety features, and they can raise any issues. Anyone can raise issues to understand, address, and take the corrective action. So which says that more than 5,000 observations are being submitted every month, and we have more than 400 projects running in this app, and around 35,000 users are there. So this gives the volume and depth of the safety app being used, and this app is the one which is driving the commencement of any activity. Before commencing any activity through the app, we will raise something called a safe to start. That safe to start request will be approved by the project manager as well as the safety in charge, to ensure that the environment is safe for the people to work on, so that there will not be any mishaps. We can do a preventive measures for that. Then coming to workforce management. So we could see there are more than 2.5 to 3.5 lakh workforce coming and going. The main problem with our industry is we have workforce coming in, they didn't stay back. Matter of a month or two, they go back to the different field. It could be farming, it could be something else, but they doesn't stay back for a long. So what we try to do is we try to digitize our workforce entry. So any workman who enters into the organization or enters into the project site, they get registered. We get we get them inside our system through onboarding process, where even with Aadhaar and mobile number we register that entry. With that, we have a complete list of database for the workman with their skills and their knowledge and whatever they have done in the past site, whether they have done any mishap, they have done any safety violations, all those things will get recorded. So when they go for the new project or new project sites, they would need to go and do registration again, but with the data of their mobile number and the Aadhaar card, they can easily retrieve and what this person is, what skills he is in need of, where we can focus on his training. That will help us in moving forward. So apparently we can see more than 300,000 works connected daily, and 21,000 users are there on any given point of time. And it is around 3.5 million plus workers are onboarded so far. And coming to the connected systems, IoT, this is again the buzzword where every organization is working on. So all the equipment, including tower cranes, your batching plants, your any transit mixers, everything are connected to a system called the Internet of Things. This is IoT, which plugs in the information back to the dashboard showing how am I operating, am I efficient, where are my bottlenecks, where are my pitfalls, how can I overcome those things. Those dashboards will give you help for the predictive analysis as well. So you can see around 15,000 equipments are already connected with that, with asset family of 350. So then moving to geospatial platform, this platform gives a different world to us where the surveys are being done through LiDAR systems, through our drones, and that even helps us during the pre-bid tender design and construction stage, where you don't have much access to the site. We can use these systems to get more data, which is more transparent as well as more digital information on it. You can see more than 2,600 topographic sheets are available with us, and the construction resources like cement quarry, all those things are using more than 456 of these geospatial platforms. Then coming to the material management, when I was talking about the problem statement, I was talking about the wastage of material. So this platform helps in from the moment the material received at site, from there on how it is getting consumed and where is it stocked, how am I using that, what is the sequence of material flowing in. In fact, if you remember, we have done a Statue of Unity. So every material, every bronze material, every structural material have been tagged with this material management tool, and that is with the RFID, or you can say QR code. And every element which is getting installed in the statue have been mapped and routed, and with that only the entire thing was done. So around 10 unique material key types have been tracked so far, and around 1.5 million material tags have been used. Now coming to the quality and safety are ingrained things for the project anyway. So when you talk about quality, we have brought in end-to-end the quality process, the entire quality requirement from the BOQ, from the contract app have been brought into your quality system called Sanyo, which automatically ensures the correct quality process have been adopted. The request for the inspection, the request for the approval, everything happens to the quality app, which helps the digital transparency across all the stakeholders, as well as it eliminates any doubt of the records being created on right time. So then coming to the important other element is called a design engineering. So the design engineering remains the pivotal area where the project will govern through. If my design is getting delayed or any impact on the design stages, that will have a cascading effect in my procurement as well as construction. To ensure that the design is on track, to ensure the flow of activities are digitized and the flow of activities are seamless, we brought in multiple tools. There are more than 16 now tools, and there are 30 external tools have been used, which will integrate the design flow, document flow, and it will enable that the design process is streamlined. Then visual analytics. This is one of the another key area where the predictive measures are being adapted through CCTV cameras. So we have multiple CCTV cameras, around 238 connected cameras are there together in every location, and it visualizes, it sees the project and understands. You can see there in the image. So it indicates, it reads to the person and understands whether are they using the PPs appropriately, are they doing the job right, are they exhausted, do they have the active work culture over there, any anomalies. Oh, thank you so much. So any anomalies being identified, in a proactive way, get identified and get reduced. So this also helps in doing our data analytics and do our improvement over a period of time. Then coming to the planning function forms the backbone as well as the brain for the organization. How do we plan? How do we execute? It all be in sequence and visualize how things are moving on. So the planning function is adopted with IPMS, and we have slides to talk about, which is having a centralized hub where the complete project schedule is loaded into the system with the entire flow of activities being captured with my sequence, including the resources. Then the automation process of the design, procurement, construction being monitored through the planning tool. So more than 25 projects are there with that currently, and around 200,000 the data are already there inside this. So these are some of the glimpse of the tools. I have plethora of data, but I would like to show only less. But we'll talk more about these tools. So with this information, I'm trying to showcase the connected information or connected data across all the functionalities of the project. For example, from the design stage to safety, material tracking, or I would say the fuel, the quality, workman progress, everything are connected together to form one ecosystem of a project progress and project monitoring that will enable the project to move on with the right speed. So, so when I'm connecting that, I'm talking about the integrated project management system, where I was talking about in the planning functions, which integrates my design, procurement, construction, safety, quality, and all those things. Why do we need this? The main reason behind this is we have every functions working independently. For example, design, the procurement, construction, everything are working in silos. But unless until these things mutually communicate, start sharing data, and take corrective actions based on this data-driven information, we may not be able to reach out the common objective of a project completing on time. So to do that, all these independent tools, independent areas are connected together to form a common dashboard where all the data inputs are being brought in. We also have a mobile dashboard from this, as well as it is having a BIM 4D analysis. However, I'll just quickly show you the dashboard, how it looks like. This gives a complete information about how my project is traveling in terms of S-curve, plan versus actual, with my Gantt chart to talk about the overview, quantity-based progress, how am I performing, and a health indicator about all these factors: design, procurement, construction, safety, and quality. And it talks about even the milestone. So one dashboard gives you complete information about how am I traveling. Apparently, if you move further, I'm going to talk about engineering. Why am I talking only about engineering dashboard? Is there is no specific yardstick so far in addressing the engineering progress. People quite often talk about number of drawings received, number of drawings issued. But the problem is the drawings issued are only the deliverables. They are the output, but those are not process. How do we track the process of design? How do we track the process of interface associated with the design? That is critical. So this dashboard indicates what is the plan percentage I supposed to achieve, how much am I traveling in actuals, what is my backlog. I can go and drill down to understand which drawing is delaying my project and where it is affecting it because of the delay in drawing. What procurement can get delayed, what construction can delay, all those things get tracked down. In fact, we can also identify and understand the efficiency of the designers on what level of revision my drawings are getting approved. So this one dashboard will really take the design monitoring process to a different level. So I have such tools for the procurement, construction. All these things are collated, but just I'm leaving it to design process. I'll go to the next thing. Sir was mentioning about the one of the communication management system where we have a critical communication problem. But when we deal with the people at project sites, it could be workmen, it could be the staff. Everyone are not so extroverts. Everyone not are so having communication savvy. Most of them, they will retain the problems within themselves. They will not, or they will hesitate to communicate. So how do we bring out those problems which can eliminate the communications gap and which can also enhance the integrity of the project? Is the communication tool. So if you see, every project site will have more than around 100 to 200 staffs and around 2,000, 3,000 workmen. Everyone have certain deliverables to deliver as per their plan, and they also have some obligations. Someone have to give work friends, someone have to give material, someone have to give design. So much of obligations also they have. So what they does, they start. There is an app wherein they can automatically inform, this is my area, this is my requirement, this person have to give this information to me by this day. It automatically collates, and with that we can easily figure out a Power BI dashboard to see who is having more information to share, who is having more pending issues. We can, if the moment, if that person is addressed, like the Pareto rule, 80-20 rule. If this 20% of problem is addressed, 80% of your solutions are on board already. So that is the way this follow-up tool has been brought in. Then we talk about BIM. BIM is the integral part of construction now. It's not been separated. Now everything is running through BIM. You can see this is augmented reality, wherein the existing construction project with the future, the ducts and pipes are being connected together, which indicates how we can augment the existing BIM with the future data to see how am I connected, what is my interfaces, how do I coordinate. That can actually help in monitoring the progress. Similarly, this is one of our BIM studio we have, where everyone are connected to one common platform in in the studio, where they can do a walkthrough for the BIM model and understand the nitty-gritties, identify the clashes, or even take the approval from the material as well. And with this, the major problem is these BIM models are requiring a huge size of software. Every organization or every system may not have that much of huge software. It is a cost requirement as well as the space requirement for the system. To eliminate that, we brought in a system called a VAP, which is a visual process tool, where the model runs in the browser itself. You could see I brought in a tool just to show. This is a Hyderabad International Airport project tool. So you can see plan versus actual comparison through the model in the web server. This one talks about structural steel progress. This one talks about finishing progress. The one purple are ahead of schedule, the red are behind schedule, and green are completed. That's a notation we have. Then we have aluminum framework. So facade walls. So every element of a project getting tracked through a BIM model, it will give you a visual feel. See, whatever the data we read through the project schedule or a report may not last long unless we see things in a visual arena. That can really get to that. I'll show a quick walkthrough video. Most of the cases, we present a project progress in terms of a presentation. But when big set of stakeholders who come in, a small video can give complete change in picture. And fine. That's on the 4D platform, and this is on the L&T-I, which is the L&T ecosystem where the complete business processes are integrated together into a data sources. From there, we are getting into one data lake where the analytics layers are filled in, and we are working towards the predictive analysis part of it. So far we have been seeing what is happened so far in our organization, how these features are benefiting us in progressing. These are our vision for future, where we have value chain for optimizing, and we have AI, ML for computer visions, integrated logistic management plan, automations, as well as the sustainable developments are in the process of development. With this, this is my final slide anyway, which talks about our future, where the current work is going on project AI, equipment AI, workforce AI. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for patient listening. The digital transformation is not about technology. It's about reimagining construction or a project, redefining the reliability and empowering our people. L&T always have been building the nation. Now we are building the future for the project management. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Ms. Shruti Bajaj, Senior Manager CSR, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, for her presentation on CSR dashboard. Madam, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My warm wishes to all of you this morning, and a special thanks to the dignitaries in the front row of this forum for allowing me and giving this opportunity to me to represent my organization, Indian Oil Corporation, and present before you our special digital initiative, which is internal governance system on the CSR. So this is CSR dashboard. Before I move ahead with the flow of the presentation for the day, I would like to introduce this initiative with a small thought that we imbibe as an employee of the organization, that systemic interventions in our organization are not merely some transparent governance systems, but these are at the heart of our ethos because these are proactive and pro-people interventions before they turn into transparency or accountability. So one such initiative that we have been able to take up within our organizations is the CSR dashboard. So for the next few minutes, I'll take you through Indian Oil at a glance, CSR at Indian Oil, need for the dashboard that I'm going to talk about, and the features of the dashboard. I'm sure everyone today is aware of the biggest energy major, one of the biggest energy major in the country, and that is Indian Oil. And it is important right now to talk about the enormity of its operations and its wide geographic presence across the length and breadth of the country. So, as the largest refiner, as one of the largest pipeline network holder, as an integrated value chain across hydrocarbon sector, be it petroleum products or petrochemicals, be it exploration and production, you name it, in the energy sector, and Indian Oil has its presence there and everywhere. So this, why I talk about is something that we would also learn later in the presentation. Because of the enormity of our operations, the kind of revenue that we hold, the kind of profits that we make, we are bound by the mandate of the government, of our constitutions, which takes us back to the Companies Act of 2013, giving us the mandate of fulfilling at least 2% of our average net profit spent for the previous 3 financial years in corporate social responsibility initiatives. So given the scale of operations and the requirement of the mandate of law, it is desired of us to contribute towards the society through the CSR initiatives across the country because of our geographic presence. So why at all did we need the CSR dashboard? For the compliance purpose, which I talked about, that is under the Schedule 7 of the Section 135 of Companies Act, we are required to fulfill certain mandate, and the mandate is listed with certain requirements which are to be fulfilled not only centrally by any corporate, but also in the geographies where they are specifically present. Then we have national focus. There are certain national flagship programs run by the Government of India, which we align our projects with. So we are also bound by certain mandates that we need to fulfill. For example, if we have National Health Mission running, and if there is a guideline from the Department of Public Enterprises that the theme for the CSR initiatives for this year is healthcare and nutrition. So we are supposed to monitor all our CSR projects that they fit into the mandate, and are we fulfilling them or not. Collaboration with the government entities. Who are all our stakeholders, the NGOs, the government entities, the public authorities for whom we are doing these initiatives or with whom we are doing these initiatives. The impactful initiatives for marginalized sections. This is a very important part we need the dashboard for, because it is important for us to monitor the beneficiaries, the last mile population, whether or not we are actually reaching the target beneficiary of all our projects. And then prioritizing the SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals. Here I talk about the compliance and the enormity of scale. So that is what I was leading you to, the initial parts of my presentation, saying that we are executing more than 500 projects, more than 500 CSR projects every year, given the amount of average profits for the 3 financial years. So we hold a budget of around 450 to 600 crores of CSR budget every year, for which we execute more than 500 projects across 28 states, across 8 UTs. And also, I am representing the CSR from the corporate, but I do have my decentralized teams working under the different divisions, under the different units, who look after the decentralized CSR projects. And there are specific CSR teams who are looking after the projects under their region, under their state, or under their given local refinery or a pipeline unit. It becomes easier for us to monitor the projects if there is a combined centralized portal right sitting here, wherein I can fulfill compliance, wherein I can fulfill monitoring, wherein I can fulfill reporting as well. But as of now, but before the CSR dashboard, there were only Excel sheets running in the background at my units, and I was just waiting to get them over the emails. Internal and external reporting. So when I would wait for the Excel sheets to get into the emails, this would create a tedious job for us to compile the data across the geographies, getting each project detail along with the beneficiary data, along with the budget expenditure data, and taking days and hours to compile them and send them for compliance in the CSR form or to the DP or to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So compliance, monitoring, and reporting was a challenge before the CSR dashboard initiative was taken by our organization. Introducing the CSR dashboard to you. So the features of the dashboard that we brought in for the ease of compliance, monitoring, and reporting of every CSR project in a centralized way. This is the feature that says that CSR dashboard has now become the centralized repository of data, wherein every unit comes at a single platform. All CSR officers will log in into a single platform and enter every minute detail of the CSR initiative that they are taking place at the location. And this is not after that they have undertaken the project. This is right from conceptualizing the project. So the conceptualizing of the project will also be visible to the senior management so that it is assessed whether it fits into the Schedule 7 of the Act or not. Periodic updates, anytime real-time updates can be made right from a need assessment visit to a particular site. Right away, it can be put into the dashboard, and me sitting at the corporate office or our senior management can view that the need assessment of that project has been done or a baseline survey has been conducted. Right away, photos and media can be uploaded, beneficiary testimonials or the baseline survey testimonials that we take from the beneficiaries who are the target beneficiaries for our project. Right from the 0 milestone to the 100th milestone, the entire project journey can be tapped into this one centralized repository that we call as our CSR dashboard. Comprehensive reporting. So now no more filtering from the Excel sheets that I used to get from my 50 units. So there is one place where I can we have created cascading style sheets from this dashboard, and we can just modify the formats wherever, in whatever formats those are desired by different external authorities and also our internal authorities. So I can give district-wise reports, trust area-wise reports, unit-wise reports, state-wise expenditure reports, and whatever filters that we can think of, we can create right a click away. The CSR dashboard has not invested as many resources as it has given the outcome. It has a very simple IT-based architecture, which includes a web application, which is accessed through our browsers, through our intranet, because this is an internal portal. This is developed in the Model View Controller.NET framework, and it is in-house developed. There is no external source that has been taken for development of the same, and it is hosted in our Indian Oil intranet. So we can access it with the login ID. And even if I am not a CSR user, I will be able to at least view the projects. And the CSR teams would be able to make changes or upload data into the projects. So the database is based on the Oracle. So it has a very basic architecture, but the outcomes that we are reaping out of it are very huge. This is how we utilize it in a very simple manner by our CSR teams. I can just enter a project, and while my unit is entering a project, me at the corporate office will be able to view whether or not it is validated by the Companies Act. So project initiation and then entering the financial details after the budget allocation or the appropriation of the budget, which is done at the corporate. So it can be viewed at one click away that whether or not there is budget utilization, which is mandated by law, is happening timely or not. So the journey of budget utilization and the journey of each project is captured by the CSR dashboard. And then I can also track the location and beneficiaries, which is very important for any CSR initiatives, because ultimately any project is targeting a particular locality or a particular set of marginalized section of people who will be our beneficiaries. So it's important that we know that our project has reached the last mile population for whom the project was planned. The asset and the utilities created. Indian Oil is majorly spending, doing CSR initiatives in enhancing the medical health infrastructure. So if I have been giving some equipments at a particular government hospital or a primary health center, or am I creating a school or a skill development center, all the assets created, all the utilities handed over, along with the details of the authorities to whom we have handed over, will get captured here, which earlier was very difficult to get back after 2 or 3 years of the project from whomsoever we were doing the project with. So this becomes a repository for us to retrieve as and when required by either of the internal authorities or the external authorities. All the documentation right from initiation of the project up to the asset handover and impact assessment can be captured in the CSR dashboard. And finally, the project completion activities, that is asset handing over, physical closure of the project, and financial closure of the project, along with the independent agency auditor's report. So everything from 0 to 100 comes project wise. I click on the project and I see the journey of the project. The impact and benefits has been huge, as I talked about. For us, it has been a boon to have the CSR dashboard. Otherwise, the Excel sheets rotating from units to the corporate office, then going back to the units for corrections in rupees in lakhs or rupees in crores was something which we were dealing with daily sitting at the corporate office. So it has enhanced visibility, knowledge exchange. So one of my units can see what other unit projects are doing, and they can also learn from those projects and do similar kind of activities in their areas too. So this is mutual learning as well, other than the other benefits. Ease of monitoring. At a click away, we can monitor how many projects and how much of it we have executed day in, day out. And enhanced reporting, which are robust and comprehensive, both for internal management and for external authority reporting purposes. Going ahead with this dashboard, we propose integrating, we are already in the process of it, integrating AI capabilities, and we already have our in-house developed AI platform, which we call as Banyan Tree. So this is our own in-house agentic AI, which has all the manuals and policies uploaded into it, and all the sections of the act are also uploaded into it. So if I'm giving a project to the dashboard, it will tell me whether or not it fits into Schedule 7, or if it fits into Schedule 7, what item does it fit into? So this analysis of validation of a project and the journey of the project, that when is it expected to get completed, predictability, and how much it will be the budget utilization by the end of the financial year, or the impact assessment of a certain project. So eligible projects will get automatically filtered for conducting impact assessment. And with the help of AI capabilities, that impact assessment report of 400 to 500 pages automatically gets converted into an executive summary, which is also a mandatory requirement of our annual CSR report. So executive summary of say 50-60 projects needs to be uploaded into the annual CSR report. So these are the additional features that we are planning to incorporate. Yeah, in fact, they are already in progress, so we will be able to utilize them shortly as well. And here I would present just brief of how this CSR dashboard has grown over the years.
Across India, countless lives are touched every day by acts that bring comfort, strength, and a chance to rise. Indian Oil has long stood beside communities through education, healthcare, skilling, which includes projects of national importance and flagship projects like comprehensive cancer care, TB elimination program, sickle cell anemia program for tribals, cheetah introduction program, Indian Oil Vidushi, Assam Oil College of Nursing, Skill Development Institute Bhubaneswar, and support during their most crucial moments. These efforts aren't just initiatives, they are gestures that uplift, reassure, and make everyday life a little brighter. To bring all these efforts together, clear, organized, and easy to follow, Indian Oil has introduced the CSR dashboard, a single digital space that captures the scale of work happening across the country. Earlier, monitoring depended on Excel sheets shared through emails. As projects multiplied across units and divisions, the need for real-time visibility and reliable MIS grew stronger. The CSR dashboard answers that need with a unified platform where every authorized unit or division can add, update, and review CSR projects with ease. From project status to fund utilization, from beneficiary numbers to category-wise listings, every detail is now neatly available. Projects can be viewed state-wise, district-wise, or by thrust areas, giving teams a clear picture of how support reaches people across regions. The dashboard also allows uploading reports, documents, and photographs, creating a complete record for every initiative. Budget utilization can be tracked effortlessly, and MIS reports for current and previous years can be generated anytime in multiple formats. There is also a facility to include new projects, as well as those from earlier years, ensuring nothing is left out. Units and divisions can review performance highlights, understand the spread of initiatives, and view photographs that show the real impact on the ground. With timely MIS reports and transparent project tracking, teams can clearly see how each proposal is moving and how support reaches the people who need it. The Indian Oil CSR dashboard brings clarity, speed, and reach to every initiative, keeping every project visible, every effort accountable, and every outcome meaningful. Indian Oil, touching lives beyond energy.
Let's together build a nation with such a transparent governance, so much so that we can trust in it more than ourselves. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you, Madam. Once again, I request all our eminent speakers to adhere to the timelines. Now I request Ms. Vinita Singh, General Manager Projects, Steel Authority of India Limited, for her presentation on Digital Project Management Solution. Madam, please.
Thank you, Preeti. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Vinita Singh, General Manager Projects, Steel Authority of India Limited, and it's a great honor and a proud privilege for me to be here today on the 63rd Foundation Day of the Central Vigilance Commission. The aphorisms of Peter F. Drucker, the great management guru, what gets measured gets managed, what gets measured gets done, highlights the importance of metrics, the quantifiable measurements that help us to evaluate performance and progress. The results may confront or comfort, but they do guide. Steel Authority of India Limited, a Maharatna CPSC, has a vision to expand the steel capacity to 35 million tons per annum by the year 2030. Aligned with this vision and the vision to align with Viksit Bharat 2047, completion of projects within time and budget is just not a goal, but a necessity. We aim to enhance the percentage of sale steel in everybody's life. The objective behind implementation of DPMS, Digital Project Management Solution, is not just to complete the tasks or to meet the deadline, but also to uphold the trust of the stakeholders, enhance efficiency, improve productivity, and maximize return on investment. As in case of all digital initiatives, the emphasis of DPMS is on transparency and accountability. Transparent processes and accountable actions will ensure that the project is well managed and the project managers and the stakeholders are ethically responsible. DPMS has been developed using NPulse, a cloud-based integrated project controlling and monitoring platform. Initially developed by Nadi Information Technologies, it was later acquired by Bentley Systems. Our partner in successful implementation of DPMS in SAIL has been Mansicom Consultants Private Limited. As the system is cloud-based, the project managers can access the system from anywhere with an internet location. It helps them to collaborate, communicate, and connect with all the stakeholders seamlessly. As the system is also available on mobile devices, the site managers can upload the progress, the pictures, login issues, and resolve issues from the construction site itself. DPMS through APIs has been successfully integrated with the existing digital solutions in SAIL, which are being used for tendering, submission and approval of drawings, and processing of bills. This has enabled automatic exchange of data and created a uniform workflow, reducing the need to navigate between multiple digital solutions. DPMS comprises of 5 modules and encompasses all phases of a project, right from formulation of a proposal to approval, tendering to award of contract, execution, completion, commissioning, monitoring and controlling, right up to project closure. Visual tools like the Gantt charts and the S-curves help project managers to compare between the planned progress and the actual progress and take remedial measures to keep the project on track. The provision for uploading geotagged and time-stamped photographs provide the accurate information about the actual progress at site and also facilitates remote monitoring. 3D models help project managers to have a clear picture of the project phase right from design to completion. And 3D models also help our project managers to understand design better, which was not possible with 2D drawings. Hindrance register, which literally meant maintaining a hard copy of a register and was signed physically by the employer and the contractor, has been mapped into the system. All the issues causing delay, the impact on the project, and the party accountable for the delay is entered into the system. We have also provided role-based customized access to the contractors, and no issue is closed without the mutual consent of both the parties. This brings in transparency, accountability, trust, and faith amongst the stakeholders. And the hindrance register will also help in delay analysis and in case of any dispute arising out of cost and time escalation. A very special feature we have mapped in the system is the system for escalating an issue. Any task which lies on the critical path and has a direct impact on the project completion date, if not completed within the scheduled time frame, alerts in the form of email is sent to the project manager, and if not resolved at the level of the project manager, it goes up to the next higher authority, and the system has a provision for escalating the issues, unresolved issues, right up to the CMD. Power BI dashboards have been customized as per the need of the stakeholders. The visibility in the form of graphs, charts, reports, analytics, and the drill down facility helps the project managers to keep a track of the project progress, identify the bottlenecks, and take data-based informed decisions to resolve all the issues. Centralized repository is a very, very important feature of this system. As I mentioned earlier, all the phases of the project are being covered in DPMS. Hence, right from the feasibility report, the detailed project report, the tender documents, the board approvals, the recommendations of the technical and the commercial committee, everything is available in the system. The system acts as a single source of truth. There are no more silos of information, the version control, the accuracy, everything is been taken care of by the system. And also, we look forward that as the data is built up in the system, it will act as a knowledge bank. What strategies worked, what pitfalls to be avoided. They will provide valuable insights for future projects. And also, in case of dispute resolution, because all dispute resolution mechanisms rely heavily on factual evidence to come to an outcome. Moving ahead, as the system stabilizes and matures, we look forward to use OCR technology to convert the physical documents into digital files, use AI to automate routine tasks, and also use AI to analyze the vast volume of data which will be built up over a period of time to provide data-driven recommendations and insights. We look forward to integrate the 3D models with the L2 schedules so that we have a better visualization of the projects. Transformation from the manual measurement books to e-measurement books and electronic bills will not only help us to minimize human errors, the discrepancies and the biases, but it will also help in easier processing and payment of the bills. And we look forward by enhancing the competence of the internal IT team. As I mentioned earlier, our implementation partners are Mansicom, who are there with us for the support and maintenance. We want that in future, our IT team will take over the system and will be able to make further improvements in the system. At the end, I would like to reiterate that measurement defines success. When we measure outcomes, behaviors start to align, priorities become clear, momentum is built, time and energy flows towards achievement of targets, and the progress becomes visible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for your insightful presentation. Now, I request Shri Saket Bhowal, Group General Manager, Digital Technology Solutions, Engineers India Limited, for his presentation on Integrated AI-based Cost Estimation System. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, esteemed audience. In this presentation, we will outline the challenges of cost estimation practices, followed by the key drivers behind development of the solution. We'll introduce the concept of AI-based cost estimation, and we'll also present the insights from the pilot development. We'll briefly cover the methodology, including data sets, analytical approaches, model training, as well as deployment. Finally, we'll highlight the tangible benefits realized from the AI-based cost estimation and conclude with the way forward. Let us start with a small film.
In an era where engineering complexity is increasing and timelines are shrinking, intelligence becomes the true differentiator. Engineers India Limited has always stood for engineering excellence in the energy sector. Today, that excellence is powered by in-house artificial intelligence solutions. EIL's deep multidisciplinary domain knowledge and subject matter expertise are being translated into AI-based applications developed in-house to deliver real engineering and enterprise value. Accurate cost estimation is critical to project success. ENG AI Costing is an AI-enabled in-house application developed at EIL to support faster and more reliable project cost estimation. Built on EIL's internal equipment and historical cost database, it reduces manual effort while improving consistency and accuracy. Using explainable AI models, costing engineers can clearly understand how each estimate is derived, ensuring transparency, traceability, and confidence in decision making.
Challenges in cost estimation remain due to wide variation in design and limited availability of comparable historical data. Traditionally, cost estimation is done manually, which is time consuming, and the result depends on the skill and experience of the performer. For accurate estimation, often large database is to be analyzed. When the parameters and volume of data exceed certain limit, it may cross the capability of human performer. Added to these are the uncertainties of bidding. What we want is a rational cost estimation which is driven by data. This solution is developed internally in EIL as part of our digital drive. We used in-house historical database. We found AI is a suitable solution for this, as it can learn cost drivers and provide faster estimate. Along with AI expertise, we used domain knowledge in our engineering and cost estimation. We used the historical data along with cost database, along with the price indices. The knowledge and experience of our subject matter experts are taken care into the system. Now let us look at the problem statement. We wanted to develop an AI model which will assist the cost engineers for cost estimation of pressure vessels in using the technical requirements along with other relevant information. And why we chosen pressure vessels? Because in EIL, when we do engineering procurement, we do the pressure vessels as engineered vessel. So there will not be any variation between the bidders based on their design. And we have sufficient in-house database available for cost estimation of pressure vessels. And this is a significant requirement for us because in our projects, we procure a lot of pressure vessels every year. Now let us see the methodology. We start with the domain understanding. What are the cost components? What among them are the primary important? Then we go for the model development, evaluation of the model, and finally, when the model is mature, the application will be deployed. And we continuously monitor the performance of the model, and the retraining of the model, tuning of the model with new project data will be done as a continuous process. So let us see the steps of AI model development. As in every model development, the first stage is data cleaning. Quality of data is taken care through data processing by extracting and separating of data, and by removing the outliers, which are the very high value or low values. This we do with insights from our subject matter experts. Then performance of the model is improved through feature engineering, like creating categories for weights or for thickness. Finally, with clean data, the data set will be divided into two. One is for the training and another is for the testing. Then we do experimentation with different algorithms to find out which algorithm is best fit for this application. And ultimately, the model which is trained and developed, it will be checked with super for the unseen data for validation. So as you can see, the solution utilizes the standard data used in cost estimation, and data is automatically transferred through digitization, which is already achieved in our system, and the solution is built over that. And as for the model development, we used Python. Now let us look at the data set. So we'll see that the data set is not uniformly distributed. For example, the stainless steel and alloy steel vessels, they contribute up to 15% of the past data. Remaining are carbon steel vessels. Similarly, for cladded vessels are only 5%. Remaining are non-cladded. Similar things we can see in the weight categories also. So the accuracy of models varies when the data set are smaller and there is lack of diversity in the data. So how we address this problem? We take the insights from our SMEs by feature engineering. So they create the categories which we can use for the model to understand that how they have to treat with the cases with small data. Ultimately, when the model is tested and we come to some satisfactory performance, we go for the implementation. And in this case, there is no industry benchmark is available. So we are comparing with the manual estimation. And once we are satisfied, we will go for the deployment. We go for the deployment of the model, and a cost engineer, they will use the new project data and new project information for cost estimation. The solution will give the cost estimation. So this is a screenshot from the exact application. So cost estimation is normally done in before EMD and during the bid comparison stage. So we gave provision for both. And if we see the benefits of AI-based cost estimation, this is presently used as an assistive tool. So data-driven, so no human bias, experience of SMEs built into, and the solution is agnostic of individual experience and skill, and provide details of past similar cases to the cost engineers to give them confidence, because we give importance to the human in the loop. And the solution is reduced from manual errors because the manual process is reduced and the speed is increased significantly, as you can see. So this is a sample result of a vessel with 18 metric tons of and material is carbon steel. So you can see that the comparable output for manual estimate and cost estimate, AI based. So in 1 year, we do say approximately 300 equipment. Manual estimation take around 300 hours. AI based estimation will take less than 5 hours. So we'll be saving around 295 hours, which is approximately 98%. Going ahead, we are updating the model with the new project data, and we are trying, and presently we are finding that the performance of the model is more better than the manual methods, but still we are analyzing the data to improve the performance, and those new project data we are building into the model, and in future we'll develop models for other equipment too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A few questions have been received from the audience. Now I request Ms. Vinita Singh, General Manager Projects, Steel Authority of India Limited, to lead the question and answer session and to direct the questions to the respective speaker. Okay.
Thank you. I have received few queries or clarifications that shows the interest of all the participants in the presentation. So one of the query was regarding institutional safeguards which are built into Parivesh 2.0 to maintain transparency and accountability in the appraisal process. So here I would like to say that as I had mentioned in the presentation itself, the entire workflow architecture of Parivesh 2.0 is based on the rules. It's defined by the rules. So authorities are mapped as per the rules, and the entire workflow architecture flows from the rules. And the second part is that at various stages of appraisal, for example, we have public hearings, we have minutes of the meetings of the external expert appraisal committees. All of these are put up on the website as a part of our transparency initiative. So various stages of appraisal are put up on the portal for transparency purpose. The second query was regarding post-clearance monitoring and compliance, whether the functionality is there. It is there. We have a compliance and monitoring module within the Parivesh. So all the conditions which are a part of any environment clearance or forest clearance, the project proponents are required to submit 6 monthly compliance reports. Now these reports are all available online. The project proponents have to submit these reports and submit the condition-wise compliance reports, and these are available in the entire system at the level of ministry, state governments, state environmental impact assessment authorities, our regional offices, and from time to time there is a protocol for random inspections, and so that protocol is followed. Then there were a very interesting question was on a very important point, I would say, on whether there is a provision to auto-escalate the deficiencies to the higher authorities. Now, this is a very important issue because currently we have a system of two types of queries. One is called additional detail sort and essential detail sort, ADS and EDS. So EDS is when there are any deficiency in the proposal. ADS is when we, during the appraisal, find some additional information is needed for a particular project. Currently, the ADS and EDS, these are raised at the level of member secretaries of our EACs, and there is no system of escalating it. So, resultantly, the number of ADS and EDS may tend to go up as well. So, although we monitor it at the, because the system does provide a monitoring mechanism, but this issue is certainly there. So to address that, now the new feature is being added in the portal, wherein whenever any additional, over and above the additional query, if there is any more information sought, that the member secretaries will have to escalate it to the next authority to take approval, because you can't have multiple queries on the same issue. And lastly, I had this clarification sought on whether the compensatory afforestation provision is there in the Parivesh. It is there. So whenever a forest clearance proposal is submitted, the project proponents are also required to upload the KML file of the land identified for compensatory afforestation. So when approving authorities, they definitely look at the land, whether the adequate land has been given for compensatory afforestation. Based on that, only the approvals are granted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri S. Lakshmi Narayanan to address the queries received from the delegates.
Well, thank you so much. In fact, I'm happy that there are some queries which apparently shows people have interest in these areas. One query Mr. Himanshu Jain has sent, he asked, you are getting 18,000 alerts generated through visual analytics. How do you prioritize them so that the teams focus on critical risk rather than being overwhelmed by the data? So, well, this 18,000 alerts are generated from multiple projects, and it is not being addressed from the central team. It is we have a team having placed in multiple projects, and it will not be 18,000 for them. It will be apparently 20 or 30 per project. So it will be easy for them to prioritize and address. If there are critical things which need the intervention of senior management or from the central team, only it will be hardly a few of 10 or 20 that will be addressed on the priority basis. And the question number 2 is from Mr. Guru Raj. What AI tools being used in quality planning and design engineering as digital solution support at L&T? So, well, thanks, fantastic question. So AI is the emerging and developing environment currently in L&T. we have deployed two tools, which is for the predictive analysis based on the tender document, based on the BOQ, as well as based on the information we have, which guides us in the process. Second thing, the planning and scheduling AI tool is in the development stage. We have come to around 70% stage of it. We are expecting that get rolled out in next 2 quarters or 3 quarters, uh, which based on the project information, project data, and the type of the project, automatically the schedule gets developed with the learning data what we have from past 14-15 years. So then on the design engineering, we are having standardization process, which is being done through AI to some extent, but we need to leap forward for a long time. We expect another 3 to 4 quarters for getting this design engineering being done through AI. Yes, there is a huge opportunity for AI to play a pivotal role in the construction industry, but at this instance, we are in the early stage of deployment and getting reaping benefit out of it. And from Mr. Nitin Kumar, whether there is any digital solution implemented by L&T to ensure that outsourced workers at project sites can be accurately accounted for, and that payments and statutory contributions are properly paid by the contractors. Sir, fantastic question. Thank you so much. This is being driven by two things. One, the process associated with the payment of the salaries, the remuneration to the workers, and the tracking of the procedures with the contractors. The second thing, the enrollment of workmen to understand whether how accurately they are coming in and how are accounting the number of workmen counted in. So as I was showcasing you in the presentation, there is a workforce management tool which accounts for the number of workmen entering into my premises with the time, with their all the associated data with me. And second thing, the payment process are being ensured because after issuance of bill, after completing the invoice payment to the subcontractors, those are verified in our audit to ensure that these guys have paid the subcontractors appropriately, and the subcontractors pay the worker appropriately. If there are some issues in payment to the worker, we will ensure that the subcontractor get into the process of paying him on time, or we will pay back to the workman and debit to the subcontractor. So our objective normally in the process chain is to ensure that the workman getting paid on monthly basis without fail for the well-being part of it. And thank you so much. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Shruti Bajaj, Senior Manager CSR IOCL, to address the queries. Madam, please.
One small request, Shruti. We can keep the answers brief. Seconds of आपको भी. We can have informal discussions afterwards also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a question from Mr. Rakesh Gupta, CVU sir from CBDT. Thank you for the question, sir. How is the data captured and updated at the back end for being presented on the dashboard? So our CSR teams at our unit are authorized to access and log in into the portal. So they will have to give their ID and login password, enter into the portal, and initiate the project. So sitting at our units, they are authorized from the corporate office and they can access the dashboard for updating, uploading, and whatever data that is required for the dashboard viewing at the corporate office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Shri Saket Bhowal, Group General Manager, Engineers India Limited, to address the queries. Sir, please.
Yes, the question I received is, does the data from regularly opening awarded tenders regarding cost, design, etc. flow automatically to the AI agent, or it is done manually at regular interval? So it flows automatically to the AI agent, and we only the model training that we do periodically, but the data flows automatically there because the solution takes care of the trend in the cost. So it is required that the data should flow automatically. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thank all the eminent speakers for gracing us with your presence and your enlightening deliberations.
Preventive vigilance is a package of measures to improve systems and procedures to eliminate and reduce corruption, promote transparency, and ease of doing business. Today, we aim to delve deeper into best practices, discuss preventive measures, and reaffirm our shared responsibility towards a corruption-free work environment through digital initiatives. Without further ado, we now turn our attention to session 2 on banking fraud prevention and risk management. This session will bring together senior banking officials to discuss enterprise risk frameworks and cyber fraud mitigation with speakers from State Bank of India, HDFC, and Punjab National Bank. I invite Shri Baldev Prakash, Deputy Managing Director and Chief Risk Officer, State Bank of India, Shri Manish Agarwal, Senior Executive Vice President, HDFC, and Shri Sanjeevan Nikhar, Chief General Manager and Chief Compliance Officer, Punjab National Bank, on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a great round of applause to all the speakers. The delegates who desire to interact with the speakers are requested to write their question and answer on the slip pad that is provided in the folder with their name, designation, and the organization's name, and give to the ushers that are present in the hall. The delegates are also requested to fill the feedback form and put it in the box outside the auditorium, please. Now I request Shri Baldev Prakashji, Deputy Managing Director and Chief Risk Officer, State Bank of India, for his presentation on enterprise-wide risk management and fraud prevention. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear sirs and ma'ams. So I'm Baldev Prakash, Deputy Managing Director and Group Chief Risk Officer at SBI Corporate Center, Mumbai. So I'll be taking you through the presentation on banking fraud prevention and risk management. Can we go to the first slide, please? Yes. So the fundamental question is why it matters. So banking fraud is no longer an isolated operational issue. Rather, it is a core risk to financial stability and institutional credibility. Yeah. So the traditional frauds were limited to individual accounts or individual branches. Now, these frauds have been replaced by large sum of money. The multi-entity, multi-geography, cross-geography frauds, and often involved various layered transactions. And the digital channels are becoming the more and more popular among the fraudsters. In the public sector banks, and particularly all the banks, we have an added responsibility of public trust, accountability, and transparency, so that the banks are able to take reactive actions instead of reactive actions, rather proactive risk containment from crystallization of the fraud. The key risk areas, fraud risks are most pronounced at critical decisions and execution points within the banking value chain. One of the highest risk areas remains the credit appraisal and sanction. This is a traditional credit risk. And the sanctions and restructuring of the loans, because a lot of judgment-based decisions are involved in this process. So we have to see that the data and controls are appropriately put in place, and these should not be exploited or influenced by the interested people. On the post-disbursement risks such as diversion of funds, siphoning of funds, misuse of loan proceeds, etc., are common large frauds. The funds routed through multiple accounts or layered transactions or going to the unrelated activities often indicate early stress in the loans and intent to defraud the bank. Another area which is coming up now fast is the third party related transactions. In these type of frauds, generally the complex corporate structures are found, opaque ownership, the beneficiary ownership is not clear, and a circular transactions are often observed. And on the retail and payment side, cyber frauds and digital payment frauds have grown rapidly due to increased customer adoption of the digital channels. These frauds exploit both technological vulnerabilities and the human behavior, require coordinated efforts from IT, operations, and vigilance together. Internal frauds, though they are small in numbers, but pose significant reputational risks to the organizations. These typically arise from the control circumvention and the collusion or misuse of authority, highlighting the importance of maker-checker discipline and role-based access controls. The third-party outsourcing activities, which are again becoming a major concern in the banking industry, because banks are increasingly rely on external vendors for technology and service delivery. So any weak governance at third-party level can directly translate into a fraud risk for the bank. The digital approach to preventive vigilance. A strong preventive vigilance framework must be system-driven, data-centric, and continuous. Automation of various key banking and credit processes reduce dependence on manual intervention and significantly lower the scope for discretionary misuse of process or process bypassing. Central data architecture is fundamental to this approach. It enables a holistic view of customer behavior, transaction pattern, and risk signals that would otherwise remain fragmented. Enabling rule-based controls is another area where the banks should be working. Advanced analytics and alert-based monitoring for early identification of red flags. End-to-end digital audit trails, enhanced accountability and transparency in every action. In essence, technology enables vigilance to move upstream from detection to prevention and from isolated checks to institutional wide risk intelligence. So how we are placed in, if I talk about SBI on the proactive risk management front. So we have a specific department or cell for this proactive risk management, which is operating from two centers from Hyderabad and Jaipur, which is working 24/7. And the focus of this team is on detection of mule transactions, money mule transactions, and various rules are deployed for velocity checking and all type of behavioral from the customer behavioral transactions and what type of transactions generally are not being done by the customers are intercepted by the PRM cell. And these transactions include both debit and credit transactions of all channels, all digital channels. There is a coordination between, we call it CCC, that is cyber cell at Patna. So in case the transactions have been stopped by digital channels, by PRM, and there is a risk of that money going out of the bank system, then the core banking is also stopped by CCC in coordination with PRM so that the money is not going out of the banking system. Various other projects which are being supported by our teams are the DPIP platform, which will enable enterprise fraud risk framework for the entire banking industry being driven by RBI H. There is another applications called MuleHunter.ai model, which is again driven by RBI H, is being supported by our experience in PRM. Department of Telecommunication has come out with a fraud risk indicator on the mobile phones, which have been used at any point of time for any fraudulent transactions. That is also being integrated by the PRM of the bank, so that necessary alerts are being generated well in time. Various educational campaigns, not only for the customers, but for our internal people also, are an ongoing process. Money mule risk, which is basically the major concern nowadays. So these are the few tools which are being used by PRM project. Behavior biometric, basically to cover the behavioral biometrics and device intelligence, thus strengthening the PRM ecosystem. The analytical layer, which is under process in the bank, is basically an end-to-end solutions oriented analytical platform under fraud risk management, and this will be basically subsume all the intelligence which we have already talked, and this will take to the PRM to the next level. We are expecting this to be implemented by 30th of June. So this is relating to the cyber security posture of the bank. So new DPDP rules are likely to be implemented from May 2027. So we are already preparing for the smooth implementation of DPDP Act in the bank. So data loss prevention solution has been already implemented, and the technical controls such as document fingerprinting for various sensitive documents is already in place. The information rights management, which ensures the enforcement of data classification and security controls on various sensitive documents, is already in place. The Data Security Defense Center. The Data Security Defense Center is established from August 25, functions as a second line of defense for data security controls, including data loss prevention at our Information Security Department. Cyber Security Center of Excellence. So we have an idea of establishing Cyber Security Center of Excellence, which is on an advanced stage. Probably in the first half of April, it will be inaugurated. And the purpose is to create not only the research, innovations, the policy interventions, and the niche trainings on cyber security, not only for the bank and state bank group, but for entire BFSI sector in the country. SOC 3, that is Security Operations Center 3, that is upgradation of SOC 2 to SOC 3, is aimed at transforming the existing Security Operations Center into a modern, intelligent, AI/ML-driven, cloud-native, proactive, and predictive cyber defense center. Out of the 3 planned phases of this project, phase 1 and phase 2 have since implemented. Phase 3 will be implemented by September 26. Identity access management. The centralized identity and access management solution is implemented to ensure a single pane view and control of access and authorizations in the bank's applications. This is mainly for the staff. Hybrid secure service edge is the safe usage of internet by the executives and staff of the bank. So this is offsite transaction monitoring system, call it OTMS. The purpose of this initiative is to ensure that the inside the staff level fraudulent transactions, if any noticed, are proactively tracked and the corrective measures are taken immediately. This will be avoiding the conflict of interest nothing will be going to the branch level because the transactions are happening at branch level. So the monitoring will be done at a higher level, and any abnormal transactions or unauthorized transactions coming to the notice real time will be protected through OTMS. Whistleblower is very, very important initiative, sir. And we have taken a lot many steps to improve the whistleblower mechanism to ensure that one, that it is popularized among the staff members, and number two, it remains, the identity of the people remain confidential. And the purpose is that as of now, the fraudulent activity is noticed after some gap, after some time, either through the inspections or some audit. But we have a target to see that the whistleblower mechanism is the first trigger to report any fraudulent activity at any office or branch. And for that, many steps have been taken, which enables the confidence among the staff members to come out and use this platform. And this is my last slide, sir. And this is the integrated fraud monitoring system indigenously developed by the bank, basically to ensure that the learnings from earlier frauds are part of the corporate learnings, and various other applications in the bank are integrated, talking to each other, and in future those type of frauds are not happening in the bank. Third party risk I have already covered. It is going up every day, and we have to be very careful on the third party when we are engaging with them, ensuring that the corporate the regulatory requirements are met. These are the basically key challenges. Need to have control through IT and the continuous training and capacity building, of course, for the staff member, data quality and system integration, continuous upgradation of technological tool, it's absolutely required, and the change management and robust data governance framework, which need to be worked. These are basically the way forward, and conclusion, shift towards predictive and AI-driven vigilance instead of manual, and real-time preventive fraud risk management, stronger interagency and interbank data sharing. We have RBI and CERTIN and I4C. So through these agencies, we are able to control the frauds in the entire ecosystem. Continuous enhancement of digital controls, technology as a pillar of transparent governance. So thank you very much. The objective of all these steps is to prevent frauds before they materialize, detect risks before they escalate, and reinforce public confidence in the banking system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Manish Agarwal, Senior Executive Vice President, HDFC, for his presentation on enterprise-wide risk management and fraud prevention.
धन्यवाद मैडम। आदरणीय श्री पी के श्रीवास्तव जी, सेंट्रल विजिलेंस कमिश्नर, श्री एस राजीव जी, विजिलेंस कमिश्नर, श्री वशिष्ठ जी, विजिलेंस कमिश्नर, मिसेस सेठी, सेक्रेटरी, एमडी सीईओ पंजाब नेशनल बैंक श्री चंद्रा जी, एंड सभागृह में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य विशिष्ट अतिथिगणों का सादर अभिनंदन एंड नमस्कार। मेरा नाम मनीष अग्रवाल है। In the allotted 15 minutes, I will try to take you through some of the case studies, some of the points. As we all know that the digital is a part of life. In fact, I have seen Vasis sir overseeing the operation of with respect to what's happening on the digital cyberspace and the prevention at multiple places. Especially, I would want to start with what Sri A.S. Rajiv ji stated in his address, that it's very important that the early identification of the risk has to happen in the journey. Because if the early identification does not happen, frauds are here to prevail. Frauds will stay, but it is important that we are a step ahead we identify immediately and bring in the preventive or the avoid the exposure. And that's where the entire framework of the risk management and the preventing risk management comes into play. So may I request
क्या गेम चल रही है? हम मजा कर रहे हैं क्या इधर? 24 घंटे से यहाँ बैठा हूँ सर। मैं कितनी बार बताऊं, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है सर। ड्रग्स मिले तेरे पार्सल में। ड्रग्स? सर मेरा पार्सल नहीं है सर वो। ये देख, डिजिटल अरेस्ट वारंट है तेरे नाम का। अगर तूने कॉपरेट नहीं किया ना, तो हमें एक्शन लेना पड़ेगा। तुम्हारे सारे अकाउंट फ्रीज किए जाएंगे। जितना तुमने इन्वेस्ट किया है, जितने तुम्हारे सेविंग्स है, सब कुछ ट्रांसफर करना पड़ेगा हमारे गवर्नमेंट के ऑफिशियल अकाउंट में। और तू चिंता मत कर, 24 घंटे में वेरीफाई होकर तेरे अकाउंट में आ जाएगा। करता हूँ।
ऐसे ही ये फेक ऑफिसर्स आपको वीडियो कॉल करते हैं और डिजिटल अरेस्ट की धमकी देके आपसे पैसे मांगते हैं। सिर्फ सेविंग्स नहीं, वो आपसे इन्वेस्टमेंट से पैसे निकलवाते हैं। रिमेम्बर, डिजिटल अरेस्ट जैसा कुछ नहीं होता। पुलिस किसी को डिजिटली अरेस्ट नहीं कर सकती। अगर कोई आपको प्रेशर में पैसे निकालने के लिए बोले तो पहले आपके नजदीकी पुलिस स्टेशन को कांटेक्ट कीजिए। आपके फ्रेंड्स, फैमिली और बैंक के रिलेशनशिप मैनेजर से बात कीजिए। डिजिटल अरेस्ट के डर के चक्कर में आपकी जिंदगी भर के सेविंग्स मत गवाइए। Stay safe, stay vigilant.
Thank you so much. I wanted to start with this because it's very important while we are talking a lot about the tech, AI, machine learning, but it's also important to have the common sense in place. You know, and it's always about, because technology has become a part of our life. Any step up authentication or any sort of a digital authentication that we are doing, please do not forget that everything is coming within your device. Today, the life roams around the device, the handheld device that we carry. And if the authorization and an authentication, and I will try to come on to that piece, is on the same device on which we are doing the transaction, then it's not a real form of an authentication, because authentication by its nature means a sort of a small friction. And this friction, because everything is in the device, has gone away. So just look at this particular slide. There are three things that I have tried to put it. If you see in a conventional form, and if you look at here, initially we thought, and India was the first country to adopt the OTPs. In fact, the Western world took a lot of time, and thanks to our regulator and the vigilance framework system in the country, we were the first one to adopt and state that if anybody is doing a card not present transaction in a credit card, he needs to have the OTP. In fact, in US, it was not the case 2 years back. With lot of persuasion, only the petrol pump and certain high risk segment merchants, only it was allowed. So earlier we were sharing our OTPs or a token when the transactions were taking place and the fraudster were taking it. The next stage, the evolution happens. And evolution from the fraudster's perspective, it happened. They started infecting our devices. So what was happening is that while we were doing the transaction was getting initiated, but the device was under the control of the fraudster. And when the device was under the control of the fraudsters, without we knowing, fraudsters were completing the transaction. Was there a problem in the framework? The framework is as robust as anything. In fact, in today, India contributes every second digital transaction happening in the world is from India. We have the highest real-time settlement. We have a contribution of close to 50% in the real-time settlement happening in the payment ecosystem in the world. So it's as robust as it can be, but the fraudsters improved further. When you cannot hack the system, hack the mind. And this is not for today, it is whatever our human history, written or read, goes through. And the video that I started with, the fraudster is not using any technology to hack our system. They are using the social engineering techniques to hack our mind, creating fear. Look, this is the digital arrest warrant. This is where the Supreme Court has taken it out. Here you have the ED letter. Here you have the CBI investigation, and using a lot of these agencies' name in creating fear, asking the customers, and the customers, the profile of a customer you all would have read. It's not about any illiterate person or the people coming in from the remote geographies. It is amongst one of us. Keep hand on your heart and you will realize there will not be anybody sitting in this auditorium whose known would not have been cheated. Now, as we talked about that, how the frauds are taking place, and that's where the entire banking ecosystem comes into play. While we have talked that there are three major pillars for the fraud. One, it will start from some of the telecom operatives, whether it's a SIM or a device or a Wi-Fi connection, etc. Second is the human and the manpower that they have created, the fraudsters. And the third one is, at the end of the day, the money will get into the banking ecosystem only. In an olden days, when we were going to the banks and withdrawing the money, at the end of the day, we were withdrawing the cash. We were coming out and somebody used to rob us, but he used to carry the cash. Today, when the fraud happens, the money will, the first port of exit to an entry will only be a banking ecosystem. Okay. In an earlier scenario and today's scenario, that's the fundamental difference. A money from a bank account, credit card, prepaid card, digital banking, any source, ultimately has to come inside a one particular bank account or the facility provided by the banking ecosystem. And that's where this entire mule story comes into play. If you see today the top three modus operandi, there are multiple data reports for the paucity of time. And it's not that we are the only vulnerable. More than 15 billion US dollar is the fraud loss because of the digital is reported by the federal police in US. And if you read that particular report, that report is easily available on the Google. You will exit for the dollar. We will think that, it is as close to any other financial crime in the country. But these are the three places, and the biggest problem with these three cases is the first and the third is actually a cyber enabled. In fact, yesterday in one of the forum, I think Vasisht sir was there. Some of the discussion happened on the cyber enabled and the cyber dependent. But if you see the first and the last investment, the people are making transfers to unknown entity for months, and they're realizing after months that the fraud has happened. There is no tech involved for doing that crime except for creating paraphernalia. The first one we talked about. The middle one is an APK one. Please be very, very cautious and clear and exercise caution. At the end of the day, we are dealing with money. We are dealing with individual money. If somebody comes to us and says that you give me 200 rupees, I have come on his behalf, you will ultimately call that particular person and ask, have you sent this guy for taking the money? So what is so much of a hurry when we are trying to make a digital payment? Anything available on a digital space, it does not mean that it's trustworthy. Now, coming on to the problem, these are the couple of scenarios where we can identify that we are dealing with mules. In fact, all of us would have seen a white and a black advertisement without anything. आपको जॉब चाहिए, इस नंबर पे कॉल करें. Mates available, इस नंबर पे कॉल करें. You know, and that's where it's the aggregation. It's an aggregation of a mule account. I'm not saying 100% of them will be bad. But those people, those agencies, those aggregator, there are proper operatives operating in the country who aggregate the mule accounts. There is a renting out process which is going on. And that's where the banks and the institution involved have to ensure that these kind of checks are observed very closely, because we become very apprehensive if suddenly somebody comes that I want to open for some startup purposes 500 people's account. Look at the delivery addresses. Sometimes some bit of a friction when a key demographic changes are going to happen have to be thought through. In fact, in some of the places, I would say that we as a bank took a very tough call, and it also comes at part of some of the inconvenience to the customers, that some straight through process of changing a mobile number or the email ID have become much more tougher. Any of you dealing with us, probably you will come to us also with a complaint that क्या मेरे को एक मोबाइल चेंज नंबर ही तो चेंज करना था, उसके लिए बैंक ने मेरे को 2 दिन परेशान किया. शायद किया. And I'm not talking only HDFC Bank or SBI. It's an ecosystem. These are the things which are being worked on. So like you can see, funds that come and go right back. Transfer always hitting similar amounts. Funds originating from high risk countries. So there are proper mapping. There are proper mapping of hotspot areas. There is a lot of science, AI. In fact, we can take you through the next slide. I will try to see. Apart from the AI, that the ML, more than the AI, it's a machine learning problem to solve, because the transactions are huge, and it is not possible to assess each and every account and bombard the branches with the number of accounts for them to do the EDD or a customer due diligence. It is not possible, and that's where the tech has to come take a lead. New accounts immediately processing large volume provides a scripted response about the transactions. There's a toolkit going on. In fact, during the VKYC that we do while opening a digital accounts, there are customers where we have observed that the person sitting in remote locations, she or he thought that this interview is for the job, not for the opening of a bank account. Young or elderly customer handling unusually large sum. Multiple accounts suddenly connect to each other. That's the network analysis. Customer who can't properly explain their transactions. Accounts doing things that don't match their stated purpose, and users who get defensive about when you ask basic questions. I may not probably go in detail and depth for this particular slide, but I would want you all to carry 3 words. SVW. Any bank account where we suddenly see a spurt, any account where the velocity has increased and the washout happening. These are the accounts to watch out for. There are multiple ML tool coupled with the rule engine. So transaction pattern based framework, ML based framework, profile based framework, demo based framework, graph technology that we use for identifying the mule accounts. Not only us, the entire banking system is working on this. I just want to end it here. This problem, and while whatever we have used, it is not going to serve the purpose if we alert and we do not reach out to the customers. And that's where the use of a Power BI, use of a multiple dashboard. You can see this is just an illustrative one, how it is targeted. Because if you alert a particular case, it is important to reach out to the customer, and reaching out to the customer will not happen only basis the manual call out. An AI and an ML based automated integrated IVR system, that's where the response can happen through a WhatsApp. And this is what we have implemented a journey to travel. But I'm requesting each of you present here to please spread out this message. There's nothing like digital arrest. There is nothing like a social engine. There is nothing like an investment scheme where every month you will get 50%. So thank you so much. Really appreciate, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Sanjeevan Nikharji, Chief General Manager and Chief Compliance Officer, Punjab National Bank, for his presentation on collaborative strategy in combating mobile-induced fraud transactions.
सभी को नमस्कार. मैं संजीवन निखर, चीफ जनरल मैनेजर compliance from Punjab National Bank. As you can read, my presentation is on PNB's collaborative strategy in combating mobile-induced fraud. My previous speaker is also told whatever, but bottom line is that almost 80% frauds are happening through mobile devices. Before moving forward, I just tell something about my bank. पंजाब नेशनल बैंक इज देश का पहला स्वदेशी बैंक कहलाता है. 1894 में इस्टेब्लिश हुआ लाहौर में. स्वदेशी बैंक इसलिए कहते हैं क्योंकि ये पहला बैंक है हमारे देश का जो स्वदेशी कैपिटल से बना. और अभी हमारा बैंक जो है देश का सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक है. 28.92 करोड़ प्रेजेंट बिजनेस है. 54,179 touch point है. It includes 10,261 branches. Then 18 crore plus customer हैं और 1 lakh plus employees हैं. This is brief about my bank. And now coming to the topic, mobile reach driving digital frauds. Presently, India has more than 117 crore mobile subscriber. Out of this, 109 crore are active. This is second highest in the world. Then India has 97 crore internet users. This is highest in the world. And one more thing that most maximum users are our young generation. You go either rural, urban, it is more than 95% users are young generation, 15 to 29 year old. And they exist on both sides of the curve. They are fraudsters also, and they are victims also. This is the volume of transaction presently which we have seen. You can see every year it is growing by 65%, 58%, 44%, and current year it is also around 47%. Till December, 18,120 crore transactions have already done. Then next slide, this is what we can say we have achieved. During last 3 years, number of complaints are almost remain same. This is good job done by efforts of I4C especially, which is established by Ministry of Home Affairs, RBI, DOT and banks. We have developed our system a lot. Complaints are more or less now stabilized, the cyber complaints. Then coming to next, mobile induced frauds versus digital frauds. I have already told you almost 78% frauds are happening through mobile devices. Or why it is happening so? Because in our country, with single OBD, you can have 9 SIMs in the nationwide, though it is restricted to 6 in J&K and northeastern states, but 9 active SIMs. Then low acquiring cost. You can take mobile connection less than 100 rupees prepaid connection. You can even get in zero. Easy to destroy by fraudsters to erase evidence. So why this mode is being used so widely? Then if it is happening so, then we have to, we cannot ignore the efficacy of mobile communication. If you go in deep into that, you will find that our company's economic pace, economic development, communication is directly linked with the mobile devices. So we have to, with these devices, we have to with internet and all these facilities. But to curtail this, RBI has come up with the digital payment intelligence platform, which is going to be help greatly all the banking fraternity, especially because in this platform, every bank will be sharing their fraudsters data on regular basis, integrated through API. It is almost first phase completed, and we hope within 6 months it will be fully operational. The present problem is that fraudster do fraud with one SIM, and immediately after he shift to second SIM. So now with this coming to force, what will happen? One OVD, if fraudsters one OVD is once blocked, suppose a Aadhaar number is linked with a mobile number, or any driving license with a mobile number is reported as a fraudsters, then immediately this data will flow among all the banks. And whenever a customer will reach to the banks, then we have a tool that we can stop opening new account. We can stop him at the time of adding new beneficiary. We can monitor whenever a transaction is happening with these fraudsters accounts. So once new account opening will be stopped, I think that a great revolution will come in this mobile-based fraud. Then our previous speaker has told already in detail. I just rushed through it. Shift in the murder cyber crime. Scammers have shifted from hacking system to hacking people. Almost 80% cyber fraud involves social engineering. They use your psychological tools like greed, fear, and ignorance. They will just initially start with a small amount. You will rate any video on YouTube. You will give rating to our apps. And invest initially a small amount. Instant loans, ITGST refund, all these type of these are the greed of human nature. And they start initially with a small amount, and once you are trapped, they will increase their amount, and ultimately you lose the fund. Fear, digital arrest, already told, blackmailing through sextortion and dating apps. They give threat by the way of disconnecting your electricity or mobile connection, and ultimately use their ignorance of sharing OTP or passwords. For this, all these social engineering, they use modus operandi like authority impersonation, like ED, CBI, ITGST officers, bank employees persuasion by they are saying that we are going to help you in your submission of digital life certificate, your KYC updation, or your bank app installation. They may come as a courier or delivery agent and ask OTP sharing. And for this purpose, mostly this type of technical things they use. Once you install these APK files, your screen will be shared, your call message will be forwarded, malicious mobile apps will be installed, and everything, your phone is going to get hacked through APK files. And lastly, vulnerable group. This is a major, we have seen that unemployed youth, senior citizens, housewife, and illiterate persons are mainly involved and affected by these things. This is a PNB's ecosystem. At the core, at the heart is our core banking system through which all transactions happens. This is our transaction system. On the left hand side, we have whatever digital channel through which you can do transaction. It is mobile apps. It is internet banking system. You can withdraw cash through ATMs or CBDC wallets. On the right side, bank has collaborated with DOT, I4C, and digital payment intelligence platform. Regarding IDPIC, I have already told you, I4C is doing great job. They very the booklets given in your folder. You can see a detailed write-up from Mr. Rajesh Kumar ji. How I4C is using, they are using very advanced AI-based systems for recording complaints or forwarding whatever complaint is coming to them through API to banks. And you cannot imagine that within 30 seconds, once complaint is done, all accounts and a first layer 1 account are get marked lean within 30 seconds. Earlier it used to happen in days, and we track up to layer 20. I have seen many accounts where layer 19, 90, layer 20 record has come. Amount is going from layer 1 to layer 2 to layer 3, and ultimately when it reached to layer 20, we have marked lean at that point. So I4C has done great job. Then PNB has a fraud prevention application layer. RBI Innovation Hub already told by my previous speakers. It generates risk score for the mule accounts, and it is pushed to our EFRM system. It consumes those scores, and based on that scores, it acts as a preventive or a monitoring mode transaction alerts. Anti-money laundering AML system, it is basically FIU-IND related scenarios. Based on that, we file suspicious sanction reports. And our off-site surveillance system, this will utilize for the sanctions. These are the measures we have taken to ensure that the wrong mobile number is not captured. One is SIM and device binding, restriction on number of customers with link with the same mobile number. We prefer Aadhaar linked mobile number is given by the customer. SMS based OTP we take only after that we register the mobile number. And if mobile number is changed within 1 year, request comes, then it will be approved by the higher officials only. Then intelligence-based control are also there. We do enhanced monitoring if mobile device is changed, mobile number is changed, then mobile geography is changed, then cooling period is applied when device or SIM is changed. Transition control done in for the odd hours, volume, velocity, mode-based. These are all we are doing. We have done collaboration with the DOT and implemented 3 systems. This MNRL mobile number revocation list. As soon as your account is disconnected, any mobile number is disconnected, we remove from our system. So when it is allotted to new customer, that new customer will not get access to OT these alerts of a old customer. Then we have receiving fraud risk indicators from DOT. They classify it high risk, very high risk, and medium risk. We have observed that in case of whatever they classified a very high risk, and we observed that almost 90% accounts are reporting in the mule. Then mobile number validation list. Presently, there is no system of verification of prepaid mobile number in whose name exists. After coming this mobile number verification, for which we have already done POC, we will be able to know who is the owner of that mobile connection. And way forward, IDPIC I have already told in detail. AIML this EFRM system will be AIML based. So machine learning will and AI will help us to reduce the false positive alerts. And we are coming as per the RBI advisory, we are coming with a dynamic additional authentication system. So this will also help us to reduce the fraudulent transaction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A few questions have been received from the audience. Now I request Shri Baldev Prakash ji, Deputy Managing Director and Chief Risk Officer, State Bank of India, to lead the question and answer session and to direct the questions to the respective speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. So I have received 2 questions. One is from CBO of Canara Bank. The question is, normally bank frauds are happening because of opening of mule accounts. Even if KYC are genuine, the frauds are happening through the actual customer without his knowledge. What are the processes in place to mitigate this? I mean, any enhanced due diligence is there required by the bank? 2-3 things are there in this. There is a hot list which is provided by I4C on a periodical basis, the hotspot centers in the country. Generally, the mule account activity is more found in these hotspot stations. So what we have done in these hotspot locations, we have increased a sort of friction in the opening of accounts. Extra due diligence at the level of branch has been moved to the regional office, so that any account, when it is coming, it should be need-based and genuine. And the second thing is change of mobile number. This has to happen across the country. If any request is coming for change of mobile number, see that this is a material request and ensure that you have extra due diligence, enhanced due diligence on change of mobile number. And that mobile number should be related to that customer. No unrelated mobile number should be added to the account. And the third thing is the effective online monitoring of transactions. We have been doing it, and I am very happy to share with you, we have been able to increase the costs of fraudsters. I mean, even if they are buying the account numbers across the country, they are not able to withdraw that money from the bank. If they are not able to withdraw the money from the bank, that means the costs are going high for them. Ultimately, they will leave. And that is the strategy which we have adopted very successfully. Maybe few other banks can also try this. The second is about, this is from Mr. Amarendra Kumar of Exim Bank, how financial institutions can handle frauds as they do not have access to cash, CC or current account of the borrower or corporates. Please guide us. So Amarendra ji, see, दो चीजें हैं. Generally, the risks will remain to the institutions which is holding the account. If you are not holding the account, risk is unlikely to be with you. But if you are talking about the transactions relating to bank guarantees or LCs, then my suggestions will be to have a real-time integrations with the source of truth from where these transactions are coming, and verify it before you act on those. This is my suggestion on this. Thank you so much.
Now I request Sri Manish Agarwal ji to reply the observations of the audience.
Thank you, madam. There are a couple of questions which I have received, all relevant one. So आशा जी का क्वेश्चन मैं लेना चाहूँगा सबसे पहले. IDBI बैंक से उन्होंने पूछा है that what about allowing a delay in the credit? So credit into an account to remain for at least 10 to 15 minutes, during which and at least an alert can be raised. So madam, आपका क्वेश्चन सही है, but केवल यही आंसर नहीं है. काफी सारे परम्यूटेशन कॉम्बिनेशन होते हैं. इनफैक्ट एज एन इंडस्ट्री ऑल्सो वी हैव रीच्ड आउट टू रेगुलेशन, बट कस्टमर कन्वीनियंस को भी ध्यान रखने की जरूरत है. जस्ट टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, आज की डेट में अगर आप कोई यूपीआई डाउनलोड करती हैं किसी भी ऑपरेटर का, या आप कोई नया बेनिफिशियरी ऐड करते हैं किसी भी बैंक के साथ, तो सर्टेन टाइम पीरियड होता है कि आपका वो बेनिफिशियरी एक्टिवेट होने में आधा घंटा से 24 मिनट लगेगा. अगर आप यूपीआई डाउनलोड करते हैं, इन स्पाइट ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट इट्स अ डिवाइस बाउंड एंड अ सिम बाउंड, if you're an Android application, it will take 24 hours. If it's an iOS application, it will take 72 hours, etc., etc. While the delay cannot guarantee you a saving, because as I also talked about that in an investment fraud, people keep on making payment for a month. At the same time, definitely there is a proposal which is being thought through at a regulatory and as a framework, that for certain transactions which are probably happening where the older people or the senior people are coming to the branches and then affecting those accounts, can something be done there? आपका जो दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, that there should be an audit of a messages on the content and the delivery time when it is getting delivered to the customers after initiation. I understand, ma'am, that all the institutions have that audit process already instituted. In fact, we track it very, very closely. And as a part of a BOS scheme, In case the customer disputes and the banks or the institutions are not able to provide the logs of the delivery of the message to the customer, it is a deficiency in the service. So it is treated as a deficiency in the service and the customers are compensated. दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सा क्वेश्चन है प्रखर त्रिपाठी जी का फ्रॉम सीबीसी, टेक्निकल एग्जामिनर हैं. How are banks planning to deal with the morphed AI generated videos during a video KYC? Very interesting item. So couple of things. पहली चीज तो जैसा when I was speaking I was saying a common sense is a solution to a tech, and विजिलेंस कमिश्नर साहब ने भी अपने एड्रेस में कहा था कि हर चीज का सॉल्यूशन जो है, टेक इज नॉट इन अ सॉल्यूशन इटसेल्फ, टेक इज ओनली अ मींस. So couple of things which we have already implemented is that fetching of the geolocation and the device and matching with the application address. That's very important when we are doing the video KYC. Second important item is the surprise question, because when an AI morphed thing will come, some of the questions that you can structure, there should be a wildcard entry of the question, and we should not have the written out standardized script to be asked. Otherwise, it will be easier for the other person to prepare for that. The third particular point, it's not yet implemented, but as it comes, will be a photo match project. So X to N and N to X, as we call, and multiple AI solutions which are available, they will be in a position to identify whether it's a morphed or not, and that's where the ecosystem will definitely end up investing. तीसरा सवाल राजीव कुमार जी का आया है, इनका इंस्टीट्यूशन नहीं लिखा है. For various digital frauds, what specific process system has been developed by HDFC to minimize stop such things in the bank? For mule account, transaction monitoring, digital. So we as a bank, and I'm again saying that it's not only about a we as a bank. In fact, if you would have seen all the presentation, चाहे बलदेव जी ने दिया, चाहे पीएनबी सर ने दिया और मैंने दिया, आप देखिए जो नरेटिव और रूम रीडिंग है वो सिमिलर है उस तीनों प्रेजेंटेशन में, while all three of us had not spoken to each other. So as far as the ecosystem and the preventive mechanism is concerned, definitely each individual banks have invented. We also have taken an external help. Quite a few tech companies also have helped us to build it. But I would want to draw an attention to a specific DPSC circular by Reserve Bank of India, which details out the principle that what all is needed to ensure that when a transaction processing is happening, what all controls and the solution should be implemented. So अगर आप हमारी बात करें तो we carry two fundamental principles for any transaction to be processed, and that starts with A and A. So there has to be a authentication and authorization to separate mechanism. What I mean by authentication and authorization, जब भी आप क्या कहते हैं, आप ओल्डन सिनेरियोज में जाते थे तो अगर क्या कहते हैं किसी कहीं पे चेक लेके आपने कैश निकाला तो वो आपको एक टोकन देता था, उसके पीछे आपका सिग्नेचर होता था, वो सिग्नेचर टैली करता था, करेक्ट. तो वो ऑथेंटिकेशन हो गया. ऑथराइजेशन हो गया जब वो टेलर मशीन पे पहुंचा और वो टेलर वाला उसको देखता था, कहता अरे आप 1 घंटे पहले तो लेके गए थे, दोबारा से आ गए. हाँ साहब जरूरत पड़ गई इसलिए आ गया, या आपने कल इतना निकाला था. सो दैट्स वेयर यू सी द वेलोसिटी. So every transaction processing mechanism should have an authentication framework and an authorization framework. So if अगर दो एग्जांपल लेते हैं जैसे कार्ड्स का और यूपीआई का, दोनों का फॉर्म डिफरेंट हो सकता है. तो ऑथेंटिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क की बात करें तो जैसे यूपीआई की बात करें तो आपका सिम और डिवाइस उसके साथ बाउंड है, दैट बिकम्स योर ऑथेंटिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क. लेकिन जब आप मल्टीपल ट्रांजेक्शन कर रहे होते हो और वो ट्रांजेक्शन अगर रुक जाता है, दैट बिकम्स योर ऑथराइजेशन कंट्रोल विच कम्स इन. उसी जगह अगर हम बात करें कार्ड नॉट प्रेजेंट ट्रांजेक्शन की, जहां पे आप ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाते हो, ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म पे जब आप जाते हैं और आपके पास जो ओटीपी आता है that takes into account both. At the same time, at the back end, all the banks and institutions look at what kind of a device you're coming in, what kind of a IP you are coming in, what kind of a डिवाइस लैंग्वेज यूर कमिंग इन. मतलब अगर आप किसी टेक वाले से बात करें तो हो सकता है वो आपको 200-300 पैरामीटर बता दे, बट सिंपल तरीके से ये ऑथेंटिकेशन ट्रिगर्स होते हैं. So we have two separate systems. So let's say if I see that Manish Agrawal has done a transaction for a 5 lakh rupees on a one particular merchant, but if that particular merchant transaction, the device which is used was used 15 days back also and that transaction is okay, I may not alert that. At the same time, let's say a 50,000 rupees transaction is done, but the device is different. Then probably that can be alerted. Or an IP address is different. IP address is coming from a Bihar while he stays in a Mumbai. So that's where the entire mechanism works into play. हमारे पास ऑथराइजेशन के लिए अलग सिस्टम है, ऑथेंटिकेशन के लिए अलग सिस्टम है, बिहेवियरल बायोमेट्रिक्स इंजेस्टेड है, रेस्प है जिसपे हम अपनी मोबाइल ऐप को अलाउ नहीं करते कि वो स्क्रीन मिरर के थ्रू देखी जाए. एक लुकआउट डिवाइस है जिसमें हम ये इंश्योर करते हैं कि अगर आप अनसिक्योर्ड वाईफाई से उस डिवाइस को एक्सेस कर रहे हैं तो इट विल ब्लैंक आउट. सो देयर आर मल्टीपल थिंग्स व्हिच आर डन, बट इट्स अ मिक्स एंड मैच, बट द प्रिंसिपल इज you need to have an authentication framework and the authorization framework. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Sanjeevan Nikhar, sir, to reply to the questions of the audience.
I have received two questions from Hemant Verma ji. He has asked how much customer money has been saved using mentioned solutions. So up to December, our bank has saved around 500 crores. It is captured in the shape of, and though what is returned back to the customer is not as high, it is around 39 crores. Because it is a whole legal process, court's order will be required, only then we can revert it back. And next question is, what is the percentage of false positive alert in fraud prevention? It is also huge, it is almost around 90% as of now. But we have given 3 tools to the customer. As soon as something is, we alerted him, he can do self-authentication by applying some security question, which is known to him only, which he has secured in our system. Next, he can call our EFRM cell, which is a 1600 number, and then he can, that our staff is sitting there, they will ask some question, based on that it will be allowed. And third, he can always approach the branch and told his story, whatever he has done, whatever he wanted, and based on that they will be revoked also. So for these three methods, almost 40-45% customers are able to reoperate it, not within a day or two, but remaining a large number of customers are not coming back. This shows that this amount is whatever we have marked lien or ADC transaction is declined is genuine. Thank you.
Thank you to all the dignitaries for this enriching and enlightening session. As you truly said, vigilance is a shared and collaborative responsibility. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first half of our technical sessions. We now invite you to the lunch in the banquet hall. We hope you enjoy the meal and the company. And I request you to be back by 3 o'clock so that we can resume the sessions. Thank you. 2:30. 2:30 only. Sorry for the 3 p.m. time. It's 2:30 only. You all are requested to be back by 2:30 so that we can resume the sessions on time.
पहले जो है ना अब ये कर लो इसकी बात जो है वहाँ नीचे से उठा लो
Power Grid operates one of the world's largest transmission networks.
Bharat Petroleum is a premier energy company energizing millions of lives.
Hello, 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 hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please settle down fast so that we can begin with our sessions. Yes, yes. I once again request you all to please put your phone on silent or flight mode. I once again request you all to please take your seats so that we can begin with our sessions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all have enjoyed the meal. You all are requested to take your seats so that we can continue with our sessions. I once again welcome you all in this workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. Now, I would like to welcome our Honorable Vigilance Commissioner, Mr. Praveen Vashisht ji, to address the delegates. Sir, please.
A very good afternoon. Respected Central Vigilance Shri P.K. Srivastav sir, Vigilance Commissioner Shri A.S. Rajiv, Secretary Shrimati Vishaljit Sethi, CVOs, speakers, and all the participants. The discussions in the morning were useful because they showed that the digital systems are no longer peripheral. They are increasingly shaping how organizations function. From the standpoint of vigilance and transparency, I would put it simply, the objective is to make governance auditable and accountable by design. In governance, the point of digitization is to make process traceable and less dependent on informal discretion. The first theme is asset management and predictive maintenance. In public utilities and public sector enterprises, asset performance is both an engineering concern and a governance concern. These assets are created from public funds. When we see repeated breakdowns, the organizations pay a cost, not only financially, but also credibility and public trust. You are familiar with the underlying issues. Under pressure, the system slips into quick fixes that may solve today's problem, but weaken controls and increase costs over time. Predictive maintenance is relevant because it helps us move away from that pattern, but it works only when it is inbuilt into the processes, not treated as a separate technology project. For a vigilance and transparency function, the benefit is straightforward. When maintenance is data-driven and properly documented, it reduces scope for avoidable discretion and makes audit and review easier. Because the record exists by design, it also helps in identifying the outliers early. Unusual breakdown frequency, recurring vendor dependency, particularly on a single vendor, or deviations from normal maintenance cycles. I would suggest that during the presentation, we keep our focus on practical questions like how was data made reliable and consistent? How was the system integrated into routine operations and decision making? What controls improved because of the digitization? And what results were actually seen? This is very important. The second theme is effective public service delivery through digital initiative. This is where the outcome of governance becomes visible to citizens. In practice, good digital initiatives share common features. They simplify the processes. They link departments. So the citizen is not asked to coordinate the system. They create trackable service timelines and they reduce the need for intermediaries. Initiatives like faceless assessment and faceless appeals of ITRs in the income tax system show how digital design can reduce discretion and bring consistency. The key principle is the same across domains. The system must support accountability. It should be clear where case is pending, why it is pending, and what happens next. If delays occur, escalation should not depend on personal follow-up. It should be built into the workflow. To conclude, both themes in this session are about making organizations more efficient, more reliable, and more accountable. I encourage everyone to engage with the speakers with an implementer's mindset. What can be adopted? What prerequisites are needed? What governance controls to streamline? And what common pitfalls to avoid? The real value of this session will be in what participants can realistically take back and apply. Thank you. I wish you all a productive session.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful deliberation and filling in after lunch zeal in the audience. As the saying goes, eternal vigilance is the price of success and liberty. We move on to our next session on asset management and predictive maintenance, highlighting analytics, AI, and remote monitoring through case studies from SECL, BPCL, BHELGE, PGCIL, and IIT Bhilai. I invite Shri Himanshu Jain, Chief Vigilance Officer, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, Ms. Reshmi Devasia, Deputy General Manager, Technology Retail, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, Shri P. Sampath Kumar, General Manager, BHEL GE Gas Turbine Services Limited, Shri Mahendra Kumar Kaloria, Senior Deputy General Manager, Power Grid Corporation of India Limited, and Dr. Vishwesh Jetala, Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Bhilai, to the dais. The delegates who desire to interact with the speakers during the question and answer session are requested to write their questions on the slip pad provided in their folder, along with their name, designation, and organization's name, to give to the ushers available in the auditorium. The delegates are also requested to fill in the feedback forms provided in the folder and deposit the same in the box placed outside the auditorium. Each speaker has been allotted a fixed time. To our left, we have officials from Central Vigilance Commission who will be monitoring the clock for the respective speakers. You will hear a warning buzzer 1 minute before your time expires and a final buzzer once your time is up. It is kindly requested that all speakers adhere to their time limits. Now, I request Shri Himanshu Jain, Chief Vigilance Officer, Southeastern Coalfields Limited, to steer this session. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good afternoon, Honorable Commission, dignified dignitaries, senior officers and colleagues. Today, artificial intelligence and digital technologies are ushering in transformation so profound that history has actually no precedent for it. And in public service delivery, it is very important that this transformation translates into transparency, because we all know that if corruption thrives on darkness, then transparency can now, with this changing world, only thrive on data. Today in this session 3 on asset management and predictive maintenance, we'll see how India's biggest public organizations are throwing powerful digital lights into some of the very, very complex and high value operations like mining, refineries, power corridors, and steel plants. We all know that these organizations will demonstrate how AI, sensors, digital twins, real-time dashboards are not only actually predicting and preventing failures, in a way they are preventing ambiguity, they are enabling traceability, and are strengthening governance at scale. We'll hear how Bhilai Steel Plant, in collaboration with IIT Bhilai, has developed a system wherein they are predicting failures even before they occur using data and video analytics. Oil marketing companies like Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited have established a nationwide digital nerve center wherein they are real-time monitoring their assets, thousands of their assets on real-time basis. We'll also see how power utilities like Power Grid Corporation of India are using advanced AI-based image processing systems for inspection of their transmission towers with speed, accuracy, and precision. And ladies and gentlemen, as we start session 3 now on asset management and predictive maintenance, let me take you through a journey of the transformation which India's biggest coal mines are going through, wherein they are shifting from manual control to sensor-driven operations using digital oversights. सोचिए, जब हम स्विच ऑन करते हैं लाइट, जब एसी चलता है, जब भारतीय रेल की पटरियों पर जिंदगी धड़कती है, तो इन सब के पीछे एक चीज छुपकर काम करती है, और वो है कोल। और इस कोल के पीछे हैं इंडिया के 3 सबसे बड़े ओपन कास्ट माइंस, गेवरा, कुसमुंडा और दीपका। सैकड़ों एकड़ में फैले हुए 100 डंपर्स, ये तीनों मेगा माइंस एक तरीके से चलते फिरते इंडस्ट्रियल शहर हैं। सवाल ये नहीं था कि इनका प्रोडक्शन कैसे बढ़ेगा, सवाल ये था कि जब प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा तो कंट्रोल कैसे रखेंगे। और यहीं से कहानी शुरू होती है डीजी कोल की। एसईसीएल के गेवरा, कुसमुंडा और दीपका ओपन कास्ट माइंस मिलकर 10,000 हेक्टेयर से भी ज्यादा का एरिया कवर करते हैं। ये तीनों मेगा माइंस, गेवरा अकेला एशिया का सबसे बड़ा ओपन कास्ट कोल माइन 70 मिलियन टन पर ईयर की कैपेसिटी रखता है। अब जरा सोचिए, इतना बड़ा एरिया, इतनी बड़ी माइंस, इतनी सारी मशीनें, हर शॉवेल को डंपर चाहिए, हर डंपर को रोड चाहिए, हर लीटर फ्यूल का हिसाब चाहिए। ऐसे ऑपरेशंस को बिना रियल टाइम डिजिटल सिस्टम के मॉनिटर कर पाना लगभग इम्पॉसिबल होता जा रहा है। डिजिटाइजेशन के पहले पिक्चर क्या थी? ट्रिप काउंटिंग मैनुअल थी, आइडल मशीन्स का रियल टाइम कोई आइडिया ही नहीं था, लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स की फाइल्स के पहाड़ लग गए थे, और सबसे बड़ा डर था डीजल चोरी, फ्यूल पिल्फरेज। सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल ईयर 23-24 में मंथ के एवरेज 161 केसेस रिकॉर्ड किए गए, यानी हर महीने लगभग 90,000 लीटर डीजल हवा हो रहा था। जब माइन एशिया की सबसे बड़ी हो तो छोटी सी इनएफिशिएंसी भी करोड़ों की हो जाती है। यहीं से कोल इंडिया ने डिसाइड किया कि अब पैच वर्क नहीं चलेगा, एक सिस्टम बनाना पड़ेगा। कोल इंडिया ने कहा कि अब हाफ मेजर्स नहीं, डीजी कोल रोल आउट हुआ। एक्सेंचर के साथ मिलकर 40 करोड़ रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ। 7 फ्लैगशिप माइंस चूज की गई, 3 एसईसीएल की और 4 एनसीएल की। आइडिया बड़ा सिंपल था लेकिन एग्जीक्यूशन मैसिव। हर पिट, हर रोड, हर डंपर, हर फ्यूल डिजिटल हो। और यहां पे डीजी कोल सिर्फ एक सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं था, एक साथ 10-10 सिस्टम आए। ड्रोन ऊपर से माइन स्कैन कर रहा है, ड्रिल ब्लास्ट सिमुलेशन पे हो रहा है, माइन प्लानिंग अब 5 इयर्स के होराइजन पे जा चुकी है, फ्लीट मॉनिटरिंग से मशीन दिखती है, कनेक्टेड वर्कर से आदमी दिखता है, और वीडियो एनालिटिक्स से रिस्क दिखता है, और डिजिटल वॉल रूम जहां पूरी माइन एक बड़े स्क्रीन पर आकर रह जाती है। कहना ना होगा कि डीजी कोल एक तरीके से बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का काम एसईसीएल में किया। अब स्केल ऑफ डिप्लॉयमेंट देखिए, 718 HEMMs मशीन डिजिटली कनेक्टेड, 1215 वर्कर टैग्स, स्मार्ट टैग्स, हर लोडिंग जोन जियो फेंस, डंपिंग यार्ड भी जियो फेंस्ड, वर्कशॉप और पार्किंग यार्ड भी जियो फेंस्ड। यानी कि डीजी कोल ने पूरी तरीके से एक तरीके से फिजिकल माइन को डिजिटल दुनिया में लाकर रख दिया। सिस्टम का दिमाग कहां है? मशीन में सेंसर लगा हुआ है, टैंक में फ्यूल सेंसर लगा हुआ है, एक्टिविटी सेंसर इग्निशन के साथ होती है। ये सारा डेटा क्लाउड में जाता है और वहां एआई डिसाइड कर रखता है कि कौन सी मशीन चल रही है, कौन सी खाली खड़ी है, कौन सी सिर्फ इंजन जला रही है, कौन सी गलत रूट पर है, और ऑटोमेटेड अलर्ट जनरेट करता है। अब आते हैं इस स्टोरी के सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग चैप्टर पर। अभी से कुछ महीने पहले तक एसईसीएल में डीजल चोरी एक बहुत बड़ी क्रोनिक प्रॉब्लम हुआ करती थी। तभी डीजी कोल के साथ मिलकर विजिलेंस डिपार्टमेंट ने एक शार्प इंटरवेंशन किया, जहां पर हर एचईएमएम में, हर मशीन में सडन फ्यूल डिप एनालिटिक्स एक्टिवेट किए गए। हर वर्कशॉप और पार्किंग एरिया को जियो फेंस किया गया। कनेक्टेड वर्कर्स टैग के जरिए वर्कर्स को, ऑपरेटर्स को यह बोला गया कि कुछ भी सस्पिशियस दिखे तो स्मार्ट टैग्स दबाइए। यानी कि अब कुछ भी मूवमेंट होता है तो स्क्रीन पर रियल टाइम बेसिस पे अलर्ट आ जाता है। क्विक रिस्पांस टीम की व्हीकल्स को जीपीएस के द्वारा ट्रैक किया जा रहा है, यानी कौन कब कितने बजे पहुंच रहा है, सब कुछ रियल टाइम बेसिस पे मॉनिटर हो रहा है। ये एक्चुअली टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी, ये दरअसल प्रोसेस प्लस विजिलेंस प्लस डिजिटल डिसिप्लिन का जबरदस्त कॉम्बिनेशन था। और रिजल्ट क्या हुआ? 161 केसेस पर मंथ से घटकर सीधे 5 और 6 केसेस पर मंथ। 90,000 लीटर डीजल चोरी से सीधे घटकर 2,000 लीटर डीजल चोरी पर। सिर्फ 2 वर्षों में एसईसीएल ने 19 करोड़ रुपए बचा लिए। और सिर्फ डीजी कोल का अर्थ फ्यूल चोरी या डीजल चोरी रोकना नहीं था, एक और साइलेंट किलर था, आइडलिंग मशीन्स। यानी मशीन चालू, काम जीरो, डीजल जल रहा है। डैशबोर्ड्स आए, माइन वाइज आइडलिंग परसेंटेज मॉनिटर होने लगा, शिफ्ट वाइज रिव्यू होने लगा, रूट्स इंप्रूव किए गए, कंजेशन को रिड्यूस किया गया, शॉवेल डंपर की मैचिंग बेटर हुई। रिजल्ट क्या हुआ? रिजल्ट हुआ कि लगभग 15 करोड़ रुपए का डीजल इस एफर्ट से भी बच गया। यानी कि डीजी कोल ने एक तरीके से डिसिप्लिन भी इंट्रोड्यूस किया और कंपनी की बैलेंस शीट भी सुधारी। अब आइए देखते हैं कि रिप्लिकेबिलिटी कैसी है इसकी। डिजिकोल ने पुराने सिस्टम को रिप्लेस किया, OITDS जिसे कहा जाता था, ऑपरेटर इंडिपेंडेंट ट्रक डिस्पैच सिस्टम। ये मॉड्यूलर सिस्टम है, NCL के 3 माइंस में भी रोल आउट हो चुका है, यानी कि SECL से निकला मॉडल अब एक तरीके से पैन इंडिया टेम्पलेट बन गया है। आगे क्या होगा? आज डिजिकोल मॉनिटर करता है, कल प्रिडिक्ट करेगा, ब्रेकडाउन से पहले अलर्ट्स देगा, AI ड्रिवन डिस्पैचिंग को अनेबल करेगा, स्मार्ट हॉल रोड्स बनाएगा। यानी कि ये कहा जा सकता है कि ये सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, ये टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर विजिलेंस है, टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर प्रिवेंटिव विजिलेंस है। इस पूरी कहानी का एक सेंटेंस में अर्थ क्या है? जब प्रोडक्शन बढ़ता जाए, जब प्रेशर ज्यादा हो, जब हर लीटर फ्यूल का हिसाब देना जरूरी हो, तो डिजिकोल सिर्फ एक IT प्रोजेक्ट नहीं रह जाता, वो इंडिया के एनर्जी इकोसिस्टम का ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम बन जाता है। बहुत सही कहा गया है कि कोई भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, कोई भी संगठन जब परिवर्तन के लिए तैयार रहे, बौद्धिक और तकनीकी जिज्ञासा बनाए रखे, बड़ी चीजों में रुचि ले और छोटे रास्तों का आनंद ले, उस संगठन की उन्नति और प्रगति की संभावनाओं के सभी द्वार खुल जाते हैं। और डिजिकोल जैसे प्रोजेक्ट ये सिद्ध करते हैं कि सार्वजनिक उपक्रमों में नीति की पारदर्शिता और नियत की स्पष्टता के दम पर कल्याण की नीति तक पहुंचने का रास्ता तय किया जा सकता है। आपने मुझे सुना, इस अवसर पर मौका दिया, आपकी आत्मीयता के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Coal mining is a complex, round-the-clock operation, demanding precision and constant monitoring. When systems remain manual, real-time visibility is limited. Data fragments and risk increases. Recognizing this as a governance and accountability challenge, SECL, under the guidance of Coal India Limited, launched Project DigiCoal. Through DigiCoal, SECL introduced digital solution across critical mining functions, video analytics and connected worker system, enhanced safety and operation control, enabling real-time tracking and instant emergency alerts. Drone-based surveys brought precision, supporting encroachment detection, haul road and slope monitoring, and monsoon drainage assessment. Drilling and blasting were optimized. Mine planning became data-driven, and digital land records, training platforms, spare management, and digital war rooms were integrated into a single ecosystem. At the core of this transformation is the HEMM, Fleet Monitoring System. Sensor on shovels, dumpers, and dozers track location, operating hours, and fuel consumption in real time. Fuel drops, idle time, and route deviations are automatically detected. Every machine, every trip, every liter digitally recorded. DigiCoal delivers high productivity, reduced pilferage, accurate reporting, and tamper-proof data. At SECL, digital transformation means transparent, accountable, and future-ready mining.
Thank you so much. So as we proceed ahead with this session 3 on asset management and predictive maintenance, let me take this opportunity to invite Ms. Rasmi Devasiya, Deputy General Manager, Technology, Retail, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, to take us through their journey of digital transformation in this session 3. Welcome again to session 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. A warm good afternoon to the dignitaries from CVC, esteemed guests from other organizations. I'm Rashmi Devasiya, DGM Technology from Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. On the onset, we would like to thank CVC for giving this opportunity to represent Bharat Petroleum today with our asset and predictive maintenance. As you all know, Bharat Petroleum is, sorry, I have to start the presentation. As you all know, Bharat Petroleum is the second largest oil marketing company in India with 93 terminals, depots where we fuel products, 53 LPG bottling plants. We have a fleet network of 25,000 tank lorries. We have cross-country pipelines delivering products like petrol, diesel, lubricants, LPG, aviation fuel to almost 23,000 dealer networks, more than 6,000 LPG distributor network. With such a vast network spread across the geography of the country, and with the very sensitive nature of the product we handle, it is very important to monitor, analyze, and control the operations as per the defined procedures and statutory guidelines, and also alert the stakeholders in case of any deviations. BPCL has always been the front runner of adopting technology. The IRIS is one such technology where it forms a control and command center for BPCL, connecting to multiple systems and enabling us in monitoring and risk aversion of all the assets involved. So coming to the systems which are connected to IRIS, let us consider the supply marketing chain. Let us start with the area or the stage where the products gets filled, where it's our installations or the terminals or the depot. There we monitor our entire safety and security, including the tank overfill prevention, emergency shutdowns, intrusion and safety detection, and prior protecting monitoring. Now coming to the fleet management, that is the stage where we move the product across our geography or network. The fleet management systems. Here we have different store procedures or process which we monitor, which includes route optimization, speed and night driving alerts, unauthorized stoppage, and device tampering detection. What we call device tampering is basically VTS, the vehicle tracking system, or the telemetry we use in fleet management. Now coming to the third stage, where we actually deliver the product to our end customers like you and me. We have our retail automation systems where we monitor our dealer and distributor network. There we ensure that the product which is supposed to be delivered to a dealer is delivered to the dealer. The quantity is accurate, the quality is accurate, and we thus ensuring the trust the customers and pipes on BPCL. Now we will see a short video on the working of IRIS and what IRIS means to BPCL.
Bharat Petroleum is a premier energy company energizing millions of lives every day. Trusted by you for fueling your vehicles, homes, and businesses. Imagine what it takes to get it right each time, every time. Meet IRIS, Bharat Petroleum's digital nerve center that commands and controls this entire network with zero human intervention. First and the only technology platform of its kind, IRIS is a game changer in Bharat Petroleum's digital transformation. Now fuel your vehicles with confidence, be it the correct price or the right quality and quantity. IRIS ensures it all, while making our fuel stations safer for you with tamper-proof digital locks. IRIS is also connected to all our fuel depots, triggering automated alerts and initiating corrective remote action for smart, efficient, and safe operations. Video analytics analyzes CCTV footage automatically and in real time. Now IRIS also makes your kitchen safer. It performs multiple automated checks during cylinder filling at our bottling plants, ensuring right quantity and safe cylinders. IRIS enables safe transportation while ensuring the timely delivery of Bharat gas cylinders. So what makes IRIS the digital nerve center of Bharat Petroleum? IRIS combines artificial intelligence with human capabilities to ensure efficiency, safety, and security, leading to a superior customer experience. IRIS is at work 24/7, so that with Bharat Petroleum, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Coming to the architecture of IRIS, as already you have seen in the video, we are connected with multiple automation systems in different stages of fuel delivery. First being the terminal automation system, where we are connecting, IRIS system is connected to the automation system of our terminal, our installations and LPG bottling plants. Now we are connecting to the vehicle tracking systems when the fuel is moving, when the product is moving across our networks or across the country, the vehicle tracking system, then CCTV surveillance systems in plants as well as in retail networks, retail distributor or dealer network, EM logs or the electronic log management system, and SAP or our ERP system for the movement of product. One from the time it is invoicing is done to the product, the time the product is delivered to our distributors and dealerships. So it is a very simple and effective system where different automation systems are talking to one IRS system, and we have an AI layer which identifies the store procedures, the deviations, and generates alerts to different stakeholders defined in the system. Now coming to the impact and the benefits of the system. So you know that we have already explained the enormity of the or the operations we handle on a daily basis. Now we'll come to the numbers here. So we see there are multiple alerts and procedures which we are monitoring. Here are some examples we have provided. The high water alert, it is monitored in our dealer petrol pumps. So in the last 1 year, 3,454 water alerts. So what do you mean by water alerts? Water alerts, in case in a petrol pump, if a water is identified, it immediately locks the fuel or the dispenser. And it alerts us, our sales officers, engineering officers, and the territory manager handling the petrol pump. And unless until the corrective action is taken, the fueling from that particular dispenser or the tank is completely stopped. So this is one specific example that ensures that water doesn't get into your tanks of your vehicles, because you know that when the water comes into your tank, it is a huge pain point to the customer as well as impacts the brand image of the company. Now, route deviation. Another example we would like to take here is the route deviation. When the fleet, which carries our product, there are defined routes for taking the product from our LPG or terminals to the dealer or distributor network. In case a route deviation is identified, more than 3 minutes, immediately an alert is generated and a warning is sent to the stakeholders, including the transporter and the operation officers. In case of multiple warnings, we take action against the vehicle, including blocking for 2 months, and in case of repeated warnings of more than 10, the tank lorry is blocked for 2 years. So these are the actions we take so that it is always, it's not only that stoppages is monitored, it's also actionables are also taken. Now, what is the replicability and the way forward? Since it is a very simple system of automation handling and an AI layer on it, it can be replicated again in storage and warehousing, logistic companies, mining industries, as we have seen SCCL, how they are using the automation process in mining industries. As far as BPLS is concerned, we are now looking forward to take predictive maintenance because we have a lot of data coming from different automation systems, and we also know when at what time we are getting the deviations and what are the data points. So we're looking for predictive maintenance and also connecting different autonomous systems and also completing the supply value from refining to the end product, that is our dealers and distributor network. Thank you for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Rasmi Devasiya ji, for sharing that impactful and practical initiative with us. I now request Shri P. Sampat Kumar, General Manager, BHEL GE Gas Turbine Services Limited, to take the stage for his presentation on Remote Monitoring and Diagnostic Center for Gas Turbines. Shri Sampat Kumar.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. So on the outset, I thank all of you for giving the session from the morning time. There are a lot of salient features which we discussed in the morning. There are a lot of information which I'm gathering as a technical person working from a power plant window. And I thank CVC team for calling BHLG organization to present on the asset management field. And I thank CVC to be being so vigilant in the current volatile world. Thank you very much for that. So my basic presentation is on asset management for gas turbine, where we do a remote monitoring and diagnostics. On a specific case, we will be doing this on IOCL. On an overall, my presentation is very relative to all other presentations from the morning. All of us have been talking from the morning that we have to prevent the problem. And the traditional way of monitoring anything is difficult, or it is not foolproof. It's the same case here. Just to give you an outset of BHLG organization, it's a joint venture between BHL and GE, which is a multinational organization. And we have been inside for around 27 years. We operate around 200 plus gas turbines, starting from 9 megawatt to 140 megawatt. And we have enough work to stay awake in the night and work on the weekend also. So we are a very small group of organization. We have offices in Hyderabad, Vadodara, Delhi, and Calcutta. Our region is India, Bangladesh, Mauritius, and Sri Lanka. Because we are crossing borders, our timeline also crosses, and we have to work on a weekend to ensure my customer machines are running effectively. So just to give an outset, as the previous speakers was mentioning about the power, for any product development, from a raw material to product, the captive power plant and utilities is very, very important for them. Mainly because it needs, any power plant, any product development needs water, steam, and electrical power. And for making a captive power plant for around the world, globally, everybody would love to put a gas turbine in its heart. And captive power plant being a lifeline of the product development, the heart of the lifeline is going to be the gas turbine. 90% of the captive power plant around the world will have gas turbines sitting in the center of the ring, because gas turbine can produce very stable electrical power and can support producing steam by putting it on a steam generator. So our region is to discuss on the gas turbine, and the gas turbine maintenance is kind of difficult, being a traditional mode of operation, and gas turbine is costly to install. And to maintain that in a proper timeline is very, very important. So if you have ineffective strategies to do it, or ineffective corrective action on the system, and a lack of standardization, using this traditional method is very, very difficult to control the task. So forced outage on a gas turbine causes a lot of production losses and can create a lot of mechanical risk also. Mechanical risk on the equipment replacement and others. And if you're not doing this very properly on a spare management, then we have a bigger issue of having a lot of inventory and then not using those inventories. And these inventories can go into crores of rupees. And this is happening mainly because on a gas turbine control system, we have a set rule of set points available in the system, which makes the system trip or give an alarm at the time of an event which is happening. It's like a heart, suddenly we have a pain. That's when we go to a doctor, and then we possibly get admitted for 3 days, or it can be a 45 days by a bypass surgery. Both can happen. So on a traditional method that we have is a alert which is coming way later by the time the damage has already happened. So this was observed by Indian Oil Corporation, and they have around 27 gas turbines situated around India in 8 different stations. And their lifeline of producing refinery products is a captive power plant having these 28 gas turbines. And they had a lot of problem on this. And they gave us an opportunity as BHLG organization. They gave us an opportunity to install remote monitoring and diagnostic system during December 2020. And the whole system was done between peak COVID time from March of 2020 to December. By December 2020, we had an operational system for all 27 units connecting 9 different stations within India. And our aim was to bring in continuous troubleshooting, 24/7 support, and an analytic advisory to the system. And also give a performance report on the gas turbine, each of the gas turbines. And this is a photo of the command center available at Hyderabad. So and as I said, it took around 6 months to integrate 27 gas turbines inside the system, and we brought in to life the infrastructure that we have done here is GE Vernova has been doing this remote monitoring and diagnostics for last 3 decades, and they were positioned at Atlanta. And because of Indian policy and IOCL IT policy, we could not do a data transfer outside India. So we set up a similar kind of setup available, setup at Hyderabad to ensure that the data residency stays within India and the data transfer does not go outside India. So the top line which you see, I'm not sure the pointer is working. So top line is the site area where we have a gas turbine and we have the control system sitting there. This was already present in the site. And then we added an OT firewall and an on-site monitor, which is a high fidelity server. And then we added a IT firewall and then connected to internet. That's all. Thank you. And connected to the internet through IPsec VPN encryption connected from IOCL Enterprise to BGGTS Enterprise network. So the data transfer is a point-to-point transfer from IOCL RHQ Delhi office to directly to BGGTS Hyderabad office. And then we have a central historian at Hyderabad. We have a prophecy analytics server and asset center. The brain of the analytics system is called the smart signal, which is sitting on the analytics server. And this analytics server, the data which is takes from the control system on a per second basis. It's a live streaming data like we see in a movie. So it's a live streaming data coming directly on a 1 second data sitting on the central historian. The analytics queries the data, throws out the anomaly down here, and the team who is monitoring this gives a call to the control room to give a recommendation or a resolution. So far, we have been very strong in giving recommendation for any of the anomaly in less than 2 hours. In a normal traditional case, it would have taken around 48 hours because the data flow first itself would have taken around 48 hours to reach some of the data to us. And using this 1 second data, which is continuous stream, we can give a recommendation in less than 2 hours. And this is the infrastructure that we have built in this area. And now this is difficult mainly because the gas turbine has a lot of rotating components moving from 3000 RPM to 5100 RPM. The compressor which is sitting here has a lot of sensors sitting inside. So the model that we have built in the smart signal covers the entire gamut of the gas turbine for the secondary airflow, compressor system, rotor dynamics, combustion profile and operability, because IOCL uses multiple fuels, gas, naphtha, high-speed diesel, kerosene, all those varieties are used, and the accessories and the control systems involved in it. The performance upgrade is also given, recommendation is also given as a byproduct of the session. So the entire model which is needed for each and every individual gas turbine is made in India, made by our team available at Hyderabad. So what we have done, we've been doing this remote monitoring for last five and a half years from December 2020 onwards. Using this, what we have been successful is we've been able to increase the reliability of each of the gas turbine by 1% every year. So currently we are standing around 97.3% for the overall 27 units. The last 2 years we have been able to improve by 2%. Now, this is where the point is. When at the starting of the session, I said gas turbine is very stable. That is what is chosen for an captive power plant. So at that time, around 2000 or 1990 time frame, gas turbine is stable. When we stable at that time, it was 85% mark. Today we want 98, 99% mark. So that is the important thing. Any pilferage, as our friend was showing, any pilferage of a coal or a petrol, we lose money on that. So today we want to aim and then achieve around 99.3% of reliability and efficiency in the system. So we have moved around 7 to 8% of reliability from 2025 onwards for entire totality. That means approximately one gas turbine is extra for IOCL, whereas they were having 27 units of gas turbine, they can approximately say around 28 units is running there because the downtime is reduced. So in the start of the project, our main aim was to ensure the forced outage is as minimum as possible. As I was showing before, the alert which comes through a control system comes at the way end of the event happening. We try to predict that we can avoid a forced outage. The forced outage sometimes can go from 3 days to 45 days in a gas turbine world. So we have reduced the forced outage in the last 2 years alone by 5%. And the next thing is return to service. In an event of a trip, in an event problem happening due to the grid or a steam or any other process which happens, if the gas turbine goes down and then when we restart the gas turbine, the time taken to restart the gas turbine, we have reduced it around 9%. Actually, in some of the units, we have a gas turbine which we have started in 4 to 5 hours also. And on an average, we approximately tally around 28 to 31 hours of restart of a gas turbine. So now, the other thing is on the alerts, because I have a continuous stream of data coming up from all 27 units, and we can create multiple models to give an advisory in the system. These are the number of advisories that we have given. As you can see here on 2025 alone, okay, 2025 alone was 155 alarms advisory has been given, which will move forward to that direction. Advisory is to please observe. And then as we go, it goes onto the critical path, and then it goes to the trip set. And we have avoided around 58 trips in the last 2 years. 58 trips is one trip costing around 3 days. We have around 200 odd days available for a gas turbine to run. So these things we are able to do because of all this data. We can dissect all the data to each of the system. And in this system, you can see if I attack a combustion, hydraulic system, and the liquid fuel, I can attack 50% of the problem on the system. So these things were possible because we have smart signal, which is acting as a brain for the entire asset management process, which is a predictive system. And the smart signal is a digital twin blueprint based. So we created each blueprint for each of the gas turbine which is there in IOCL sites for all 27 sites. And because of these digital twin model, I can give a predictive analysis and time to action forecasting of the system. And this is how we actually gain time and money. On a normal system, we get time, we get an alarm at this zone. Using the smart signal, which is an AI/ML tool, which we kind of predict the system somewhere alarm here. Using this, I can correct the problem with a much better statement in 2 to 3 days. I allow the problem to go here. My cost is too high and the time is also too high. So by bringing it to this zone, we ensure that both time and money are saved. For example, if the alarm comes here, I can predict sometime around 10 to 15 days before my correction pattern is much higher. So I'll go faster. Now that we have ensured that the reliability is improved and forced shutdown is reduced and my MTTR, which is return to time, is also better, by seeing all the data, what we were able to see is we could increase the normal traditional mode of operation or maintenance practice also. So the previous one, this was the traditional mode of operation available for a maintenance practice. Because of the data available here, we integrated these things for all the 27 units. And by this, we have a continuous improvement process running because I have the analysis and assessment available, clean strategy to correct the issue, and any other incorrective data which is available for the corrective part, those are also removed. And by this, we can ensure, we can create an evidence for doing the work, and we can also create evidence for not doing the work, and we can also create evidence for keeping the inventory in the system. And this also, because we have a continuous data available, this also sometimes supports us in increasing the maintenance interval of the gas turbine. So if I have to take a gas turbine shutdown at 1000 hours, I can increase it to 1500 hours if any production requirement is there in the system. Now, that is what we have done for the gas turbine for 27 units. The same thing can be pushed to all other refinery products using asset performance management. It is not, GE Vernova does have a product called asset performance management. Other people also have the similar thing, but the intention is to implement all of them into all the refinery products, items like pump, compressors, boilers, furnaces, all of them can integrate it, and we can ensure that the asset performance, reliability, and availability of the entire thing works out. And the last one is we can also have an autonomous inspection, because refinery is a high unsafe zone, high risk zone for human people to work. So if we have an autonomous resource available there, lot of places we can ensure that the safety of the humans is avoided. Sorry, is ensured. And by doing all these things, we can ensure the fleet reliability, availability, and efficiency of the operation, and which can ensure that we get a quicker road cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Mr. Sampat Kumarji, for taking us through your journey of wherein your organizations are protecting the fleet of gas turbines using remote diagnostic and preventive intelligence. Now I call upon Sri Mahendra Kumar Kaloria ji. He is Senior Deputy General Manager of Power Grid Corporation of India Limited. He will present on the topic Asset Management Application and AI-based image processing platform. Thank you.
So very warm good afternoon, respected dignitaries from CVC, CBOs, MDs, delegates, and dignitaries, speakers on dais. I am Mahendra Kaloria, Senior DGM from Power Grid Corporation. Today I am going to present our in-house developed application, PG Amrit, which is an artificial intelligence-based image processing application for transmission lines inspection and monitoring. So Power Grid is world's second largest transmission utility in terms of asset base, and in terms of India, we are the top transmission company. Our asset base are across the country. They are spread in the deserts, hills, different terrains, near the rivers. All across our transmission assets are located. Even a small problem in our tower can create a huge trouble to the generation, whether it is being generated from the coal, whether it is generated through gas turbine or through wind, through solar. So our transmission network is a key and backbone of our power system and in our industry and development. So Power Grid is maintaining the largest transmission network consisting of around 3 lakh number of towers. We manage around 183,000 circuit kilometers of transmission network, and our offices are spread across the country. 300 offices are there. We managing our transmission network at the very highest efficiency, and our system availability is 99.8%, which is one of the highest in the world. So traditionally, to assess the health of our towers, we basically relied upon the manual inspection, and then our experts, they review all the photographs taken through drone as well as through handheld cameras. So they spend around 900 man hours daily in our offices to identify the defects and take the preventive action or appropriate maintenance action. This manual exercise was purely subjective and involved human bias. So to avoid this, we implemented this PG Amrit, which is an artificial intelligence application. So it has changed the entire mechanism from experience-based to digital evidence-based maintenance approach. So PG Amrit stands for Power Grid Asset Management through Artificial Intelligence and Transmission. So we launched PG Amrit in 2024. So till then, we were doing the manual inspections. The photographs were taken for all towers. They were stored in our central data center and were reviewed manually. But there was no automatic solution, or we can say any model to process the defects. So basically, we relied upon manual expertise. So this slide shows the power of artificial intelligence. You can see that the model, whatever our engineers spent hours on the screen, now the model can do the same thing in just minutes. It processes all the images in few minutes and few hours and give the structured report to our maintenance staff that what is the defect in the transmission line and where it is. So the structured report can tag the defect type, the location, and who is the responsible engineer to maintain this. So the PG Amrit has various features. The main features are it can identify the defects, more than 30 type of defects from the photographs taken by a drone as well as the ground patrolling. Because the structure of the photograph is different for drone, they are taken from top of the tower, and the ground patrolling photographs are being taken from bottom. So we combined these both technologies. So this with PG Amrit can identify critical and shut down nature defects and even minute natures which can be missed easily when we do these through manual. But this model can identify these kind of defects which are very critical for ensuring the healthiness of tower. More than 30 defects it can identify presently. It processes the photographs at very high speed, around 400 photographs it can process per minute, up to the accuracy of 90%. In some defects, it can even around 98% accuracy we have observed in some defects. This another important feature of PG Amrit is that it can read the metadata of that photograph. Based upon the metadata, it reads the GPS. It can automatically identify that across the country where this tower is located. Suppose it is located in Jammu and Kashmir, it will indicate that this transmission line, this tower number has this defect. So our team can only do the maintenance work, not the scrutiny of photographs. So we have saved a lot of time. So while developing, since it is an in-house developed application, we have developed in a structured manner through a complete life cycle manner. First, we used the CWAIT software for annotation of photographs to create a data set. We annotated the defects. We sit together with our transmission line experts. So we developed a data set for the transmission line defects, and then we trained our model. We created two different models for drone as well as ground patrolling, and we used latest the state-of-the-art transformer model as well as CNN model, so which are giving the highest accuracy in this segment. We have compared our model with international utilities also, and we found that our models are comparable and even ahead of those. So we have used around 30,000 photographs for drone. Our model has been trained on 30,000 photographs for drone and around 13 lakh photographs for ground patrolling, which are quite huge and giving the high accuracy. Then after training our model, we have deployed in our data center. PowerGrid owns or itself, we have a data center. So we have deployed in dedicated servers, 5 regional servers. We have deployed our model, and we are continuously improving our models through feedback, through transmission line experts, and again this cycle goes on. This is the broader, or we can say managerial IT structure of PG Amrit. You can see it starts from the point 1 that the drone and ground inspection and patrols photographs are taken and uploaded into the server, and in our data center models are deployed. They processes these images and they issue the defects with the metadata and all in a structured manner. And we are using the ERP SAP that is different with PG Amrit. So PG Amrit is another application, and our SAP we have integrated through API. So PG Amrit issues the push message to the or SAP ERP to generate notification. The notification are generated and tagged to the concerned maintenance engineer. The concerned engineer takes note of the report and carried out the maintenance, and then he closes the notification. In this way, this cycle closes. And parallelly, we also improve our model and create huge data set. So let's see a short film how PG Amrit has helped us.
PowerGrid operates one of the world's largest transmission networks. Spanned through diverse, challenging terrains, this vast network energizes India's everyday life. Maintaining such a vast, geographically scattered network is an immense challenge. Traditional patrolling depended on manual checks, thousands of photos reviewed by human eye, defects marked by hand, consuming over 900 man-hours daily. To address these challenges, PowerGrid innovated PG Amrit, an in-house AI/ML platform that analyzes GPS-tagged inspection images to automatically detect tower defects with speed and accuracy. For simple, clearly visible defects, PG Amrit runs a quick scan by applying a generalized model ones on the inspection image. Issues detected are marked with bounding boxes, enabling high-speed screening at scale across thousands of tower images. For complex images, PG Amrit uses a multi-stage AI process. Region-based segmentation isolates tower components, followed by component-specific models to detect effects. Power grid, transmitting power, transforming lives.
So the impact of this model is significant. First, we can see that it has increased our operational efficiency. Since our manual activity has eliminated entirely, we are using PG Amrit. So we can take the preventive action. Since earlier days, when an engineer expert is on leave or he is engaged in some other activity, he may take 2-3 days or several days, and that may cause a breakdown in the transmission line. But by this, we have increased our operational efficiency. Of course, it has reduced our operational cost. 900 man hours we are using in other important activities. It has increased in transparency and reliability. Or we can say eliminated the human bias and error. And it has a digital signature from the defect to what maintenance we have carried out and what material we have drawn from the store. So it is an auditable process. So it has brought a transparency in our system. This model is replicable, and our journey has not stopped here. We are working to enhance this PG Amrit for all kind of defects. Presently, we are working on 30 defects, but we are working on entire class of defects in transmission line, including the our conductors as well. We are working on edge computing integration. Presently, when we come to know about the defects when we push the photographs in our server, but we are working that at the site level. When our technician takes the photograph, he can at that time know that what is the defect in the transmission line. We are working on predictive analysis based upon the data set. We will come to know that what kind of predictive maintenance and predictive failure we can predict from the database. We are working on that. We will map our inventory consumption based upon the maintenance history. So presently these are working in isolation, but in future we will combine these inventory consumption as well as maintenance history. And integration with construction stage, this application is deployed in operation and maintenance asset management. We will deploy this in construction stage as well. This application is easily can be deployed in distribution utilities, railways, and the linear projects like Indian oil pipelines and BPCL pipelines, all those industries. So thank you. This is from my side. And now we have moved from the experience-based to evidence-based maintenance practices. So thank you very much for patience in hearing.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद श्री महेंद्र कुमार कलोरिया जी. I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Vishwesh Jatala. See the spectrum we are covering in this session. We started with coal, moved to oil, then to power, then now to IIT Bhilai, who have collaborated with Bhilai Steel Plant in a wonderful endeavor. I request Dr. Vishwesh Jatala, who is Assistant Professor, Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Bhilai, to make his presentation on pre-failure alert generation for equipment and cobble reduction using data analytics and video analytics at the bar and rod mill of Bhilai Steel Plant. A big round of applause for Dr. Jatala, please.
So to all the dignitaries, a very good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank CVC for giving an opportunity to present this work. So my name is Vishwesh Jatala. I'm an assistant professor at the IIT Bhilai. This is a joint project with Dr. Gagan Rajgupta, who is the main PI of the project, and also in collaboration with Bhilai Steel Plant. So Bhilai Steel Plant has several mills. Out of this, BRM, bar and rod mill, is one of the mill. So let me show you one quick video about how the mill works. I request you to play the video. So the bar and rod mill processes the billets. It enters the billets into the furnace. It goes through several stands. It gets rolled to sufficient size, and then it gets diverted goes to the water box to get sufficiently cooled, and then it gets cut down at the doghouse area, and then finally goes to the cooling bed where the rod is produced as per the desired size. So you can see this is a complex mill. It has many equipments, and it is also dangerous environment. So it often comes with various failures. So on the right side, I have shown you one failure that has occurred. It's a cobble failure where you can see the metal jam has occurred, and it's a very hot metal. It can be thrown any place. It's a very dangerous. So at bar and rod mills, these failures are very frequent. And every time a failure occurs, there is a downtime. And the approximate downtime calculation, if you can see, for every 1 hour, around 15 lakhs downtime is there. So, and these failures, so currently, before we deployed our system, they didn't have any mechanism to predict the failures and send any alerts. And these failures, most of these failures are predictive in nature. We can prevent it. And to address these solutions, what we did was we used AI analytics as well as video analytics to detect these failures and send the alerts to the operator. So this comes with several challenges. So you can see the system is very complex, and the system has various signals at various locations of the mill. It generates thousands of signals, at very high rate. And also the velocity of the data is very high. And the rod profiles keep changing depending on the user configuration. And it also gives you continuous drifts, changing in the drifts. So it makes it very, for machine learning models also to improve the performance by predicting the failure. So it's a very challenging. So to address this, we use AI ML techniques to predict the failures. So this is the overall system architecture in which we have the PLC system where we collect various signals from the mill, which are deployed at various locations. We read this data, and then we put this data into the database, that is a Postgres database. And before we process anything, before we perform any anomaly detection, so we first clean the data, and then after that we divide this into a set of regions based on the signals location. So that will help us to understand which signals are correlated to which particular region. And then we, based on the region classification, we try to basically apply the anomaly detection and also custom logic solutions and find out which signals are actually causing the problems, and we predict the anomaly scores. And we record these particular anomaly scores in the temporal influx database, which is the temporal time series database. And we record this event, and then we record, the recorded events will be put up onto the dashboards for the operators so that they can see where the problem is and they can visualize it. So this is an example of a dashboard. You can see we have divided into set of regions. So if there is any problem in one of the region, it sends an alert and also gives you kind of what is the key problem that you've identified. And key problem identified is not enough. So the operators also need to know what are exactly the signals, which location it has caused the problem. You can see some of the graphs over here. There are anomalous patterns, and we found around 2 o'clock, you can see, and then we were able to generate the anomaly alerts according to that before the failure occurs itself. Similarly, there is another signal which is correlated. We are able to predict those things and then send the alerts to the operators. And this is about the PLC signals. We also incorporate video analytics. So basically, we deploy cameras at crucial locations, not all the locations which are vulnerable, most vulnerable locations. So this is an example of doghouse area where the rod keeps moving and then gets cut appropriately to the size. And we keep monitoring the vibration of the rod as well as the rod alignment. So this is one example of where the anomaly we have detected. So you can see this rod over here is as vibration has deviated to what the typical pattern is. And we predict this through the graphs. And then once we identify this anomaly, so we send the alerts. We were able to detect around 4 minutes before and send the alerts to the operators. So these are some of the use cases. Just to see the practical implications, so over the last 6 months, we were able to predict 36 failures, and we were able to save downtime of around 13.4 hours with our proposed system. And the system has been deployed at the Billai Steel Plant at the BRM. And these are some of the testimonials from the operators as well as GM in charge, etc. So various professionals at the BRM. And when you go to the impacts, so basically it's a dangerous environment. So the risk of dangerous is reduced, and also the emergency situations are going down. we don't send the simply alert. We also give them precise information about where the problem is, what could be the problem, what you can take an action upon it. And we also develop kind of feedback from the operators also, because sometimes the domain experts have more valuable feedback. So we take that into our system and then improvise the system further. And then we have the benefit is less time spent in reacting with fewer emergency alerts. So some of these common benefits that we see. So going forward, so we'd like to deploy these solutions in multiple other industries and see the effectiveness. And we'd like to also develop training materials for the industry people. So as a part of it, the main PI of the project has developed written a textbook on data analytics and visualization. So it's open, so you can please approach. And we'll also like to improve the performance of the system by making it more precise way forward. And also make the interfaces very useful for the operators, so that, and also use more and more agentic AI techniques to make it more user friendly. So this is our entire team. So we have faculty members on the left side for the IIT Bhilai, and also we have officials from the BSP who are coordinating with us, and also various project staff members who are involved in this project. These are some of the references. So our work is also published in a research conference. So our first one is the publication corresponding to it. So that's all. Thank you, everyone. If you ever come to Bhilai, please visit our campus, IIT Bhilai. That's all.
Thank you so much, Professor Jatala. Now we'll go to the question answer session. It seems that post session serenity is at work. We have received very limited questions. So I'll start with PGCIL. We'll request Kaloria ji to take up his questions.
Thank you, sir. I have received two questions. On. Two questions. First one is that how much time did it take to train the model? How is data transformed from frame oblique cameras in real time? After how much time alert gets generated? And what is the situation related to false positive, false negative, etc.? How many cases of line failures have been prevented in percentage terms? So first of all, we introduced this PG Amrit in 2024. So initially, when we launched this model, we took around 5 to 6 months. And since then, it is continuously, we are upgrading its accuracy. When we launched, the accuracy was around 50 to 60%. And we started with limited defects, and gradually we increased to, as on date, 30 defects. So since our field staff is using various cameras, sometimes they take photographs from mobile also. Although we have specified the standard SOP for taking the photographs, but there are chances that our field staff, sometimes non-availability of good quality camera, they take photographs from mobile also. So we are working on our models to identify the defects from the basic photographs as well. That's why we introduced the transformer model in our PG Amrit model. And for drones, we are taking the high quality resolution camera. So in drone, there is no issue. The second part of this question is that how much time alerts get generated? Every day we have scheduled our SOP in such a way that every day when our field staff take the photographs, they have to enter the photographs in their office in our PowerGrid network on that day only. If they will not upload the photographs on that particular day, it will not be count patrolled. So we have also a patrolling cycle, RCM we call it. So mandatorily they have to upload the photographs. After uploading the photographs, every day we run the cycle in the midnight at 11:30, and it's around 1 hour or sometimes 40 photographs are more. Then in 1 or 2 hours, the notifications are generated. So they are generated on daily basis. And about the false positive, false negative, we have tuned our model. Yes, we are getting some false positive, but we have avoided the false negative. False positive we keep the human in loop. So for critical defects or tier transmission line experts, they review every time on critical defects and we upgrade our model. So how many cases of line failures have been prevented in percentage terms? Since in percentage term, only from the PG Amrit, we have not calculated, we are using other solutions also. But obviously, we have prevented many big failures like insulator failure, and we have avoided the generation loss. Recently, we have avoided big failure in one of our transmission line in Eastern Region 2, Subhas Gram, nearby to Kolkata. So we captured through this photograph through Amrit, and we initiated the replacement of insulators. And in another set of questions, generally AI/ML agents are trained on available data sets. Yes, we have created our own data sets because every utility has its own design and transmission line. So our towers have designed separately. We cannot use the open source data set. In PG Amrit, how your AI agents have been trained to give predictive analysis, I have already elaborated. And how long your models have been trained, please throw light on this also, I have explained. And is there any standard protocol for your AI model? Yes, we are training our models 70-30-10. On the total available data set, 70% on training, 20% on validation, and 10% on testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaluria. I'll request now Rasmi Devasiya ma'am to kindly take up the questions of Academy.
Thank you. Hello. The question I have received is how IRIS is moving from reactive risk reporting to predictive risk identification, and what measurable improvements in compliance or loss prevention has BPCL observed so far. The first question, from reactive risk to predictive risk. So currently we are having, as already explained in the, we have having 3 million data per second. That is the enormous data we are receiving. So with this amount of data, BPCL is now working on predictive maintenance of at majorly at 3 points. One is equipment failures. For us, the major equipment failures are our the fire system failure at terminals and LPG bottling plants. Because fire system failures, we are looking at the data and looking at what time it can failure, and we are looking for preventive maintenance. Second is our dispensing units. The dispensing unit, at what point it can fail, and is the route violations or the overspeeding of that. This is something which we are working on and it is in the plan, and it will come in next 1 year. We will start with the pilot of this predictive maintenance. Then what measurable improvements in compliance or prevention of loss? So it is very difficult to quantify the losses in a petroleum industry, because every second day we will not come across with a safety violation or an accident. It will happen once in a day, and that no, in a lifetime maybe it will be once, but that will cost us human life, a few thousand crores of product and the brand. So every alert we identify, or we identify in the system, we have explained that in case of a fuel route violation, we identify around 9 lakhs of route violation. So unauthorized stoppage around 9,000, fuel in tanks, water in tanks around 9,000, around 3,000, and tank lorry decantation around in lakhs. So these are the every deviation we identify or alert is a saving for BPCL, because anything which we miss, which will cost a accident or a customer complaint to BPCL, which will cost a huge amount of brand image loss, or a cost to a human life and product loss. Thank you.
Hello, check. Thank you so much, ma'am. I will now request our representative from GE to kindly answer the query.
Thank you. The question is, how does remote monitoring and diagnostic framework integrate cybersecurity and data integrity safeguard while enabling real-time decision making across geographically dispersed turbine installation? So thank you for the question, because this is the one of the toughest thing which I have to work along with all the IT teams around both private sectors and public sectors. So as I mentioned before, we have IOCL, which is 27 units, which is connected. So today we are monitoring around 54 gas turbines around India and Bangladesh for both private sectors and public sectors. So data integrity first on the cyber security. Let me give an example specific to Indian Oil Corporation only. The connection between 7 different sites to their office at IOCL Delhi here or at RHQ office is through their internal IOCL enterprise network. And we have firewalls both at the OT end and at the IT end. OT network is the turbine control or a control system network. IT end is the information transfer firewall. So we have firewalls sitting at both the sides of the server management system, and the connection is through a hardcore VPN IPsec connection using around 64-bit of encryption inside, and it has a password protection available. So the data transfer is point to point. Specific IP whitelisting has been done, but both IOCL end and at BGGTS end, so that we can only talk to one station to another station. The third-party interface is not possible. However, anybody will surely try to hack the system. So we also have a lot of penetration intrusion devices sitting inside. So if somebody is trying to ping those IP or try to come inside, we will also get an alarm on the penetration intrusion. So that also will be monitored 24/7 by our team, which we get report on an everyday basis. And the data integrity on two types, as one of our friend was mentioning. The false positive data is also possible, and data pilferage is also possible. So data pilferage we avoid by doing the penetration intrusion issue, whereas the false data is very much possible because we have an internet loss, or some of the services running on the server is not working. That also needs to be validated. So that is our smart signal is a trained model to identify a false data. It can identify a false of every 3 false data. It can identify 2 of them. One is the miss which will come out, but that will be semi-supervised to identify it's a false data. That's it from my end.
Hello, thank you so much. I'll request Professor Jatala.
So the question I received is, what challenges did you face in operationalizing analytical models on the shop floor, and how did you ensure their acceptance and sustained use by the plant engineers and operators? So before we completely operationalize, so while we were developing it, so we were taking continuous feedback from the mill operators as well as the in charges to see which signals are relevant, which are not relevant, and the weightage of each signal is not the same, so we had to take it account. So as I can say that this is collective effort. So we were taking the continuous feedback from steel plant authorities as well as from our model. So we kept on refining the model to improve the accuracy.
हेलो, थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। 3 प्रश्न कोल इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड हमारे एमिनेंट डिग्निटरीज ने पूछे हैं। पहला प्रश्न है, coal theft through porous boundaries of open cast mines is one of the biggest problems for decades. How technology to be being used to address this issue? बहुत पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन है। कोल इंडस्ट्री में कोल थेफ्ट, कोयला चोरी बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम कई वर्षों से रही है, लेकिन बहुत बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि विगत कुछ वर्षों में, पिछले कुछ सालों में आईटी इनिशिएटिव्स के माध्यम से कोल इंडिया ने बहुत पावरफुल स्टेप्स लिए हैं। पहला स्टेप था टू जियो फेंस द कंप्लीट सेंसिटिव जोन्स इनसाइड मेगा माइंस। 10,000 हेक्टेयर का एरिया गेवरा, दिक्का और कुसमुंडा कवर करते हैं, मैंने बताया था। उसमें लगभग 2,000 हेक्टेयर जो सबसे ज़्यादा सेंसिटिव है आज की तारीख पे जियो फेंस्ड है, यानी कि कोई भी मशीन, कोल कैरिंग मशीन इन फेंस के अक्रॉस अगर मूव करती है या इन बाउंड्री के बाहर जाती है तो रियल टाइम बेसिस पे अलर्ट्स आते हैं। पहला स्टेप। दूसरा स्टेप, एसईसीएल में 13 एरियाज हैं, टोटल 69 ऑपरेशनल माइंस हैं। हर माइन के एंट्री एग्जिट पे बूम बैरियर्स लगाए गए हैं जो आरएफआईडी ड्रिवन है। आरएफआईडी टैग्स के बिना कोई भी वैलिड ट्रक, इनवैलिड ट्रक ना माइन के अंदर घुस सकती है ना निकल सकती है। ऑल दिस थिंग्स हैव हैपेंड in the last 4-5 years. The most powerful initiative which Coal India Limited has taken is implementation of integrated command control center across 7 subsidiaries of Coal India. Integrated command control center, simple words में अगर हम समझें तो पूरे माइन के डिफरेंट एरियाज को सीसीटीवी से कवर किया गया है। ये पहला स्टेप था और इन सभी सीसीटीवीज को इंटीग्रेट करके एक हेडक्वार्टर के लोकेशन पे और कंसर्न एरियाज के लोकेशन पे लाया गया, जहां पर हर एक सेंसिटिव लोकेशन को कवर करने की कोशिश की गई है, वल्नरेबल लोकेशन को कवर करने की कोशिश की। विजिलेंस डिपार्टमेंट ने पर्टिकुलरली पिछले कुछ दिनों में इसमें भी ICCC में कुछ इंटरवेंशंस किए जो आप सबके सामने मैं रखना चाहता हूं। पिछले 2 सालों के जितने भी FIRs कोल इंडिया में SECL में हुए उनको हमने एनालाइज किया। हमने ये पाया कि टोटल 70 FIRs have been registered in last 2 years in SECL in different areas, और ये 70 FIRs में से मैक्सिमम FIRs were related to डीजल, सेकेंड में कोल और तीसरा था स्क्रैप। तो इन तीनों को डिटेल में स्टडी करके ये पाया गया कि जितने भी ICCC में कैमरास आज की तारीख में लगे हुए हैं उसमें लगभग 70% ऑफ द ऐसे लोकेशन 61% ऐसे लोकेशंस थे जहां पे FIR रजिस्टर हुई है जो CCTV से कवर्ड ही नहीं थे। सो एक ABC एनालिसिस अफ्रेश किया गया, वल्नरेबल लोकेशंस को फिर से आइडेंटिफाई किया गया और सिमिलर लोकेशंस को भी बाकी माइंस में आइडेंटिफाई किया और लगभग 1562 कैमरे का एक नया प्रपोजल फर्दर स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए ICCC को इनिशिएट किया गया है, जिससे कि जितने भी इस प्रकार के लोकेशन है सबको CCTV के कवरेज के अंदर लाया जाएगा। एक और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, ICCC में AI बेस्ड अलर्ट जनरेट होते हैं, 10 डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ अलर्ट जनरेट होते हैं, जिसमें 2 बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट अलर्ट्स हैं पर्टिकुलरली चोरी रोकने के लिए, वो है इंट्रूशन डिटेक्शन और क्राउड डिटेक्शन। इन अलर्ट्स के भी लगभग 1200 लाइसेंसेस ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल थे जो यूज नहीं हो रहे थे। तो जो CCTV से एरियाज को हम कवर कर रहे हैं उन सभी जगह पे इन अलर्ट्स को भी एक्टिवेट किया जा रहा है। तो ये सारे मेजर्स लिए जा रहे हैं जिससे कोल थेफ्ट को रोका जा सके। अच्छी चीज ये है कि जितने भी केसेस 70 FIR जो रजिस्टर हुए उसमें जितने भी केसेस हुए सब में कोल की रिकवरी हुई है पिछले 2-3 सालों में। सो एज सच पर्टिनेंट प्रॉब्लम अब कोल थेफ्ट नहीं है। जो मिनिस्क्यूल छोटे लेवल पे जो होती है उसको अगर छोड़ दें तो मेजर एक जिसको बोलते हैं वो प्रॉब्लम अब नहीं रही है। दूसरा क्वेश्चन भी बहुत अच्छा है, व्हाट इज द एवरेज टाइम टेकन बाय QRT in reaching the site of instance? Can the time taken be reduced by giving a digital dashboard on QRT vehicles rather than relay incidents through DG call? बहुत बढ़िया सुझाव है। पहला जो पार्ट था वो मैं आंसर करना चाहूंगा। एक इंटीग्रेटेड व्हीकल ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम ऑलरेडी इंप्लीमेंट हुआ है सभी मेगा माइंस में। इस इंटीग्रेटेड व्हीकल ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम में बेसिकली HEMMs को मॉनिटर किया जाता था, उनके मूवमेंट्स को, और जो ट्रक्स इनसाइड माइंस के चलती हैं उनको मॉनिटर किया जाता था। इसके परव्यू को विजिलेंस डिपार्टमेंट के इंटरवेंशन से पिछले कुछ महीने में ही एक्सपांड किया गया है। हमने 471 ऐसी व्हीकल्स आइडेंटिफाई की हैं जो मटेरियल कैरिंग है, पैसेंजर कैरिंग है और जो माइंस के अंदर रहती है। इन व्हीकल्स को भी अब IVTS के अंडर लाया गया है, उसके साथ इंटीग्रेट किया गया है और हर एरिया की क्विक रिस्पांस टीम की व्हीकल को भी IVTS के साथ GPS लगाकर इंटीग्रेट किया गया है। सो एक ही स्क्रीन पे एक ही समय पर ये दिख जाता है कि किस जगह पे अलर्ट जनरेट हुआ है और उस समय QRT की पोजीशन क्या है। नॉट ओनली दैट, पूरे DG कॉल के अलर्ट्स के थ्रू एक एनालिसिस भी किया गया है कि किन जगहों पे डीजल थेफ्ट मैक्सिमम हो रहे हैं। तो QRT की जो बीट्स हैं उनको भी उसी तरीके से प्लान किया गया है कि ये यहीं पे घूमे और इसको रोके। सेकेंड जो सजेशन है वो इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सकता है। थर्ड, साइबर सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड है। ऑब्वियसली ये इंटरनेट बेस्ड सिस्टम है, सो साइबर सिक्योरिटी इज नॉट मच ऑफ एन इशू विद DG कॉल। स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्सेस कंट्रोल भी DG कॉल का है एंड रोल बेस्ड एक्सेस है। तो साइबर सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट DG कॉल में पर्टिकुलरली एज ऑफ नाउ नहीं है, बट स्टिल भी रेगुलर रिव्यूज इसके किए जाते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का, हम सभी को मौका देने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you to all the dignitaries for this enriching and informative session.
Vigilance is not about watching others. It is about watching ourselves. When each of us carries vigilance within, our collective strength builds a transparent and responsible organization. Now, we move to session 4 on effective public service delivery through digital initiatives, focusing on citizen-centric platforms and technology-enabled services, featuring NHPC, IRCTC, DDA, and Department of Telecommunication. I invite Ms. Manju Paul, Commissioner Planning, Delhi Development Authority, Shri Pradeep Kumar, Chief Vigilance Officer, IRCTC, Ms. Manjusha Mishra, General Manager Civil, National Hydropower Corporation, and Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Deputy Director General, Digital Intelligence Unit, Department of Telecommunication, on the dais. Please welcome the speakers with a big round of applause. The delegates who desire to interact with the speakers are requested to write their questions on the slip pad and give to the ushers that are present in the auditorium, and also spare some time for the feedback and put the feedback in the box given outside the hall. Now I request Ms. Manju Paul, Commissioner Planning, Delhi Development Authority, for her presentation on Single Window Clearance System, DDA Building Plan Approval.
So good afternoon, everybody. I thank you, CBC, for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I am Manju Paul, Commissioner Planning, and I represent Delhi Development Authority today. DDA is a key service providing agency in NCT of Delhi and has automated many of its services, and building plan approvals is such one of these services. The building plan approval is done through an online system and is referred commonly to as OBPS of 2017 of DDA. This OBPS of DDA has now been upgraded and we are in process of launching a new system. I am here to introduce you to this new system, which is a part of single window clearance approach and aims to make the process faster, transparent, and user-friendly. My presentation covers broadly the background on the bylaws, who sanctions these plans, and the nature of the sanctions given, OBPS of 2017 and its need for upgrade, and new OBPS to bridge service delivery gaps through technology upgrade. Just a quick overview on who does what when it comes to the approval of building plans in Delhi. Broadly in Delhi, there are three organizations, that is Delhi Development Authority, MCD, and New Delhi Municipal Council, which give sanctions in their areas of jurisdiction. The boundaries of NDMC are sacrosanct, and excluding the boundaries of NDMC and the Delhi Cantonment Board, it's about 1400 square kilometer of area within the GNCTD, in which it is DDA or it is MCD, which give their plan approvals. DDA sanctions its plans in its development area, and once on denotification, hands the plan approval process back to MCD along with the records of the plan which have been already sanctioned by DDA. The building plans pan across Delhi are sanctioned under the aegis of Unified Building Bylaws of 2016, which have been notified by DDA and uniformly adopted by all agencies in NCT of Delhi. UBBL 2016 are extensive modifications to 1983 bylaws and incorporate the principles of ease of doing business. OBPS was also introduced in 2017 under the same mandate given by the ease of doing business, and all the plans henceforth within DDA were to be sanctioned only through online portal, and no paper approval was given or entertained. Till date, about 3,000 building plans have been sanctioned by DDA under this particular portal. Just the broad categories under which the permissions, the building plan approvals or so-called building permits which are issued are for fresh sanctions, revised sanctions, addition and alterations in the building plans, or the regularization plan. This is one of the categories. The second category is revalidation of the plans which have already been sanctioned, but they have lived their validity, which is generally given for 5 years, and they have to come back for getting them revalidated. Then it is the occupancy cum completion plans, which on completion of sanctions, the owner or the architect come back to the organization and applies, and it's only then they can move into the building. And then there are certain site visits which are required either at the plinth level completion or completion on just getting the on issuing a notice so that they can apply for occupancy completion certificate in the organization. Although was a big step towards automation by introducing online building plan portal system in 2017, there have been various challenges. I'll just quickly navigate you through the process to understand this. In this whole process, it's the when we are talking about the citizen interface, we see that the stage 1 and 2 is a citizen interface where the architect applies on behalf of the owner with the documents and drawings on the portal, herein referred to as the auto DCR portal under the column 2. And this portal, however, is not capable of scrutinizing the drawings from the UBBL compliance point of view. So 2 sets of drawings, auto DCR drawings as well as PDF drawings, are submitted by the architect. The process of post-submission is handled by DDA from column 3 onwards till column 6, that the release of drawings is done. This is all done internally. It is handled by DDA. Scrutiny of drawings, conveying of shortfalls, compliance of shortfalls by the architect is done through the portal, but real-time tracking is not possible, both for the owner and within the organization. Only 3 NOCs by DDA, if you can see in the column 4 where I've shown that the sending files to NOC authority, there are only 3 NOCs by DDA which are applied, and architect has to get rest of the NOCs. In total, there are about 13 NOCs for different projects which have to be complied to. But the onus of getting the rest of the NOC barring these 3 rests with the builder or the owner. The fee calculation is done by the assistant engineer and submitted by the architect online, and at times it's submitted through RTGS, which means that again the process for getting the acknowledgement of the fees deposited has to be routed through the accounts department of DDA. The process is as such, time cannot be controlled. It requires dependence on manual checks and hence causes delays. In case there is any policy verification required or policy clarification required in this whole process when the plan has been submitted in DDA, there is a separate file which is noted within the DDA, and there is no way of interlinking or linking that particular decisions of the file on the particular portal for transparency. There is a difficulty in tracing the logins as well as the approvals, and there is no clarity. Further, due to opacity, discretionary, non-user friendliness, and no hand-holding for the first-time users, it is leading them to resort to informal clarification channels, and it was felt that upgrade is a must and not a choice, and hence the upgrade. The upgrade version, which I will be showing in the next slides, is a robust, user-friendly portal which integrates multiple departments on one platform. This OBPS upgrade is a digitally integrated platform for submitting, tracking, and obtaining building plan approvals, as well as the NOC through a single online interface, keeping in view the ease of doing business requirements by reducing discretions and ensuring time-bound approvals. This is what the upgraded single window online building plan approval system would look like. The upgraded version aims to bring the service delivery gaps through the technology upgrade and addresses many structural inefficiencies. The process begins with the owner registering on the eSugam portal, which I've just highlighted under column 1. This is an integrated portal for all planning sanctioning authorities or the local bodies. And the owner does not need to know where he has to go to, whether it has to go to NDMC or DDA or MCD. By virtue of logging in this particular eSugam portal, he puts in his property details. He is guided to the organization on which the plans will finally be sanctioned. So there is a complete transparency and he does not have any doubt about it. Once the process is completed on e-Sugam, the owner registers on the portal and he is guided to the DDA portal. And once on the DDA OBPS, the documents and the drawings in the auto DCR format are submitted to the auto DCR scrutiny server. This is actually the star, or so as to speak, the basic backend facility which governs the rule engine, governs the whole process. This is a robust AI-enabled rule engine, and auto scrutiny is done. The queries, shortcomings are auto-generated and communicated through the dashboard. When we were doing our test runs and we compared with the earlier approvals, we saw when the file was landing on a junior engineer, it was up to his discretion when he would start the scrutiny, and it would take him a couple of days and sometimes even more than 15 days. The most complicated project when we were doing the test run and we put it in the auto DCR, the first scrutiny with all the shortfalls, we could have it in less than 6 hours. And that is for a complicated project. A simpler project can give us this auto scrutiny even in a period of 1 to 1.5 hours. Once the shortcomings are received and the shortcomings are displayed on the portal and the applicant has a pure visibility, he can look into the shortcomings, remove them, and subsequently going through this whole process, the auto DCR approves the drawings. These are then forwarded within the portal to the concerned agencies for obtaining the NOCs. Even if the NOCs require some change in the drawings, these drawings changes are conveyed to the owner or the architect. The architect is able to do those changes and again send the drawings back on the portal, and the drawings are made NOC compliant, which makes them move to the next level. That is the level where the fees is to be determined. The fees calculators are inbuilt in the portal. The calculations are done. They are integrated with the gateways. The payment can be made on the gateway itself, and thereby the digital receipts are generated. And once the digital receipts are generated, the project automatically gets forwarded to the portal, the part of the DDA where the workflow engine is under column 6, which is the post-submission stage. Applications, all this while, when this whole process was happening, can be tracked, and the status, the real-time status through dashboards and notification is visible to the organization as well as the person who has submitted his design project, as well as to the architects. There is a uniformity in permits and it allows transfers of records. By saying this, what I mean is the permits which are generated once the DDA gives approval to the particular project, these permits have the same language and they have a capacity of integration with the MCD. Because I just mentioned in my introduction that soon the area gets developed, the building process is shifted, the onus of sanctioning of building plans is shifted from DDA to MCD. And then to have a seamless integration of records, as well as that permits are being able to be read by the portal of MCD, we have maintained a common format. So there is an ease of doing business, and the particular person who is applying for a completion, maybe once he's got the sanction from DDA, does not have any issues. The project does not start de novo. Quickly summing up, we can see that the entire process flow is completed in 7 steps, and each step is system driven and time bound. The online application is accepted on the system. We fill the plot details. We are guided towards the portal of DDA, MCD, or the local body concerned. The building plan monitoring system, which is AI monitor enabled, ensures the compliance. Then the document verification is done. Once on document verifications, the drawings are practically error-free. The site inspections are through mobile applications and are directly uploaded on the portal. And finally, what happens is we have the issuance of digitally signed permits, and all this while the real-time tracking was happening. And as a result, what we are getting is easy to understand process, It's predictable and transparent both for applicant as well as the authority. Going forward, going forward, transparency and accountability are the key focus areas here. These have been inbuilt into the software, but I'll be just quickly elaborating on them. There is a clear information on rules, procedures, and fees, which will help users to make correct submissions from the start without any confusions. Visibility of approval stages and defined responsibility will reduce discretions. Auto-generated scrutiny reports will ensure transparency in decision-making. Providing user support through digital help desk with guided steps will help the first-time applicants. Online fee calculators shall allow the full financial transparency, eliminate discretion, and prevent rent seeking. The defined timelines, digital payments, and proper system records shall allow the online building plan portal to deliver approvals in a transparent and predictable manner. Just to end, this OBPS is an important step towards efficient governance and better service delivery for the citizens in building plan approvals. The third-party security audit for this particular portal has already been completed. Test runs have been completed and DDA is ready to go. I've been a part of this particular team and worked closely on the administrative side of it, and I'm confident that this portal will actually make a real difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Now I request Shri Pradeep Kumar, Chief Vigilance Officer, IRCTC, for his presentation on e-pantry service by IRCTC. Please.
Respected dignitaries from CVC, other senior officers, and Chief Vigilance Officers of various organizations, a very good afternoon. First of all, I am thankful to CVC team for giving me this opportunity. I am Pradeep Kumar, CVO IRCTC. I will be presenting e-pantry services launched by IRCTC. So before we go to the initiative taken by IRCTC, let me first give a brief about the areas of work of IRCTC. So it provides catering services on railways. When we say railways, it includes railway stations as well as trains. Then it also provides online ticketing for trains, online as well as offline ticketing for airlines, then tour packages, domestic as well as international. Some other areas are also there, but I'm not going to that detail. Our initiative is regarding catering services by IRCTC, so let's go into further details. Catering services by IRCTC are being provided on a contractor or vendor-based model, wherein we grant licenses to the private companies and they provide the catering services to the passengers. Then if we go by the places where the catering services are being provided, so if it is provided on the railway stations, then we term these units as static units, and it's more or less like a normal restaurant. But if it is provided on trains, then it is called mobile units. So here the process is a bit cumbersome. The licensee has to prepare the food in his base kitchen, which may be 5 to 10 kilometers from the railway station. Then he has to cool it down to 7 to 8 degrees so that it does not get stale during the transportation. Then it is transported in refrigerated vans to the railway station where it is loaded in the trains. Then it is reheated. Then it is distributed to the passengers. So as on date, we are providing catering services in more than 1250 trains. And per day, we are serving more than 16 lakhs meals per day. Going further into catering services, there are two modes of catering services. First is prepaid catering services, which are available in premium trains like Rajdhani, Shatabdi, Duronto, Gatiman, Vande Bharat. And here the catering charges are included in the ticket itself. So the passenger need not to pay anything during the journey, but it accounts only for 16% of the total meals. Apart from this, e-catering is also there, by which we can book the food from Zomato, Swiggy, or direct from Haldiram also. The major part is being served through postpaid catering services, which is available in the trains which are having pantry cars or without pantry cars. It caters around 78% of total meals. So here catering charges are not included in the train fare. So passenger has to buy on spot the food and to pay to the vendor. And there are two modes that if it is with pantry car, then he can buy it from pantry staff. And if the train is not having pantry car, then it is called train side vending. So while the first part, which is prepaid services, are streamlined to a great extent, but in postpaid services, we are facing some issues. Prepaid catering services, this is the first issue which we are facing. This is regarding unauthorized hawkers, because they will dress up like a IRCTC authorized vendor, and because on-spot purchases there, so they also come into play, and they don't have any fixed menu and no hygiene standard, because we don't know that where he has cooked the food and he is bringing from where, and they can overcharge also. Second overcharging is by our own authorized vendors. They also do overcharging. So whenever we receive any complaint against them, so we penalize them. And non-issuance of bills. Unauthorized hawkers do not issue bills, and our authorized vendors also, they avoid issuance of bills to avoid accountability. So we are lacking digital monitoring, because we don't have any tracking that which of the vendor has served which of the passengers, so we are not able to address the public grievances. So all this is leading to passenger dissatisfaction, overpriced and unverified bills, and it's giving a negative impact on railways as well as IRCTC. So addressing the issue, under the guidance of Ministry of Railways, IRCTC launched e-pantry service. So by this service, passengers of mail or express trains which are having pantry cars can book their meals. And the meals can be booked at the time of ticket booking or later through IRCTC account. And it has been launched with a view to provide safe, fairly priced meals with digitally verified quality. So I have prepared a very simplified architecture of how e-ticketing works, because we have used this system to implement this service. So this is our NGET system, new generation e-ticketing system, and users can access this system through internet. This is connected to payment gateways, which is very well functional. We are having SMS system to convey the bookings to the passengers, and as well as email system also. And it is connected to PRS, which is maintained by CRIS. It is a repository of train seats allocation. So this is the system which we are using for e-ticket booking. So what we did, we just loaded the meal data into this NGET system. And we are having another system, CSIM system, which is centralized system for inspection and monitoring. And all our employees are connected to this system. This is being used for inspection and monitoring, and our employees are feeding their inputs in this system only, and we are monitoring. So what we did, we connected these two servers. And also we developed a vendor app module in this CSM system, and a vendor app was also developed, and it was loaded on the handsets which are being held by the vendors. So all this has been developed in-house. We didn't incur any additional expenditure either on hardware or on software. So whenever a user books the meal, then the meal data is pushed to CSM system, and CSM system pushes this data to vendor app. So vendor is aware that which of the passenger is to be given which of the food. So up to this, we have also already seen, this is the delivery part, up to this part. Then at the time of journey, the vendor approaches the passenger along with food, and the passenger provides the meal verification code, which is fed by the vendor into the app. And if it is authenticated, then it's a give a positive feedback to the CSM system, which in turns give a feedback to the NGET system. And if there is a failure in the delivery, then the NGET system starts refund process to the passenger. This is a system we are monitoring the deliveries, and we are also fetching reports for the payment to the vendors. So this is how the system works at the back end. Now let us see how it appears at the passenger interface.
आईआरसीटीसी भारतीय रेल की एक अभिन्न अंग के रूप में लाखों यात्रियों को खान पान सेवा एवं अन्य आतिथ्य सेवाएं प्रदान कर रही है। खान पान सेवाओं के एक और विकल्प के रूप में आईआरसीटीसी ई पेंट्री सेवा प्रदान की जा रही है, जिनका उद्देश्य यात्री सुविधाओं को और बेहतर बनाना है। आईआरसीटीसी ई पेंट्री सेवा के माध्यम से अब मेल व एक्सप्रेस ट्रेनों के यात्री टिकट बुक करते समय ही भोजन व रेल नीर ऑर्डर कर सकते हैं। ये सेवा कंफर्म, आरएसी या आंशिक कंफर्म टिकट वालों के लिए उपलब्ध है। ई टिकट बुकिंग के दौरान कंफर्मेशन पेज पर बुक फूड ई पेंट्री बटन पर क्लिक करें। सेवा व समय अनुसार भोजन चुनें, ऑर्डर की समीक्षा और ऑनलाइन भुगतान करें, जिसके बाद एसएमएस व ईमेल पर मील वेरिफिकेशन कोड प्राप्त होगा। ट्रेन में पेंट्री स्टाफ को मील वेरिफिकेशन कोड दिखाएं और भोजन अपनी सीट पर प्राप्त करें। भोजन की डिलीवरी ना होने पर यात्रियों को पूरा रिफंड प्राप्त हो जाएगा, जिसकी सूचना एसएमएस, ईमेल के माध्यम से उपलब्ध होगी। वर्तमान में यह सेवा 25 मेल व एक्सप्रेस ट्रेनों में उपलब्ध है। ई पेंट्री से सुविधाजनक एवं स्वच्छ भोजन सेवा, इन सभी प्रयासों के माध्यम से आईआरसीटीसी निरंतर परिश्रम पूर्वक पारदर्शी एवं तकनीकी माध्यमों से प्रत्येक यात्रा को एक सुखद अनुभव बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है।
These are the impacts. As we have seen, this is online payment only, so it will eliminates the scope of any overcharging or cash-related malpractices. Then fixed price displays upfront, same across all passengers, so passengers are assured that they are not getting overcharged. Then unique digital code sent to passengers via SMS and email, which ensures only authorized staff delivers meals, and it eliminates unauthorized vending also. Then all transactions are logged in IRCTC servers for monitoring compliance and delivery status. Then a positive culture shift toward cashless and accountable catering. And we are expecting that IRCTC credibility and brand value will be strengthened through enhanced accountability and transparency. This is the figures. It started from 3 meals per day, and now it's 467 meals per day. And the peak was observed in December, 540 meals per day. And on 2nd of Feb, it crossed 720. So this is the way forward. We have already extended it on the mobile app, IRCTC Rail Connect app, so that passengers can book meals more conveniently. Then AI and data analytics, we are planning to use it to predict the demand patterns based on passenger bookings. And the data will enable us to minimize food wastage and ensure stock optimization due to prepaid bookings. Then we are going to rate staff and pantry cars of trains rated on compliance, so that visual ratings is displayed upfront to the passengers. And pan-India expansions, we are targeting to roll out in next year in 75 plus trains. And by 2027-28, we will roll out this service in all trains which are having pantry cars. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Manjusha Mishra, General Manager Civil, National Hydropower Corporation, for her presentation on early warning signal, e-Abhas.
Good evening to all the esteemed audience present here. First of all, I would like to thank you for providing me this opportunity. I am Manjusha Mishra, General Manager Civil from NHPC, the largest hydropower corporation of India. I am going to present an early warning system which is implemented by NHPC through e-Abhas software. As we all are aware that hydroelectric projects located in hilly regions are vulnerable to a lot of disasters such as cloudburst, flash floods, rain-induced floods, landslide, avalanches, glacier-like outburst floods. Recently, because of the climate change, frequency of and duration and intensity of such disasters has increased. Some notable incidents that we noticed are June 2013 Kedarnath disaster, Uttarakhand disaster, then 2021 Chamoli disaster, in which NTPC's Tapovan Vishnugarh project was impacted and around 200 people died. Similarly, in October 2023, there was a glove incident in Tista Basin, in which 1200 megawatt Tista 3 project washed out, and several projects of NHPC were impacted, and practice is still on. So, such kind of disaster results in severe loss of life, property, and infrastructure. And in light of these challenges, there is a critical need of implementation of robust early warning system for such kind of critical hydroelectric projects. For this, we have implemented an early warning system. Initially, it was implemented in-house in NHPC in our intranet, but because of the proven capability, Ministry of Power mandated NHPC to expand it further. And because of this mandate, we have developed this comprehensive early warning system, which is India's one of its kind. It includes integration of innovative EFR software, which is a platform for real-time flood forecasting and risk management. It includes an integration of a state-of-art master control room, and which is integrating all the projects across the country for real-time monitoring. In this particular early warning system software, we are able to have some predictive intelligence, automated alerts through different kinds of systems such as SMS, WhatsApp, calls, router, sirens, etc. And we are able to have infrastructure protection, as well as we are able to protect downstream communities. This is heart of this early warning system. I would just like to this is dam site, and from at the upstream of the dam site, we are establishing a sensor, because most of the disaster that is happening in this hilly regions are through water only. The language of such kind of disaster is water. So we are monitoring the water in the upstream locations, and as these locations are remote, so we are powering it through solar panels also, and this is transmitted through VSAT and GSM, and we have the possibility of this real-time transmission to dam control room as well as master control room. And at master control room and dam control room, because of this EFR software, we are processing and monitoring, and alert is issued based on the some threshold value that we have kept based on the long-term data. And based on the standard operating protocols and CNDMP we have prepared at the site, project sites, we are taking actions. The IT architecture that involves in this particular system is E-Abhas, E as electronic, and Abhas, as you will know, that's sensing the danger. Hardware ICT panel, network cloud-based. And as I was mentioning, at the upstream location, we are putting up some GND size sensors, and these sensors are transmitting data to stream and VSAT to the API server over API, and from API server to EWS server. At the EWS server, which is eAbhas software, we are processing the data, forecasting the discharge data at the dam site through the equation that we have developed for each project, and then we are issuing the alert. We are issuing alert at the this master control room, as well as ICT equipments are installed at project as well as master control room, and other users can get real-time view using eAbhas portal online as well as mobile application. This is a view of the dashboard of this particular early warning system. We have also collaborated with other expert agencies such as NDMA, CWC, and IMD, and we are getting some data, not all data, but some data from these agencies through API. So in one dashboard, we are able to get the information about all the hydropower projects which are integrated in this particular system. All the power station and projects which have been integrated in this particular system have benefited so far But some of the glaring examples where we could see some tangible benefits are, one is Rangi 4 project, which is in active construction in Sikkim state. In one of the incident, this incident was of 7 June 2022, when discharge of 550 cubic was observed, which was above the diversion capacity of the 300 cubic, and 235% were working over there. Because of the bonding of our 2 hours, we could evacuate these people, and crores of rupees of equipment could be removed. Further, on 15 July 2023, similar event happened, and discharge of 900 cubic observed, and we could evacuate 200 people and cover construction equipment worth crores of rupees. If we talk about the recent event that happened last year, 2025, where in several North India basins, a lot of rainfall happened and disaster happened. We have sensors in this, I am talking about Chenab Basin, in which we have several power projects and several construction projects which are in place in that particular basin. We have installed a lot of sensors in that particular basin. Because of these sensors, we could sense the flood, and we alerted the power stations and projects over there, and timely they could take the suitable actions. After some time, there was telecommunication network failure, but because they were already alerted, there was not a single casualty, and everybody was saved, and timely action could be taken. As you will see here, just for example, here in Chenab, Salal power station, there was a rise in water level, but after some time there was a communication network. This event was recorded in our master control room. Similarly, in Kiru HEP, there was a rise in flow, and which was recorded. One other great example that I wanted to mention about is Subansi Lower project, which is the largest hydropower project of India. In this particular project, there were several incidences when we could save several workers who were working over there because of the warning several times. Initially, there was 5,000 to 6,000 people who were working over there. I would especially wanted to mention one particular event in October when monsoon starts receding, and there was a rainfall that was taking place in the upstream area, but not at the dam side. There was clear weather over there, so people were working at the over the spillway, and we alerted the project people that please go away from there, but they were not ready to listen. But then after some time, when we insisted them, they started evacuating, and after some time the flood reached up to the spillway, and after it overtopped the spillway. You can see here, people were before flood, people were working over the spillway, people are there, but after flood, what could have happened if that early warning system was not there? So other examples are Kiru project, where because of the 2-hour warning, we could safely evacuate 100 people and for some equipment. And recent event of Parvati 3 project, when cloudburst happened in the Jiva Nala, we could open the gates of spillway and timely alert the downstream community, they were saving them. So to sum up, because of this early warning system, we could identify flood events and could operate the gate properly. We could ensure plant safety and ensure the efficiency of the operations, and we could protect our infrastructure. At present, around 60 hydroelectric projects are continuously benefiting from this project, in which out of which 24 are of NHPC and 36 projects are of other developers, including private as well as public. As far as replicability is concerned, all other hydro projects are already adopting this system, and they are eagerly integrating their system to our master control room. This type of system can be replicated in other sectors also with the required modification and sensors, such as structural health monitoring, bridges, buildings, them equipped with sensors to detect stress or failure, energy grids, monitoring and alert generation for overload production, then chemical plant gas leak detection, or manufacturing predictive maintenance of machinery to avoid breakdowns. So, because this is just a beginning, we are further strengthening this system. We are planning to integrate it with AI and AML system to improve the accuracy of forecast. We are deploying additional upstream monitoring system for broader catchment coverage as well as long-term forecast. We are also integrating with the common alerting platform of CDOT and NDMA for timely dissemination of alert to local population. We are going to implement a satellite-based communication system for remote areas where INSET or VSET and GSM networks are not available. And we are enhancing our integration with NDMA, CWC, and IMD and other disaster management system for better coordinated approach. So we cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge so that not many lives would be lost if there is enough disaster preparedness and early warning system. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, Deputy Director General, Digital Intelligence Unit, Department of Telecommunication, for his presentation on Sanchar Sathi and Financial Fraud Risk Indicator. Please.
Respected dignitaries, my fellow panelists, all delegates, a very good afternoon to all of you. I am Sanjeev Kumar Sharma. I am Deputy Director General in charge of Digital Intelligence Unit of Department of Telecom. And today I will be discussing something which probably all of you can correlate. We will be discussing in next few minutes how telecom resources are being misused in cyber frauds. What are the benefits of technology-based solutions? And I will be discussing in particular two technology-based solutions, Sanchar Sathi and Financial Fraud Risk Indicator, and how in the way forward, a mobile number validation service could be a way forward. That also we'll discuss. We all know that India has leapfrogged as far as digital economy is concerned, and we are targeting $1 trillion of a digital economy. But with this digital economy, also we have seen rise of cyber frauds. The National Cybercrime Portal NCRP data suggests that the complaints in last 2 years that have been lodged there, almost 45,000 crores of rupees have been involved in this cyber fraud complaints. And for any fraudster to do a cyber fraud, he first needs to connect with you. And to connect with you, he needs a phone call or SMS or maybe a WhatsApp message or something. So invariably in a cyber fraud, the telecom resources get involved. And through these resources, you will get an APK or your OTP will be taken or a phishing link will be sent where the cyber fraud happens. So when we started working on this problem around 3 years ago, we started looking at what are the gaps which are there for addressing this problem. And the first thing we realized was that there was no citizen empowerment as to a citizen could not actually report somewhere that I have received a suspected fraud call. If you are defrauded, you could go to police or maybe NCRP and lodge a complaint, but there was no mechanism that a suspected call has come to you and you could report it. And because of that, the government also had no insight what was happening at the field level. We were clueless. What are the modus operandi? What is, which are the resources that are being misused? We didn't have anything. Also, there were no facility for citizens to check the connections in their name, or once their mobile handset is lost or stolen, they could block it. These were the gaps that we identified. The second problem was that invariably in a cybercrime, there are a lot of agencies involved. There are banks,
There are law enforcement agencies, telecom service providers, I4C. All these agencies, they were acting in silos and there was no formal mechanism where they could collaborate. And the third problem was that all of the agencies were actually were actually going for a manual approach. Now you just imagine that in a day, the number of spoof calls that come at that point of time were 1.3 crores per day. We have 43 lakh plus complaints lodged in last 2 years. That is almost 6,000 complaints every day are lodged. How do you investigate such large number of complaints? We have 120 crore plus around 120 crore mobile connections. We have 250 crore bank accounts, and trying to find out which of them have been taken on a fake document or forged document is just like, you know, trying to find a needle in the haystack. I'd like to dwell on this manual approach a little more because it's actually is related to all of us. We had issued many circulars on KYC subscriber onboarding processes, but there was no mechanism that we could basically have a clear picture whether they are being followed or not. And because of the manual process, we had several limitations. They are inefficient, they are slow and labor intensive. You don't have poor scalability, and there is obviously lack of transparency and analytics. So the best approach is to go for technology-based solutions, and we would suggest, as we have done this, artificial intelligence or big data analytics-based solutions. They have their own advantages. You can have increased efficiencies and scale. They can proactively detect anomalies. You will have better visibility and stakeholder collaboration because in digital means it's very easy to connect through APIs, and through data-driven insights, you can make better decision making. In all, you can deliver a more dynamic and responsive public service. So having realized these gaps and that a technology-based approach would be better, what we did three things. One, for the citizen facing side, we provided an interface where what we call it as a Sanchar Sathi initiative, where the citizens could lodge complaints and do a number of other things. We also developed a digital integrated platform on which the stakeholders could collaborate. And third, we started using a lot of technological tools. Some of them I'll discuss as we go forward. So the first thing that we did was to create a Sanchar Sathi portal, and this was done in May 2023. This portal has got so many facilities, but three of them are very important and most used ones. One, it allows you to report any suspected fraud communication that has happened, whether it's a call, SMS, or WhatsApp, whatever. The second thing is, if you have lost a mobile handset or stolen, you can get it blocked there. And third important is you can know the number of connections that are working in your name, that we do it on the best effort basis. And this portal has been highly successful. There are almost 24 crore visitors on this portal till date. And it is available in 21 regional languages apart from Hindi and English, so that there's a lot of inclusiveness. Everybody can access this. And this portal is actually in true sense, a Jan Bhagidari approach where we crowdsource data from the citizens. They actually tell us what is actually happening on the ground. And based on that crowdsourced data, we do an aggregate level analysis. We'll use a lot of analytical tools. And then we try to counter the menace. Based on the success of the portal last year, around a year back in January 2025, we launched an app also. It has also seen around 1.9 crore downloads. It's a little dated, a week back. And this app again works in 21 regional language apart from Hindi and English. And within seconds, if you would have used it, or I'll suggest you use it, you can just swipe through and you can report a suspected communication. So it's very, very easy.
भारत सरकार की सिटीजन सेंट्रिक संचार साथी पहल आपके लिए। डीओटी या पुलिस के नाम से आने वाले सस्पेक्टेड फ्रॉड कॉल्स को तुरंत रिपोर्ट करें। अपने नाम पर लिए गए मोबाइल कनेक्शन जानें और अनऑथराइज्ड कनेक्शन रिपोर्ट करें। चोरी हुआ फोन ट्रेस करें। इसके लिए भारत सरकार की संचार साथी ऐप डाउनलोड करें या पोर्टल विजिट करें। स्मार्ट बनो, सेफ चुनो, संचार साथी की मुहिम में भागीदार बनो।
So one of the most used feature of this app is also when you lose a phone or your phone is stolen, you can lodge a complaint, and based on that complaint, you can come to the portal and you can get the phone blocked. So it will not be usable in the entire Indian network across all the TSPs. The moment somebody tries to use this phone or puts a SIM inside it, an SMS is generated which comes to you as well as goes to the respective police station. And based on that, the phone can be traced back. Then you can again go to the portal and reactivate the phone. We keep on adding based on the, our interaction with the state police. We keep on adding features to this portal, and with help of this portal, 8.51 lakh phones have been recovered. The next initiative that I will be talking about is the financial fraud risk indicator, which works on preventive mode. So understand how it works. Currently, how the scheme of things are that if a fraud happens with you, you have two options. Either you'll go to the police or NCRP or go to 1930 and lodge a complaint, or you will go to your bank and all of them will try to put a lien on the amount that has been transacted so that it's stopped in the channel. And I4C has done a wonderful job in this. Almost 8,000 crore rupees in last 2 years have been stopped in the channels itself. The second thing is that if you actual fraud has not happened and you get a suspected communication, you come to Sanchar Sathi, where we do proactive analysis and we try to block the fraudsters. We try to block their telecom resources. But then we thought, how can we basically move from a reactive approach to a preventive approach? How can we stop the transaction itself? So what we did was that we get lot of information on suspect telecom resources, either through Chakshu portal or through NCRP portal or through police or through banks. And there are a number of channels through which the suspected connections are reported to us. The moment these connections are reported to us, we flag them for re-verification. And that re-verification has a 15-day cycle where if it is not successfully re-verified, the outgoing will be barred in 5 days, and in another 10 days, incoming will be barred, and after 15 days, the connection will be disconnected. But 15 days is a very, very long period in cyber frauds. Generally, a fraudster will use the SIM for 4 or 5 days and then throw it away, and then will start using another one. So we started working on the theme in 2025. Samay hi saar hai, time is the essence. And on that theme, what we did was that the moment a number is flagged to us, we do a multivariate analysis and try to categorize that number on the basis of its involvement in a financial fraud risk and give it a risk score, a very high risk or medium risk. And all this data is shared on digital intelligence platform, which has got 1,200 plus different stakeholders onboarded, right from all state police, UT police, I4C, central agencies, 1,100 banks, you name it, everybody is there, and this data is in near real time shared with them. Now, what do they do with this data? So once you have a categorized list of numbers that they could be suspected fraud, RBI has issued a guide advisory to its regulated entities saying that based on FRI, you should issue either alerts or transaction, you should infuse transaction delays or issue warnings, or you decline the transaction at all. So depending on whether it's a very high category or high categories, different banking sector entities take different actions. Some really in real time, based on this, block the transaction itself. Some will alert you saying that it could be a fraudulent transaction, so please be advised. How it works is, if I can play this, let me show. I'm not able to play this. Okay, maybe, but so what happens is, with the moment you try to use a phone pay service, for example, and try to send a money on any of these numbers, which is a suspected risky number, the transaction will be blocked. You will not be able to. And this has been very useful. In the end, I'll try to show what are the outcomes of this. The way forward on which we are now working is that we are trying to, over the last 1 year, trying to break the silos between the telecom sector and financial sector. So FRI, MNRL, these are some of our initiatives which we have taken. And we closely work with all LEAs, I4C, RBI on all these initiatives. Another problem that we see is that generally in any service that you avail, for example, a banking service, when you open a bank account, your number will be fed. But the bank, the service provider never knows whether the mobile number that is being fed is in your name or not. So for example, if the account is opened in name of Sanjeev Sharma, there is no way that the banker would know that the number which is associated with this account is also in the name of Sanjeev Sharma, and there the problem happens. This gives a rise to either identity theft problems or mule account problems. So how do you know whether the mobile number which has been given and seeded in an account, whether it's a GSTN account or a PAN number account or a banking account, whether it belongs to the same person or not? So what we are trying to do is we are already done POC with the GSTN and Punjab National Bank. We are launching a mobile number validation service where these entities can send across the demographic data and image data and can get it validated whether the number belongs to the same person or not. And this would in many ways help in prevention of fraud. We have different tools. Astra is one of them, which works on facial deduplication to find out fake and forged documents. We mentioned about mobile number validation service. All these tools can be of cross-sectoral use. We are working with MORTH for driving license deduplication. We have worked with employment guarantee scheme. There can be n number of use cases on facial authentication and facial deduplication. So in your organization, if you can find something, you can talk to us. We will be able to guide you on this. And I'd like to sum up my presentation with this small video, which also shows the outcomes of all our initiatives.
विजन 2047 के लिए साइबर धोखाधड़ी रोककर नागरिकों का डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था पर विश्वास बनाना आवश्यक है। हर फ्रॉड केस की जांच टाइम कंज्यूमिंग होने के कारण राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन प्रिवेंशन सबसे प्रभावी उपाय है। साइबर फ्रॉड से लड़ाई में विजिलेंट नागरिकों की जन भागीदारी से क्राउडसोर्स डेटा द्वारा दूसरे नागरिकों को सुरक्षित करने के लिए संचार साथी पहल हिंदी, अंग्रेजी और रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में शुरू की गई। पोर्टल पर 24 करोड़ विजिटर्स और ऐप पर 1 करोड़ 90 लाख डाउनलोड नागरिकों के विश्वास का प्रमाण है। चक्षु नागरिकों की सस्पेक्टेड फ्रॉड के 7 लाख से अधिक इनपुट पर एनालिटिक्स से 39 लाख सिम और 2,27,000 हैंडसेट ब्लॉक किए गए हैं। संचार साथी ने भारत के सभी पुलिस स्टेशन से इंटीग्रेशन से 8,50,000 फोन रिकवर कर नागरिकों को वापस किए हैं। 2025 में रिकवरी 2024 से लगभग दोगुनी है। हर मिनट 4 मोबाइल ट्रेस और हर 2 मिनट 3 मोबाइल रिकवर हो रहे हैं। संचार साथी फोन खरीदने से पहले जेन्युइननेस चेक करने में सक्षम बनाता है। अपने नाम पर चल रहे अनऑथराइज्ड सिम्स की रिपोर्ट से 1.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा सिम बंद हुए हैं। संचार साथी के टेक्नोलॉजिकल टूल्स स्टेक होल्डर्स के इनपुट्स पर बने हैं। एआई सिस्टम अस्त्र से फर्जी दस्तावेज पर लिए गए 88 लाख सिम बंद किए गए हैं। टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर्स के साथ बनाए गए CIOR सोल्यूशन से स्पूफ्ड इंटरनेशनल कॉल्स 1 करोड़ 35 लाख से 99% घटकर 1,50,000 हुई हैं। ये कॉल्स भी गेटवेज पर ब्लॉक की जा रही हैं। डिजिटल इंटेलिजेंस प्लेटफॉर्म पर 1,200 स्टेक होल्डर्स टेलीकॉम मिसयूज पर संगठित एक्शन ले रही हैं। समय ही सार थीम पर आधारित FRI से रुको, सोचो और एक्शन लो को राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर टेक्नोलॉजी से इम्प्लीमेंट कर 1.5 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शंस पर रोक या अलर्ट जारी कर 1,500 करोड़ रुपए के संभावित फाइनेंशियल लॉस को रोका गया है। सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के साथ सिम बॉक्स बस्टिंग देश भर में की जा रही है। दूरसंचार विभाग इनकमिंग कॉल्स पर कॉलर नेम दिखाने के लिए सीनैप पायलट पर काम कर रहा है। साथ ही किसी भी मोबाइल नंबर को डिजिटल सर्विसेज में लिंक करने से पहले ओनरशिप वैलिडेट करने के लिए मोबाइल नंबर वैलिडेशन प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी काम कर रहा है। दूरसंचार विभाग टेक्नोलॉजी, पॉलिसी, जनभागीदारी और पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप से साइबर फ्रॉड रोकने हेतु अभेद्य सुरक्षा कवच बनाने को प्रतिबद्ध है।
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. A few questions have been received for the audience. Now I request Shri Pradeep Kumar, Chief Vigilance Officer, IRCTC, to lead the question and answer session.
Hello. Yeah, I've got a question from Sri S.K. Saxena, ED Engineering NPCIL. So he has raised two questions. He has asked, do you have any mechanism for monitoring the quality of food served? So I think this question relates to the catering services in general, not specific to e-pantry services. So I will answer according to that. We have provisions for AI-enabled CCTV cameras in the base kitchens where the food is being prepared by the licensee. So we can observe if any deficiency is there. Then after, we have deployed food safety supervisors also at these base kitchens, which who are regularly monitoring the quality of food. After that, we are having onboard staff on the railways to monitor the food quality and to take feedback from the passengers. So this was regarding monitoring of quality. Then second one is, can passenger complain about quality of food through the web portal? So if your question is specific to e-pantry services, then there is a portal equery.irctc.co.in on which you can lodge your complaint, or else you can call 14646 also if you have any issue regarding the food. And if it is in general, for general catering, you can complain on 139. You can put a feedback on Twitter also. Then you can use Rail Madad app also. You can SMS on toll-free number. Then there is a complaint book also. Then super app of Rail One is also there, through which you can also lodge your complaint. Then Umang app of GUI, it is also integrated with that. So I hope this answers your query.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Manju ma'am to please reply to the queries.
Yeah. So the question is being from respected CVCs, Rajiv Verma sir. The question is, the single window clearance system has steps where human intervention is required in processing of applications. It leaves scope for indiscretion and misuse of authority, and how DTA is planning to eliminate such misuse. Sir, we were mapping our online building planning portal system, which is running since 2017. We started listing all the challenges which we were facing, and also at the same time, we mapped the workflows which are required. In one of my slides, in my slide 6, I tried to map the workflow which was in the existing system, and then we found out what all were the deficiency. In my work, the current workflow, we saw that the pre-submission stage was only limited at 2 stages, where either an architect would apply and then he would register on DDA and then apply on the portal. And then thereafter, the whole process would be taken over by the DDA, and there was a lot of intervention. To remove this particular aspect, we remapped the workflow, and the current workflow, I'm sorry, my throat is bad. And in the current workflow, What we have done is the same stages for pre-submission have been increased from 2 to 5, and in fact it is only at the last stage when all the due diligence has been done by the AI scrutiny server, and which is a robust server and which has a capacity of any additions or any development control norms modification. It is so robust that we can feed in it and we can immediately implement it. So these discretions are being removed by virtue of that, sir. So we are very confident that once the new system is in place, we should not be having, we would rather be having a faceless clients and nameless people. So there will be no interaction per se on a person to person basis, and which will be removing all our discretions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Ms. Manjusha Mishra, ma'am, to reply to the queries.
My question is, any interconnection with IMD for weather forecasting? We have collaborated with IMD directly as well as indirectly. We are directly getting API from IMD in our system. And indirectly, we are getting the API from CWC, where we have requested them to give some long-term forecast for some of our projects. So they are getting quantitative precipitation forecast from IMD. And so that way also we are getting the input from IMD. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now I request Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, sir, to reply to the queries.
So I have 2-3 questions. Try to answer them as short as possible. Is there any system to provide feedback to the complainant regarding the complaint filed on Chakshu? Yes. There is, and also I think there's something related to 1930 also mentioned here. So NCRP, I think also there is some grievance redressal mechanism, as well as you can obviously know the status of your complaint there. The second question is, how do you handle false flagging of phone numbers? So we generally, when a number is flagged to us, we do not act on that immediately. We do a multivariate analysis, and we do have a system of threshold. Based on that, only we act on the numbers, and therefore we keep a lot of margin so that the false positives are eliminated. Having said that, in any AI-based system, there is a matrix where you will always have certain false positives. The only thing is that how much margin or threshold you keep so that you can be sure that you are not in that zone where you are acting on the false positive number. So we do take care of that. Whether flagged phone numbers will be reallocated to another subscriber, in the current scheme of things, yes, after 90 days, any number which is disconnected can be reallocated, but we have made changes in our rules. Anything that is suspected in fraud cases will be reallocated only after a gap of 1 year, which can also be extended up to 3 years if a case is going on or something like that. In the meantime, there is another question that has come up from Manoj Kumar Sahu, DGM UCO Bank. Okay, so earlier question was from Adarsh Canara Bank, and the other one was from CVO BHL Sipal Singh. This is whether DOT is facing any exploring any legal action on the mobile user, including ban for issuing any new connection in case the mobile number found in financial fraud risk indicator registry. So we have telecom cybersecurity rules where if a number is found to be involved in a fraud and the end user is it is ensured that the end user was involved, because sometimes the end user may not be even aware. It so happens that the SIM could have been a forced mule. So in that case, there is provision that there could be a denial of service for certain period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all the speakers of this last session. Thank you to all the dignitaries for sharing their invaluable knowledge. Thank you, sir and ma'am. As we draw close to the end of these insightful sessions, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise, and to the audience for their active participation. Now, I would like to invite Shri Raghavendra Kumar, Chief Vigilance Officer, Punjab National Bank, to extend vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to deliver the vote of thanks at the close of today's workshop on digital initiatives for increasing transparency in governance. The topic is opportune and most relevant today, considering the exponential expansion of digital initiatives, particularly in governance, administration, and monitoring. All of us have largely benefited from today's deliberations, and we are thankful to the Commission for the same. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Commission for gracing us with your esteemed presence. Your keynote address and your theme addresses have enlightened us, and your involvement throughout the workshop has inspired us. Thank you so much, sirs. I would also like to thank MD and CEO PNB, Shri Ashok Chandraji, for your welcome address and your support during the organization of this workshop. I am thankful to Ms. Trishaljit Sethi, Secretary CVC, for setting the tone of today's technical session with her overview address. I would like to thank the whole team of CVC who have been working tirelessly from ideation level to the execution level, ensuring a grand success of today's workshop. I must extend my gratitude to all our guest speakers for your time and effort that has made today's deliberations meaningful. You have discussed and we have benefited on a wide range of topics, starting from digital initiatives to risk management, to predictive maintenance, to effective public service delivery. I would therefore like to thank Shri Amandeep Garg, Shri S. Lakshmi Narayanan, Ms. Shruti Bajaj, Ms. Vinita Singh, Shri Saikat Bhowal, Shri Baldev Prakash, Shri Manish Agrawal, Shri Sanjeevan Nikhar, Shri Himanshu Jain, Ms. Reshmi Devasiya, Shri P. Sampat Kumar, Shri Mahendra Kumar Kaloria, Dr. Vishwesh Jatala, Ms. Manju Paul, Shri Pradeep Kumar, Ms. Manjusha Mishra, and Shri Sanjeev Kumar Sharma. Thank you all for your contributions today. I must thank hundreds of participants connected through webcast from all over the country, and I am sure all of you have taken full advantage of this workshop. I would like to thank the PNB teams, Vigilance, CCD, and GSAD for providing logistics and other valuable support. My appreciation goes to Ms. Priyanka, Ms. Rupal Prakash, Ms. Mitali Jain, and Ms. Priti Sharma for wonderful comparing and ensuring seamless flow of events. I thank Scope Complex for providing us this beautiful convention center and other facilities. And lastly, I would fail in my duty if I do not thank profoundly all the respected CVOs and senior executives present over here in the audience. Your active participation has made this workshop so successful. Thank you so much and have a safe journey back home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for eloquently capturing the essence of the day. Let's carry forward the zeal to make our organizations and nation stronger through constant vigil and transparency. Thank you for making this event a success. It is said that best connections are made over a cup of tea. So, as we draw the curtains on these enlightening workshops, I request everyone to kindly move towards the refreshment area for a closing high tea. Please take this time to mingle and enjoy the delicacies arranged for you. Once again, a heartfelt thank to everyone for active participation. Have a pleasant evening and safe travel back. Thank you.
Your meeting has ended.